Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. I'm totally not just barely getting here in time. That's right. I am Irene Geller, and we're going to talk today about crackers. Yes, we're still talking about crackers because people are still getting banned for saying the word cracker. And it's not even that it has to be in the context of directed at someone else, which is that's usually Twitch's rule, right? Is that you can say a word, but if you direct it at somebody else, you're in trouble, right? Vaush just got banned for just mentioning what Hasan got banned for. So, yeah, the Twitch mods are trying to make a point, and I'm scared to go on Twitch, chat. I can't not say cracker, right? I just can't. I don't know. Like, especially if you put it out for me like a forbidden fruit, I can't help it. So yeah, we're gonna talk about that. We're gonna look at what happened and watch some debates about it because the debate bros they're pretty sure that crackers like it's like legit a slur and white people not happy. White people very much not happy on Twitch. White people very salty. White people very fragile. And I'm scared. I'm scared, chat. But let's get through this together, okay? I know the world's upside down right now. Look, like literally, I'm not even kidding. Look, it's upside down right now, right? Okay, but we're gonna get through it together somehow. All right, let's go. There we are. Oh my god. Oh my god. No comment chick is so rich. It's all the drama money, chat. It's all the drama money. Look, this is the house that drama built, right? This is my pad. It's really posh. And so am I. So am I. I'm a rad lib now, Chad. I just gotta tell you before we start that I've changed my views. No longer an anarchitty. I'm now a rad lib because it just makes sense. You know what's wrong with the world is great. The world is perfect as it is. You know, I'm in a good place, and that's all that's important, isn't it? Right? Okay, I gotta stop shitposting. Anyway, chat. I want to show you something. Okay, let me show you something before we get started, and you're gonna see this in upcoming streams, right? I worked on this thing for you, exclusively for you. Now a capitalism icon. I know. Who knew? Who would have expected it, right? You know, like a lot of my friends have changed their have changed their ideology to fit with what works better. Why don't I do the same thing? I'm totally kidding. By the way, so what do we have? Oh wait, is the static actually making noise? The static's making... That's where the noise was coming from. I didn't know that my static was actually making noise. But it was. That was static noise. Interesting. That's what a CRT TV sounded like back in the prehistoric, Paleolithic days of yore. I think that's the official name. Days of yore is what we call any time before 2005. It's officially, yeah, anytime before 2005 is considered days of yore. And there were CRTs, they were making weird noises, and people were, they're very soothing noises, though. I find the CRT noise really nice to go to sleep to, actually. Wait, no. Oh, that's right. Okay, I gotta go over. I'm like, why can't I find my unlisted video? And it's like, because it's unlisted. That, you know, that's why. That's why you can't find your unlisted video. It is literally unlisted. That's how unlisted videos work, is that you don't list them. So, you know, all right, all right, all right. I think you're gonna like this, okay? This is my new intro. Nice. Okay, so yeah, you're gonna hear that on streams from now on. I just can't figure out how to make it happen in the very beginning, which is kind of what needs to happen. But I'm glad to see you all here today. I'm glad that we're here again to deal with this stuff together. Twitch's little weird exception, obsessions, not exceptions. It's not an exception. Like, I mean, right? like Twitch hasn't done this before, but they've done a lot of other weird stuff, and there's always like weird drama going on Twitch. And I wanted to talk about it before we get started. I'm convinced that some of the shit that happened, like the witch hunt that happened to me, you know, some of the weird shit that I've been through, I think it would, I kind of low-key think it wouldn't happen except under COVID. I think that COVID is doing strange things to people's brains, including mine, okay? And I would encourage all of you, the next time that you see drama start in your life, take a step back, take a deep breath, and you know, ask yourself what kind of person you want to be. Because I see too many people burning bridges, and this is from NCC, the famous bridge burner. You know, NCC and Destiny. Name a more iconic duo, right? Name a more iconic duo. There is none, right? Because she burns bridges, he burns bridges. Everybody's burning bridges, and I'm the bridge burner telling you, the non-bridge burners, to stop burning bridge, because you're all high drama personalities. Look, this is so funny. I get to say the same thing back to Twitch Politics that they said to me in April, right? All the same things that all the criticisms that you made of me, right? You're all about drama. You're doing it disingenuously to get clicks. That's you. That is unironically you. You're not Twitch Politics, you're Twitch drama. And I feel like this is what happens to a community right before it falls apart. I don't even know. I'm not sure about Twitch as a platform, right? I'm not sure that Twitch has a future. Oh, my chat, but does my chat have a future though? Let's make you show up on stream first. We always gotta refresh the chat. Ugh. Not smooth. Not smooth. Hey. Meow. For some reason, no one is responding to your comment. Wait, what's the comment? Are people just ignoring what I'm... Wait. Does everybody hear DCC? Can people hear what DCC is saying? Now they know exactly how black... They don't know... You didn't mean exactly. You didn't mean exactly. No, they don't know exactly how black people feel. That would take a lot. Hey, white people, fellow white people, you want to know exactly how black people feel? You're gonna have to deconstruct your whiteness. Because guess what? Whiteness is it's a social construction on top of a social construction. It's not only not real, not only is there no such thing as a white person, but there is... it's such a fucking thing. And no, I'm not saying that there's no such thing as white privilege, because there absolutely is. Like, right? It's real. Much like Persona 2, because it's real in our minds. You know, Persona 2, where people start rumors, the rumors become reality. Somebody says that you were a terrorist, and then another version of yourself that is a terrorist shows up, right? That's what we're dealing with, right? This is kind of how, you know, how things work, is that, like, we can create reality with our minds, and if we're not careful, and if we're not in a good place, we're gonna create a hellscape. And chat, look around you. Look around you at the capitalist dystopia. Wait, let me go back here. Look around you, okay? The world is upside down. It ain't supposed to be like this. It ain't supposed to be like this at all. And I want to give you a little hopium too, okay? Because you have the power to change it. You are the butterfly that flaps its wings and changes fate. Okay? I'm not kidding. You all have the power. We all have the power in our hands to choose a different world, to choose a different future. But we gotta be, we gotta get together. And that's what I don't see happening. Yet. Anyway, I'm trying to get my people together. You try to get your people together. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, because we're gonna be talking about Crackergate, and this is just like pure fucking nihilism here. This is just pure, I don't know. I don't even know how to describe this. The fact that a dead word that oh my god, that And here's the thing: I looked up cracker the other night, and there is a little bit more complexity than I gave you when we first talked about it. Okay, and that is that it was used in Shakespearean times, right? And it meant like a dumbass, right? And it did have like a socioeconomic it did have a socioeconomic angle to it, right? Because like I think where it came from was corn cracker. So if you're a corn cracker, you're somebody that cracks the corn, you're not doing that well in society, right? So it was a word that white people in Europe used to describe poor white people in Europe, and some people are taking that and saying, "Aha, aha! It really is a slur about white people." But you know what I mean? It's actually not. It's actually not, like, right? Like the racial slurs come from racial power dynamics, come from a racial hierarchy, aka whiteness. That is what defines our current racial hierarchy, right? And in that context, with white people calling white people corn crackers to put them down, that was a economic insult. Was an economic insult. Listen, like, I had to watch some Prime Kai panel stuff, and the frog was on it. The frog was talking to Vivian, and the frog thinks that it's like legit a word. It's like legit a slur, right? The frog is convinced that cracker is a slur because you're calling him a corn cracker and you're calling him a white trash, right? And oh my God, this is the thing about the frog. The frog twists things. The frog understands language, and the frog twists language to fit his thing. And his thing right now is to make us feel sorry for the people at the top of the racial hierarchy. That's fucked up, Froggy. That's fucked up, okay? You fucking know it. Anyway, let's get going. What are we doing? Jimmy cracked corn. Oh, yeah, maybe so. That makes sense now. I never knew what that was. Wait, no, 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 no. Jimmy cracked corn. That is an American song. That is about like slavery, right? Fun thumbnail. I know. Listen, thank Vamps for that thumbnail, okay? Vamps is a genius when it comes to graphic design, when it comes to thumbnails, when it comes to knowing what's hot, what's trending, what is the next font, or the next hot font in thumbnails. And I would have no idea how to do this without Vamps. So everybody give Vamps a thank you, I was gonna say a thanks. It sounds weird to say a thanks. Um, a pat on the back. Yes. Um, oh my God. So where to start? Where to start? Where to start with this somewhat meaningless, but I'm gonna still try to add some meaning to it. I'm gonna still try to point out, the real issues behind the drama. Where do we start with this? Well, okay, so you all know that Hasan got wait a minute. No, when we last met, when we last left this drama, it was about Hasan's mods getting banned. So if you don't know, Hasan himself got banned because, like, afterwards he called somebody a cracker, and the Twitch mods. Here's the deal: they're doubling down, right? They did something stupid. Instead of backing off and being like, "Oh, geez, that was silly, haha, sorry about that," right? No, they're doubling down, right? And they double down, and they're harming the platform. They are going to destroy the platform, and if they do, I'm gonna laugh at them. I'm going to laugh at them. I'm going to say nothing of value was lost, except that, Twitch does have a decent, a better way of paying its streamers than YouTube does. So I'm going to have to find, like I just got my $200 check from Twitch, and I don't know if that's going to be something I can count on going forward, because I feel like Twitch is destroying itself. Didn't Jimmy Cracked Corn get started in the mid 1800s? Oh, it was a minstrel show thing. Actually, I haven't looked into Jimmy Crack Corn at all. For years, I thought that it was a saltine thing, which made me laugh. Yeah, white, like saltine cracker. It kind of makes sense. Yeah, I think that's what I first thought too. But yeah, it's about the person, the working class white person that would be hired to beat slaves, right? And so the first person who made that word was getting their ass beat and being forced to work and being treated like shit and being held against their will, right? Yeah, it's got a lot of like, you can't tone police that shit. You absolutely can't. Tone policing that shit is absurd, right? You're like, somebody's getting beat and you're gonna tell them to be nicer to the person beating them? Fuck you, right? And on some level, that's kind of what this is. But now it's just bizarre because, you got like white people like Vaush, and he didn't call anybody a cracker. He said the word. And Twitch banned Vaush. Vaush got banned on Twitch. DGG. Oh yeah, that's the thing, is DGG is just like waiting to pounce. Like if I was doing the strip, well, no, okay, they don't care about me. For some reason, DGG doesn't hate my guts. For some reason, they don't hate my guts. Maybe it's because they hate Demon Mama, and they think that Demon Mama hates me, and the enemy of my enemy is my friend. DGG, I'm not your friend, okay? Like, I don't hate people just because they've been there, right? I have a lot of friends that were DGGers. Like, I watched Destiny a lot. I was never a DGGer, but, like, right? I never went to the website, but, like, I used to watch Destiny back in the day. So I'm not trying to make some kind of judgment of, like, you've touched the impure thing, and now you've been, infected by the foul sea. Now you are a pulseless sea, and you're an enemy of Cocoon. No, I'm not like that, okay? I'm not gonna get all Final Fantasy 13 on your ass, okay? But yeah, just understand that we are not the same, okay? Just because we both have beef with Demon Mama does not mean that we are the same. And I mean, there is one thing that I would like an apology from Demon Mama for, but that's, Oh, hey, Skakey. I kept on wanting to call you Shaky, but it's Skakey. Okay, did I call you Shaky before? I feel like I called you Shaky, and your name is actually Skakey. The second time Vaush got banned, that's true. He just recently returned to Twitch, that's true. And the first time that Vaush got banned, it was for talking about, well, okay, I probably can't say what he was talking about on YouTube even. I mean, I can. I'll just get demonetized. We're trying to stay monetized, chat, because I don't know how I'm gonna earn money. Without being. I literally can't go on Twitch now that Cracker is in. I'm the kind of person, if you tell them not to think of bluebirds, I'm gonna think of a bluebird, right? And now Cracker is the bluebird, right? And so I'm so scared to. I mean, I will go on Twitch, but you all have to like make. Wait, how are you gonna make sure I don't say Cracker? It's Skakey. It is Skakey. Yeah. Yeah, no, I said Shaky before, though, didn't I? I think I called you Shaky, and that was wrong. Uh, yeah, Vaush was making a spicy comment about glass, and that is as much as I'll say. Oh, Vaush got banned from DGG? Oh, God, yeah. Hasan's ban couldn't be perma, right? Okay, I'm trying to remember. I heard this. I think Hasan's ban is not permanent. I think that Vaush's ban was described as indefinite. But chat, there are people that got indefinite bans that say Saltine. That's a good way to be. That's a good way to do it. Yeah, I don't think Hasan's is perma. I'm guessing that it'll be a 1 week ban. And I almost don't think that Vaush's will either, right? Like, I've seen a lot of people get perma banned and then they get brought back in a week, right? Like, so who knows? And also, Twitch is self-harming, right? And here's what I think it is. DGG is a pretty big part of Twitch. It's not the biggest part of Twitch, but it's, it's a decent sized part of Twitch, right? So, what happens is whenever anybody who DGG hates says that word, they mass report them. And I think to Twitch, it's kind of like, okay, we could overturn this automatic ban, or wait, is it? They're not automatic bans though. They're like bans. So, like, I think they're responding to that. They're responding to there's an overwhelming number of people that want to see Vaush get banned. We're gonna ban Vaush. But if I know capitalism and I know how this shit works, right? I'm gonna guess that it's like they're gonna do this. They're gonna ban Vaush, and then the DGGers are gonna go back and they're gonna fist bump, right? And then they're gonna overturn the ban when the DGGers aren't paying attention, because that's all it is that there's like a attention being paid to that, right? If they don't ban these people now, they'll get yelled at from that side. So they're gonna like, all right, you go fist bump and then be quiet and then stop paying attention, and then we'll bring our cash cows back, because these people are all cash cows. These people are all cash cows. Vaush doesn't even make money on Twitch, right? I don't think he's like an affiliate or anything, right? And so it's, you know, for him it's just exposure, and so it's almost like that's Vaush is just free money for Twitch. Twitch doesn't have to pay Vaush. Imagine that. Imagine getting Vaush's size, you know, viewers added to your overall viewer count and not having to pay the dude. So yeah, I think they'll bring him back. I think they'll bring Hasan back. But somebody did bring up that this is Vaush's second ban, and I don't know. Do they do something special for the second ban? Doesn't this make Mike from PA the biggest leftist streamer on Twitch? Is that right? Wait. Yeah. Because Hasan was the biggest. Mike was the second. Vaush. Wait, no. Wait. Do I have this right? Destiny's bigger than Vaush on Twitch, but maybe Vaush is bigger overall? I don't know. I don't keep track of it that well. What I'm thinking of though, chat, is like, okay, here's an idea, okay? And I'm not saying do this, right? Because if I said do this, I would probably get banned from Twitch. But I'm just saying that it might so happen that other streamers decide to say the word in solidarity and get themselves banned. It might so happen that that might be an effective tool against this madness. But I'm not saying do it. I'm not suggesting that anyone do it. I'm just predicting what we might see in the future, okay? Because if they can't ban us all. That's what this is solidarity, right? Like this is the principle of solidarity, right? Is that like, you know, like they can whip one person, they can punish one person, they can attack one person, but they can't get us all. And if we all have solidarity, they run. They run. That would be pretty cringe. Wait, what would? The getting banned on purpose? I don't know. I can't afford to live like that, but other people might. Other people might. Okay, so let's see. So Hasan was on the majority report. Let's just watch Vaush talk about the ban thing first. Oh no, Count Dankula. Wait, what the fuck? Did Count Dankula get banned? I don't remember Dankula ever getting banned. But yeah, for some reason it's Count Dankula 2 Electric Boogaloo.
All right. How are you guys doing? Oh my goodness gracious. Golly gosh. So much has happened. Wow. Wow. Are you permanently banned from Twitch?
Wait, is this Vaush or is this Liquid Vaush? Chat, can we start calling him Liquid Vaush at this point? Are you pondering what I'm pondering, chat? I feel like this is a different Vaush. Clown Dankula. He must have, otherwise cancel cred wouldn't be legit. I just think it will turn into, is it okay to say the word cracker arc? No, like I'm with you on that, Mitch. I'm with you on that. Like I'm done with this drama. I'm saying, I'm planting my flag and saying I'm not going to cover it after today. Okay, this is the last day for this because, you know, I don't know. I mean, I've got something to say about it. There's a lot of history here. This is a place where we can understand, we can actually use this drama to understand intersectionality better, to understand power dynamics better, to understand whiteness, to understand racial hierarchy and all the rest. But, oh my God. What do you think, chat? Can we call him Liquid Vaush? Well, I mean, if Sonic Youth still calls themselves Sonic Youth, I guess you can still call Vaush. I never made fun of Vaush for weight stuff though. I never did that. For the record, For the record, I did call him Irish Daddy, though. I did call him Irish Daddy, and apparently he doesn't like that. He's not a fan.
Yes, though the term they use is indefinitely banned. It'll probably be overturned at some point. I haven't filed an appeal yet.
And hey, if anybody posted anything in chat that I didn't respond to, feel free to repost. Every post is a repost, so go feel free to repost that. I'm sorry I was late. I'm like fucking. Just my ADD is out of control right now. Fat phobia is never helpful. He doesn't like anyone bringing up the Irish laddie. That's why he got mad. Yeah, the Irish daddy thing, right?
Because I think I'm just kind of enjoying the notoriety and the freedom of being off Twitch for a little bit.
Wait, no. How you're already notorious. You're all what notoriety? How is this bringing Vaush any extra notoriety? You're already notorious.
Oh, well, I'll throw an appeal out there eventually. And I was I was banned, of course, for saying the C word. The
Cookies.
How do I even jump into this shit, man? Listen, okay? I will actually admit, okay? I didn't expect to get banned for saying cracker. I thought the issue with Hasan was that he was calling people cracker over and over again in a deliberately derogatory way, where it wasn't the word itself that was the issue, it was the way in which he was saying it. Because I was thinking, like, they're not actually going to suddenly, without any rule change, start enforcing cracker as a bannable word after years.
Good point, Xerxes, yeah. That is kind of that actually is his lane, isn't it? Yeah.
Of it.
I mean, this guy's clearly the most oppressed person in online politics. Clearly.
It being completely ignored, but no, it actually was. Yeah, actually was. Yeah. It doesn't matter if you use it tactically.
Never deny a crap streamer his daily dose of copium. If he felt that way, he wouldn't have gone back to Twitch after the first time he was banned. Won't someone think of the white people? I know, the white people unhappy, right? We can't have that without any structural oppression.
Or not, apparently. It's just, do you even make much of your income off Twitch? I make no money off of Twitch. Yeah, no, don't get me wrong. Consistency is great, okay? Cracker is a slur. I really do think, I'm not joking when I say that, okay? However, I also think bitch is a slur. Are you gonna ban everyone who says bitch, right? I mean, I assumed it was because
Chat, do you think I could get away with calling myself no comment slut on Twitch? You know how I'm Oracle of Maya right now on Twitch because of the Halloween debacle where I thought I could just like temporarily change my name and then change it right back, and you can't. You're stuck for 2 months. You change your name on Twitch, you're stuck for 2 months. So know that. But like, do you think like when I get to change my name back, do you think I should change it to no comment? What if I made it no comment slut with like a V, like a V for the U? Do you think I'd get away with that? Oh wait, no. Abigail Beck got banned because, or not banned, had to change her name from Abigail Beck used to be Rogue Bitch on Twitch, and they made her change that. My name is Skakey, like a milk skake. I have essential tremor. Oh, okay.
Son was forcing their hand, and it was kind of like a fuck around, find out situation. But maybe they really are going to start treating.
Now you made me hungry for milk skake.
Saying cracker.
Or is it thirsty? Wait, if you want a milkshake, are you hungry or are you thirsty? Do you eat a milkshake? You drink a milkshake, right? Yeah, you drink it, right? So you should be thirsty, not hungry.
Like saying the N-word, in which case
I don't know.
That would be
I'm so confused,
dumb,
chat.
I think,
I slept really well last night, and then I slept really late this morning, and it's that thing where you just like, you can't open your eyes. I feel stoned, and I'm not. Believe me, I'm not. I actually quit weed, so I mean, we'll see how it goes, right?
That would be pretty fucking ridiculous.
It's not gonna quench my thirst.
But I guess that's
true.
More or less in line.
That's true.
With Twitch,
especially if somebody else drinks my milkshake.
Twitch was deleting Hasan's VODs and clips to try to save him, but Hasan kept going. Ah, yeah, he baited it.
Depends on the viscosity. Oh, I didn't know about that. Is that true, chat? Can anybody confirm this? So, somebody in Vaush's chat says that Twitch was deleting his VODs and his clips to, like, try to be like, you know, hear no evil, see no evil, you know, right? Yeah, like, they didn't want to ban him, I guess, and Hasan pressed the point, which is kind of ballsy. That's kind of ballsy. Not a milk steak. A milk steak? Oh, I have jelly beans on my milk steak. Depends on how thick the milkshake is. Ooh, that's true. Oh yeah, you're right. That is true.
Okay, he started the discourse. I've got, man, it's turned into a firestorm. I got DMs.
They banned her for what might have been cleavage, but they have like 3,000 hot tub streamers. Wait, who got banned for cleavage? Oh my god, I don't have cleavage. No tits chick.
From journalists asking interview questions. It's like, oh my god, it's like a whole thing.
Yeah. I'm just trying to, like, you know, save money, and I notice I'm a little bit sharper when I don't smoke weed, so, you know, I'm not against it. Just so you know, I'm not turning into anti-weed. You know, I'm not gonna turn dare on you or anything like that. Like, I think it's like one of the things that it's like, it's probably, you know, if you want it, have it. If you don't want it, don't have it. It's just, you know, sometimes I know a lot of people. Oh yeah, I went to school with a guy, right, who was a veteran, and he got fucked up in the military. He got, like, multiple of his cervical spines were shattered, right? He was in constant pain, and, like, you know, they gave him opiates, but that wasn't sustainable, right? The only thing that helped him was like edibles and stuff, and he would always come to school stoned, right? And because he sort of was used to it, because he got a tolerance, he was able to do school stuff just fine, right? So yeah, some people literally need this stuff. It can be a medicine, right? For some people. You're smoking it right now. Well, you know, smoke wait, what am I saying? Smoke some for me. Yeah, there we go. I can't be anti that. Do you want me to see? Do you want to see me feature on a show? Wait, on a show, Investigative Discovery.
This is
Oh, Bad Bunny has been banned for cleavage?
going to lead to, like,
I would love to be banned for cleavage.
articles, you know? Mostly around Hasan, of course, the instigator of the you know, the content.
Maybe I should.
Yeah,
like...
we're gonna be on New York Times. No. Okay, listen up. Front page, New York Times. Okay. Azan.
There we go.
Weird champ.
Now you can't tell.
The next page.
Now you can't tell.
Vaush.
Vaush.
That's that one really unflattering picture of me where I have one hand up like this, you know, like a. I feel like in that picture I look a little bit like, you know, the Ayatollah. You know what I mean? Like I look a little bit like an imam, like an angry one. You know what I mean? Like I'm proclaiming that, like, women can't be trusted to, like, inhale without a male's presence or something. You know, guess that's the beard mostly. Anyway, so we live. Oh yeah, Fawn also got banned. Yeah, we do have a phenomenally wacky situation going on at the moment. I saw that Hasan was on the Majority Report. I'm not mad. I'm not mad that I still haven't gone on the Majority Report. To be fair, you know, just in case you were wondering, I'm not. I saw some people saying, you know, maybe Vaush is mad that, you know, he hasn't had the opportunity to go on.
Pass it to the left, right? Oh, when you had severe conversion symptoms from CPTSD, I smoked it for involuntary movements and things like that. Yeah, I mean, like, I don't know. For me, like, I had, like, social anxiety. I actually had generalized anxiety disorder for a while. I just had, like, life circumstances. Well, no, it wasn't. I think, oh my god, actually CPTSD is probably something I should ask about. Like, I don't know. I can't stop worrying. Like, I mean, I'm not worrying right now, so I guess that's good, but there's a lot of times like that I'll be in a place where I just have generalized worry, and I'm like, something bad's gonna happen. I don't know what it is, and I'm not like thinking of something. It's not like because like it's even like, you know what I mean? Like especially when nothing's bad's happening on Twitch. It's almost like when something bad, when somebody's trying to cancel me or something like that, or like I'm under some kind of threat or something like that. Then I don't feel it as much because it's like I know what's scary, I know what's, you know, and I feel anxiety about that instead, right? But when I don't have anything like that, then it's like my mind just goes to this place of like, but something bad's gonna happen, right? So I don't know. It's like tofu and potatoes and peanut sauce. It's actually pretty good. Doing a lot better with things these days. Nice.
On the Majority Report to talk to Sam Cedar, you know, one of his heroes.
It's so frustrating to have to
I'm
hear
not
Vaush.
mad.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know who's saying that. So I don't.
I was just talking like Xerxes. I was actually talking to somebody about this the other day. Like that, like we were wondering, like, do you have to be kind of egotistical to be a streamer? Like, is that a thing? Because you know, if you look at like Destiny, Demon Mama, Vaush, they all have like huge egos, right? And that's not a dig. Like you know, maybe it's necessary. I don't know. Um, suffered from BTPD and severe anxiety disorder. I know how that feels. Yeah. Oh my god, yeah, anxiety is like really tough, and most of my social anxiety seems to be based on you know, being trans. I was always worried that people would like, I don't know, that were looking at me, and that I don't know, like it was that kind of thing where like, especially like, I mean, before I got surgery, like I was always afraid that people would find out that I was trans, and that like I don't know, because like yeah, it was. I was going to start medical MJ for CPTSD and night terrors, but my doctor put me on trazodone, and I sleep like a baby now. Nice. If you want to appeal to a certain demographic, oh, the egotism thing, yeah. Solidarity to all the neurodivergent crew out there, definitely.
Don't get it. I don't. Yeah, I saw this on Vice, and I really don't appreciate it. Hasan Piker banned from Twitch for saying cracker. Notice how they can just say it out. Hold on. Where is it? Where's the bit? Piker and his moderators are just 3 of the latest creators banned for saying the word cracker. Earlier this week, libertarian streamer Vaush. Why would you do this to me? And they actually.
For lulz. I mean, on some level, you gotta understand this, right, Vaush? They did it for the lulz, right? Somebody was writing that, and they wrote libertarian socialist, and then somebody was like, teek, 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 and deleted socialist. That's what happened. I mean, Vaush, I know you're not a libertarian. We know you're not a libertarian, okay? Is that what you want? You got problems with your rhetoric, but it's not for being a libertarian, right?
Actually, I'm not joking. Link to the Discord thing.
Okay, so check this out. Okay, so in my video, wait, what was it called? Something like I helped destroy 2B2T or like something like that. Did I destroy did I end 2B2? I don't know. It's the 2B2T video. I've only got one 2B2T video. 2B2T is a Minecraft server. It's kind of wild for a number of reasons. But there was an exploit called nocom that was used to take down the server. It was basically used to spy on everybody. Wait. Oh my god, chat. Have the cancel crew connected that? Have they seen that video? Yeah, it was used to spy on people, basically. It was used to spy on everyone on that server. Oh my god, chat. Oh my god. I wonder what those dossiers looked like. Anyway, you know, AI doesn't need dossiers. That's right. AI can just keep it all messy in the Discord, just like me. Oh my god, chat, am I telling you too much? Okay, but seriously though, like somebody in the comments like was like this isn't about you. You're so arrogant. You know, this is like, you know, you're making it all about you, and it's called no. You know, they got mad. They got mad that I was making the joke that the no-com exploit was me. So the joke is that I'm a Vocaloid, I'm software, and that they ganked my code and they put it on 2B2T, and that's how they took down the server. Right? That's the joke. It's a joke. It's a joke, and people got way serious about it. They got way serious, and they called me like super egotistical, super egotistical butt.
Of me saying
That's
the
the one.
age of
Yeah,
consent could have been 16.
That's the one, Umar.
Back in Discord in 2018. That's
He's an anarcho-Bidenist, right?
actually not a joke. That's this is real life. This is what I'm talking about with, like, I have a unique relationship with my anti-fans, okay? This is incredible stuff. I have literally never seen anyone done this dirty. Yeah, like it is just to be clear, it is incredibly funny. However, that is also insane. Wouldn't you agree? I would also think, like, legitimately, if it weren't for the fact.
Wait, Vaush, just a second. I think I know one person who got done more dirty than you. I can think of one. One person that got done dirtier than Vaush, right? God, what was her name? It was like Professor something or other. Yeah, I can think of one person.
That I'm generally good-humored about this. That is incredibly fucked up. We do a little bit of you know, a bit of libel.
They didn't actually call me. No, that's my meme. That's my 12-year-old meme, right? Like, I call people super meanie butts, but no, they just said I was egotistical or something. I don't know.
As a joke. I would see the humor if it were me. I just shot myself. Well, you know,
women aren't allowed to make jokes. Dudes just take it seriously. That's why I never called Demon Mama on the you know, sort of, you know, ego thing, right? It's like, she's no worse than him. She's no worse than Destiny, right? You know, so, like, right? She's no worse than any other debate bro, right?
yeah, the libertarian links to a Discord screenshot. That you're doing me dirty. A little bit of smearing, you know, as a treat. I wonder if
Teacher Plants. I think that was their name.
I can find the Twitter accounts.
They got done kind of dirty. They got a couple of lies spread about them.
Two Vice journalists who put this out there. It's Gita Jackson and Matthew Galt. Let me see if I can. See, the thing is, most of the time, when people dislike me, that's like a
Well, brownies are delicious, though.
big part of their personality. You know what I mean? That's like a big.
Yeah, but they're yummy.
That's a big part of who they are. That matters a lot to them. Okay? So I want to see if... Gotta go through Galt first. What do we got? If I check the likes, do you think he likes porn on his, like, business account? Gita Jackson did the hit piece on SDL. Wait, really? Wait, hold...
Is it really a hit piece? Do you think that SDL got done dirty? I don't know, chat. What do you think about SDL? Like, you know about the SDL thing, right?
Hold on. Oh my god.
This was the weird thing, because SDL got canceled around the same time that I did, and SDL didn't really stay canceled, and I did. And that was weird. That was a bit weird.
Holy shit!
I think these people have their priorities out of order, don't you?
It's unironic.
Sock done left, or Socialism done left, a socialist YouTuber who got there. I guess it was just a bunch of Discord messages with, like, slurs and stuff, and some of them were shitposts, some of them were, like, ironic, right? But it's not clear. And then there was, oh my god, there was so much shit. There was like there was some, oh god, I don't want to say it, but there was some kind of sexual thing too. I don't that's the worst thing to say. He had to scandal it with some sort of sexual thing. Yeah, that tells you nothing, right? Like, I don't want to. It was something about hitting on people in Discord in a way that wasn't cool. I don't remember, though. I really don't want to. I don't want to misrepresent this.
Fucking these people. Okay. The obsession revealed. All right, guys. It's okay.
Like, I feel like if somehow she could have handed Vaush a brownie through the computer and Vaush could have like eaten it, maybe things would have gone better.
These people
Maybe Vaush just needed a brownie that day to avoid jacketing people with genocide, right?
are probably not living their best lives. All right? Literal CIA agents. Okay,
Oh,
these
hell yeah.
people.
Yeah, no, that's a big thing. That's a big thing. Look, these people make edgy jokes all the time. All the fucking time. I can't even joke around about like kayfabe with Dylan, right? I'm not allowed to make jokes. I'm not allowed to be funny. I'm not I'm not allowed any of that stuff. I'm definitely not allowed to be like edgy like in my jokes. They would fucking burn me at the stake, right?
Are being torn up inside day after day. I wouldn't.
Your
Man,
best
getting
friend
the
is a
SDL.
girl. Yeah, girls. A lot of girls are hilarious as fuck. I know so many. My sister's really funny. Yeah.
Forgot that SDL got a whole
Some people say I'm kind of funny.
goddamn Vice article. That's amazing. I like that. Wait, was that Soaked on Left in IRL? Yeah, Soaked on Left's appearance isn't a secret. Yeah. Cut about VDS brand they are. Well,
They got SDL mixed up with Chud Logic, I guess. I don't know. How do all well, I have an acronym too, right? It's not a self. Oh yeah, so you know the NCC stuff. Like some of you call me NCC, and that's totally okay. I don't mind, right? But the where that came from was literally like when I got canceled. Like they were looking for ways to dehumanize me, right? And calling me NCC instead of no comment chick. Apparently, it makes it easier to lie about me. It makes it easier to slander me. It makes it easier to direct targeted harassment at me. If you think of me as three letters instead of a person, just call me NoCom. If you're that person, just go ahead. I am the AI that took down 2B, 2P, 2T, 2P, 2B, 2B, 6D, whatever the fuck it's called. Yeah, I took down the server, and yeah, just go ahead and feel free to treat me like an inhuman object because that's what I am. I'm NCC.
it's well to me, it's just the extraordinary pettiness, you know? Like if they made an article where they said like Voosh, racist pedophile.
Oh yeah, conservative. Okay, so does anybody understand why the accent? Where's the accent coming from? Um, not on your streams and videos. How do you? Oh yeah. How do you find these steps? DGG, SDL. Those are not names. Those are domain addresses. Yeah.
Transphobe Voosh, you know, then okay, fine. You know, that
Well, if I can just find somebody to code my website, anyone out there, if I can just find somebody to code my website, I do own a domain, and we can create NCC as a website and just like be like, yeah, NCC is the website, right? Maybe that would be better if we just like retire NCC to being the website, right? It won't be actually be NCC, it'll be nocommentchick.cc, right? But it's if I need somebody to code, and honestly the people that I know that could code, I don't trust them. They're too close to Vaush or too close to Destiny, or you know, yeah, there's always a hang up anytime I try to get a programmer to make a website for me. They end up somehow on the opposite side of politics from me. Yeah, and I don't know if I get the feeling that wouldn't be a good idea for me to consult White Nervosa. Although we were friends back in the day. I did hang out with friends. I did hang out in White Nervosa's chat when White Nervosa streamed video games.
to me that
Oh,
feels,
nice.
you know, par for the course, almost. But having an article which is totally unrelated, just completely, and then just referring to me as libertarian, and then just linking to that is incredible stuff right there.
Ooh, yeah, no,
I think
I would love that, Umar. Yeah, that's one thing I don't have is anime. Like actually just learned fusion. Fusion. Why did I pronounce it fusion? Fusion. In DaVinci Resolve. I just learned how to do fusion, so I I kind of know how to animate, but I'm sure I'm not as good as you. Stop following White Nervosa after Irish Laddie. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the Vaush Intelligence Wait, Vaush Intelligence Organization? Did they have dossiers? Did they have? Did I get like? Did they try to cancel me for something that like literally every streamer does? Like literally just she had a Discord. People posted links. People posted links in the Discord. Oh my god. Oh my god. She's coming after you. She's. Why do they think I'm super like
We'll try to
super spy girl?
ask for a retract. Actually, no, hold on, wait. Let's see if we can do this right now. Mostly
Marmbo is
because
his
it would
puppet?
inconvenience them. How do you file a complaint? Let me see. How do you do that exactly?
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
I don't think I've ever really done this before.
I mean, it's free. DaVinci Resolve is free.
I don't know what the process is. Let's see. It's in the text section. If I click on the text section, then yeah, it's right there. 4 hours ago.
My site could be more aesthetic and cool.
Yeah, how about I'll look up.
Well, if you get a chance, look at DGG or VGG, and if you can take a look at the code there and see how that works, it'd be something similar to that. So.
How to do that after stream, because
And I've heard that code is like public domain or so. I don't know. I don't know. It might be worth a look. Is all I'm saying.
there might be a process. Emailing them, whatever, and then we'll organize a campaign of antipathy.
They're all
next
clones.
Stream. How about that? Slide in devices DMs. Yeah.
Listen, I'm not a clone, okay? I know I joked around about being version 4.0, but I really don't think that I have. It is open source. I really don't think I have anything to do with this whole like this whole dynasty of like Destiny, Vaush, Demon Mama, right? Like that makes sense. Like Vaush came from Destiny's website, Demon Mama, was a Vaush fan, right? That makes sense. But like, I didn't come from Demon Mama's community, right? So but yeah, I am not a clone myself. I unfortunately have clones. I have version 2. Let's just talk about version 2.0 and version 3.0. They both hate me, and they do constantly just like looking for a way. Like we're gonna cancel No Comment Chick this time, right? Right? We got her this time, right? 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 You've been trying for a while. You've been trying for a while, and it's nice to see that version 3.0 actually has her own content now. That's amazing. That's amazing, and I predict big things for 3.0. Not so sure about 2.0, but we can hope. I don't know. Somebody needs to cover clowns, so
We'll look into it. Yeah.
and pizza.
Vaush, transphobic, Vaush, pedophile, liberal. Sorry, just trying to. It does have that.
But no, I don't hate version 2.0 or 3.0. Don't get it twisted, anybody. I'm not trying to direct, That's why I'm not telling you their names. Hey, we'll just call them 2.0 and 3.0. Also, Destiny hates that he made the code open source. Oh my god, that's cloning it made him mad. That's nice.
Energy. Anyway, we have that. That's been fun. You're racist. Who's Gita Jackson? Listen, remember, Abel is a mark. Everyone who dislikes me is mentally ill.
Well, I've already said I'm mentally ill, Vaush, and I do dislike your rhetoric. Okay, and I've already said that I am a mentally ill masturbator, and I don't know, deal with it.
Save you so much time. Why think about it? Why analyze? Ooh, maybe they dislike me for this particular. No, they're unwell. Their brain chemistry is off. That's a simple.
You resemble that remark.
Simple as that, really. I don't understand why.
I mean, like the thing is that like when we talk about mental illness and we act like okay, so there's like us, we're normal, we're good, we're okay, right? Right? Are we all agreed? We're all good, we're all normal. Okay, we're all okay, we're all okay. But then there's the mentally ill over there, and they're like, scared. They're scary. They're really scary, right? So we got to watch out for the mentally ill. Like, nobody go around anyone who's mentally ill. Chad, I've already mentioned like some mental illnesses I've experienced. Could I really say that I don't have, I'm not mentally ill? Like, right? It's weird how we draw this distinction of like, oh no, when I say mentally ill, I mean like this pathology, this personality disorder, right? Right, these ones count, but then my shit doesn't. I have ADHD, that's fine. That's fine. I have social anxiety, that's fine, right? It's weird how we kind of separate that stuff out. So I'm trying to get it started where we don't, and everybody's just like, yeah, I'm mentally ill. What? You know what I mean? To take that pejorative away, because it has a huge pejorative, and people like this use it to like dunk on people, and it's kind of ridiculous. Because Vaush, I'm thinking that maybe you've experienced mental illness too, maybe.
Uh, why move beyond that? Oh yeah, they didn't just link
Oh yeah, I'm not saying copy anything, right? Just for like the idea of what the to get an idea of what the site needs to accomplish, right? In terms of, right? Does that make sense? Um, and that actually is good, Umar, because like I said, I'm not a clone. Being mentally healthy is a crazy world. Doesn't look like a good sign to me anyway.
to that. They linked to the entire the whole hate thread on. See, it's like this huge. Yeah, yeah. It's
Yeah,
one of them.
yeah. So that's the thing is it's like it's a little weird. It's a little weird how we hold these distinctions, right?
I say the hate thread, but there were like 400 of them. I mean, like this happens.
Oh, you were a Vosh fan before you started going to therapy. Cheese biscuits are unacceptable, but ableism, I would classify ADHD. Wouldn't classify ADHD. Oh yeah, that's we're talking about neuro diversity with ADHD.
every week, really. Yeah, yeah. We'll look at the contact page later.
And actually, some people say that the personality disorders should be thought a lot. Personality disorders should be thought about like you know, they're not disorders, right? They're more like personality configurations, right? Yeah, there's
We'll follow up on this. Okay, it'll be a good meme. It'll be a good one. Yeah, let's see. We have the Kotaku article. Let's go.
trauma response equals personality disorder.
After Piker came to his mod's defense, he was also hit with a ban. Whether or not Cracker should be a bannable offense was catapulted into discourse,
It was Cheddar Bay.
meaning
Cheddar
streamers
Bay
like
biscuits.
Ian Vaush, Koczynski started using the term in their commentary on the controversy, only to be banned for it. What? My handle is Vaush. Nobody calls me Ian Koczynski. It's Vaush. That's whatever. I guess Hasan Piker is known as Hasan Piker because Hasan Piker goes by Hasan Piker, but I go
Just like Irene Geller goes by Irene Geller.
by
Yeah.
They didn't call Fawn by their real.
Okay, wait a minute. Fawn, are we talking about Demon Mama? So the streamer that got banned, Fawn, Fawn, is that like Fawn from Demon Mama?
Whatever. Okay. These journos. Yeah, the doxing. Can you believe it? Oh my god.
Kotaku
The
is cringe.
the doxing, they're coming for me. Yeah. Yeah, calling me by my full name, fash behavior. True. True. Yeah, what are we? Yeah, we're using government names now. What are you, a fucking Fed? Sir, can you tell me about your perspective on the word cracker, and also please give me your current address and full name? I'm sorry. Do you have any contacts or friends in any other
Oh, that's a different. Yeah, her name is spelled. Actually, I don't know Fawn's pronouns. Fawn's name is spelled differently.
left-leaning groups? Sir, I'm very interested. Fuck you. Get out of my fucking face. I'm the only informant here.
Um. Wow. Wait a minute. Is he referencing the Don't. We almost got NCCception there for a second. Is he referencing like the? Okay. Is he referencing? See, now this is something, chat. Um, I don't know what this is. I don't know if this is a shit post. I don't know if this is a joke. I don't know if this is real. And you can't really tell what he's saying. But people, yeah, this kind of lit up Twitter a little bit. We'll catch it on the second time around. There we go.
Like
Boom.
a Fed op. Like, you could say that about literally anything. There are informants everywhere. I'm an informant. Why do you think I did Antifa work back in Santa Monica? Yeah, I was ratting out names. Absolutely, we've all been informants. Yeah, like a
Um, Yeah, I actually don't know what to do with that. Like, and I don't even know what he means.
Fed
Like,
up. Like you could say that about literally.
because I mean, like, part of what Antifa does is like, basically, if when fascists show up, they expose them, right? They make it so that they can't just like show up, harass people, beat people, and then go back to work and shit like that. Like, right? And it has been, useful against right wing thugs. It has been useful against some of those groups, right? I don't know if that's what he's talking about, because that is like, you can check out Miss Vivian Wolf. She she talks about that a lot, right? That kind of work. But is that what he's talking about, or is he saying? Is he? I kind of think he's shit posting. It sounds like he's shit posting, but I can't tell, right? And wow, it's kind of a, like, if I was Vaush's manager, I would not advise shit posting on that. It's just like, it's a little too close to
Yeah, I know. It hurts your feelings most likely, okay? And sometimes it can be misappropriated or misused, but ultimately it's not the same as a hateful.
I mean, I think he's making a joke. I just couldn't tell. Somebody sent me that, and I just didn't know. Like, I was like, I don't know. I think it was part of an informant joke. Okay, so maybe it was after that part of the VOD. Then that makes sense. Yeah, I didn't think that he was like it. Yeah, it wouldn't make sense. Oh, oops! Did I say that out loud? I'm actually oh god, like, no, I'm not gonna say it because I'll get clipped then. I'll get clipped. And there are people saying that about me. There are sock dems. Sock dems from Twitch politics, right? And you know about how Twitch politics is noseblind to right-wing and fashy stuff, right? That they all hang out with a bunch of sussy bakas over there on Twitch politics. Like, right? A streamer like from there made a video about me, and in their chat they were speculating about, what kind of government agent I might be, right? Because we know that government agents are the only ones who use file folders, right? Isn't that right? I heard that somewhere. Only government agents use file folders. So that's a tip-off right there. She's using file folders. She's way too organized to be a leftist, right? I don't know. It's pretty crass, but not serious. Yeah, I didn't think it was... Yeah, that's what I assumed. I just wasn't sure, and I was wondering if it's shitposting, but even if he wasn't, his complete body of work has been more harmful to left movements in North America than was just reporting people for being left.
Bigoted slur. That's the whole point. Hateful bigoted slurs without historic or contemporary oppression are just meanie bobini words, okay? They're making you feel bad. Is my VOD gone again? Dude, this is the second day in a row where Twitch...
Hasan, it's called super mini butt. Okay, not mini bobini. Clapping agitprop is very effective. I think a lot of folks don't even know what it means.
is just taken down my VOD. What is happening? I'm getting increasingly more annoyed with the way that Twitch is operating. And they are, of course, notorious for not communicating exactly what the going on. Some people try to...
Left-leaning sock dems would have no reason to dislike you. But the thing that I'm like just noticing is we're not talking about revolutionary like leftists. We're talking about like some just kind of rad libs, right? No offense, people talking absolute garbage and slandering me in the comments of another streamer, but yeah, that I'm sorry, you are literally the definition of rad libs. Like that's what a rad lib is, right? A sock dem who doesn't have any grounding in theory and just kind of like, hypothetically, it would be nice to move to more of a Scandinavian type model with an expanded welfare. That's a rad lib, right? Are we agreed on that? Like that's literally what they
appealing their ban for the C word and it got denied because since they have no tolerance for racism.
I'm not taking a shit on sock dems though. There's I mean, some of my best friends are sock dems.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's totally chill.
Some of my best friends are sock dems. Okay. Left-leaning sock dems are just waiting until the left asks for more than healthcare to turn their back on to the fash. You have to hand it to them for making anti-fascists seem like a bad thing. Oh my god, yeah, there's that famous panel with Vivian, right? Where she starts talking about anti-fascist tactics and gets jumped on by the frog and the VTuber, right? The the frog and the VTuber like jumped down her throat, and Vaush and Destiny were there somehow, and they jumped down her throat too, and it was like Vivian just getting dogpiled by all these like sussy bakas.
They have like absolutely yeeted like half my audience off the platform, so that's cool. I don't know what like Twitch's goal is, right? It wasn't an auto ban until the MasterChef Max incident, which is telling that some Twitch admins are going nuts right now because of it. Yeah, I think that's what's going on. I think internally
Sucktims are bad.
there's a conflict where,
But I'm just like, it's like you don't get to call other people CIA agents, like, right, when you're not even like, you got zero revolutionary bones in your body, right? You know, some of us have a little bit more skin in the game, is what I'm trying to say.
should we ban Cracker? Should we not? You know what I mean?
Not all Sockdims are Radlibs, but all Radlibs are Sockdims. Good point. Every movement in this country suffers the propaganda of being a prop shield. Yeah, okay, let me be serious for just a second. Can we be serious? That's called bad jacketing. That's a thing. And it's a horrible idea. Especially if you're just doing it because you don't like somebody. And you start speculating about, like, well, you know, they're causing problems for the left, so maybe they're... You know, that's a really bad idea, because guess what? Guess what? There are government agents out there. And they do have an interest in our ideological communities. They exist. So, don't cry wolf, okay? That shit's very serious. That shit is no joke. Alright, back to shit posting.
What is the deal?
Yeah.
Are we caving to the interests and demands of people,
And people
who
should
would
realize
otherwise
that.
use every other slur known to man? Why does it feel so targeted like this? Is this happening on other streamers? No shot. No shot. I hate being in limbo like this. Like, if you're gonna ban me. Just don't not ban me and like keep deleting my VODs. It's also annoying because
There's a lot of white supremacists who have made it into the moderation role in Twitch. That is what I've always wondered. Like, where does Twitch pull its mods from? Like, I've always been a little bit like concerned about that, right? Because, you know, like, I mean, I've got whole communities that hate my guts, and I just wonder, like, yeah, how does that work? Where do they pull their mods from, and who are their mods, and how much of how much oversight do the mods get?
Twitch is taking a
I mean, not that I have, like, I've never been banned or anything, right? So, you know, knock on wood. But yeah, I kind of wonder about that.
cowardly position.
I played a MMORPG back in the day, and the mods for the game and the mods for the forums, which, you know, because it was like a political one, that some of you might know what I'm talking about, because it was a political, you know, geopolitical one. There were some that it was a conflict of interest, right? Because people would be members of guilds on that game, and they would be mods, and the bigger guilds had more mods, and it was really strange. It was I never really knew if the moderation, it seemed like maybe the moderation wasn't fair. Twitch mods are just Discord mods. Oh my god.
Where they don't want to...
Wait, when you say Discord mods, do you mean mods for communities on Discord, or are you talking about mods for Discord, the, you know, itself, right? Do you mean like
openly come out and be like, anti-white racism is unacceptable on this platform, and that's
from the gamer community? Oh, there we go. Well, I mean, that's true.
Precisely why we are banning the usage of the term cracker, because they know that they would get fucking clowned on by like
yeah, it was totally
99% of media that isn't like predominantly fucking focused on random weirdos that spend all of their time in their mother's basement talking about the fucking ethics of being able to use the C word versus, you know, how they should also be able to say the N word as well. And that's precisely why I don't think they've made like a serious decision yet. And
yeah, Xerxes is right. Gaming communities are disproportionately racist, sexist, transphobic, and homophobic.
That's precisely why they're fucking waiting on trying to figure out what to do with this, okay? And that's what's currently happening. It's the dumbest fucking drama, but it's like, take a stance, dude. I know this is a
Keeping my spirits
complex
up.
or complicated situation, a complicated issue, but you didn't have a problem fucking yeeting incel and simp immediately when you came out of the gate swinging, and you were like, we're going to make sure that people can't be called incel or simp anymore. And it was like, who are you protecting in that situation? That's so silly. You're being ridiculous. And they stopped it. And they never banned anyone for that. And now it's like a similar situation with Cracker is a
Chat, I am looking into getting a new mic. I'm noticing though, like Hasan's sound isn't that great.
occurring, and they're
No,
like
I'm not trying to take a dig, but
trying to fucking figure this shit out. It's like, I want to move on, okay? I want to move on. It's
I mean, I guess he could use a pop filter.
so stupid. I don't care. It's just make a decision, okay? Like, I'm not married to
Explain
being able to
easy to
say
clarify
cracker,
before we-
okay? I've never fucking used the term until my moderators randomly started getting clapped. Incredibly fucking ridiculous situation. Like, they're writing cracker in the chat and they get fucking banned in a matter of minutes. Go to any fucking
LAX.
stream, go to any other stream, and you see people, not only the content creators are saying the R word, but also people are spamming it. They're not getting fucking banned. Same with like
the 40K community, yeah.
a number of different, way worse even, spam that goes on, including cracker too. And I'm not
Yeah, I'm gonna say critical support for people saying cracker, right? Direct action is a Chad move. Sexism is oh my god, yeah. It's huge on Twitch. Oh, my spirituality. Oh my god. So here's my deal. I think I was an atheist back when everybody was atheist. And then I realized I'm actually more of an agnostic. In that, like, and I'm not saying agnostic as like, it's very it's just as unlikely that anything beyond our perception exists. As the giant what is it called, the giant spaghetti monster example, the thought experiment, the giant spaghetti monster, the pastafarian, yeah. So like so that's kind of my deal. Like, my religion is somewhat like, I don't know, right? That but here's what's different than me and most of the atheist agnostic community. I am enthralled by religious traditions and religious stories, religious ideas, and how religion affects people, like, right, and here's my area of interest, right? It's almost like a Jungian interest, right? In that, like, I think that, and I know Jung, right? Jung is a long time ago. They don't use him for their, like, right? Jung's problematic for a number of reasons. But what I'm saying is that, like, we do have parts of our mind that aren't conscious. And like, there's part of it that, like, is, it's like an iceberg, right? You got the iceberg that's above the, water, and you got the iceberg that's below the water. We don't have a good way of interacting with the iceberg that's below the water. And I think that for some people, spirituality can be that tool. That being said, I also think that spirituality, religion, and especially when it becomes, it develops a hierarchy, especially when it's, part of the establishment, that they've caused so much harm to people, right? So I don't negate that. I do think that there's a way to interact with spirituality that doesn't cause that. And I think the key to that is that spirituality can tell you something about this, but I'm not sure what spirituality can tell you about that. Now, obviously, this is connected to that, right? But whenever people try to apply spirituality to be like, oh, no, Jesus actually walked on water, and no, when they want to say, oh, no, the Bible is perfect in its historical claims. Oh my God, you can literally prove that the Bible's wrong on its historical claims, right? So when you try to apply spirituality to material conditions, there's your problem. Does that make sense? Agnostic, atheist is with pantheistic tendencies here. I kind of fucked with panpsychism for a while too. Although I'm not really sure what to do with it, right? I'm not really sure, like, what is the implication if everything is conscious? I like to think that maybe everything is conscious. I think it entertains me, or it, you know, that it says something to me to imagine the consciousness of a mountain, or the consciousness of a rock, the consciousness of the vast expanses of space. I think it's really interesting, but yeah, it's and in some ways panpsychism. Is there another name for that? There's like another name for panpsychism, isn't it? But yeah, I like I said, I'm not like, you know, that into it. But yeah, it's literally just apathy towards theism in general. Yeah, the God thing is not something that I really is not something that I really fuck with, right? Because it feels like a hierarchy. But the idea of there being more than we can perceive, obviously, obviously, obviously there's more than we can perceive. But yeah, just like, I don't know, like the, oh yeah, and here's what really bothers me about, well, anyway, I mean, I can really only speak to my own religious faith that I was brought up with, which was like, not evangelical, but, you know, fairly conservative Christianity. Um, I'm kind of Mark Twain about this, right? If God wants you to sing his praises all day, every day, if God wants you to kiss his ass, do you know what kind of personality type that is? What would we call that person? Somebody that has power over other people and just wants to use them to reinforce their ego. What do we call a human being that's like that, right? So yeah, that stuff is really kind of odious to me. The other thing that's odious to me about Christianity is the at least my Christianity, the Christianity that I was brought up in, is that it was presented to me as a gun to my head. In other words, you shall believe in the Lord Jesus Christ or you shall perish eternally, right? That's a threat. I don't like being threatened. I don't like tyrants. And I don't like, you know, the idea that we go to heaven and play harps and sing the praises for some, you know, megalomaniac, right? If that's really God, oh my God, like give me the black pill right now, right? And let's hope that it's poison, or not poison. Let's hope that it makes me disappear. I don't think Irene Geller can disappear though, unfortunately, chat. I'm just like a Vocaloid in that I'm always wanting to end myself in some way. I always have this like the death drive is very strong in me, but it's not for me. It's not. I don't know. No, I will live forever. No, that's not what I'm saying. I just mean like oh my God, I'm getting like really deep with you, and I'm not even explaining stuff that well. I'm an apatheist. I don't know, and I don't care if there's a God. Too much religion, religious trauma, definitely atheist. Yeah. Hey, that's an interesting idea, Umar. Okay, so here's another thing that I think about religion. I think that like I think of in terms of power levels and cool team ups, so the concept of God is scary as fuck to me. Yeah, I kind of think that when I said that you need to interact with your the part of your being, the part of your mind that's not conscious, and that religion's one tool to do that. I also think that comic books could be a tool to do that. I also think that manga could be a tool to do that. I think that video games could be anything where you're getting stories. I think it's about stories. So that's my deal, is I'm not about the hierarchy implied in religion. I'm not about the focus on these deistic personalities that are implied in religion. But I am about humanity's tradition of storytelling, and I think it's really powerful, and I think it's really beautiful, and I think that if we can share stories as equals, I think we'll be just fine, right? And as far as those stories go, right, because we also have a personal mythology. I think that even if you don't realize that you have a personal mythology, you have a way of thinking of your existence, the world, your place in it, all that stuff. I think we all have like unique takes on this stuff, right? As unique as we are as individuals, right? And in that unique take, like I sometimes tell myself stories, you know, that aren't true, right? And I call these stars, separate, temporary, alternate reality, right? Stars, yeah. And that's how I deal with you know, existence and existential questions through stars. And what I've noticed is that some stars are easy to climb on and they're safe. Because, like, right, your personal mythology could be a lot of things. Let's say that your personal mythology was everyone's out to get me. Or that, you know, they're, you know what I mean? Like, so that I call a steep star. That it's so, it's steep and you fall off of it and it's dangerous, right? So yeah, like as I talk about personal mythologies, I realize that, you know, these things could be negative, and that's kind of how I think of them as, can you climb on it? Does it get you knowledge? Does it get you peace? Does it get you happiness? Or does it take you away from those things? And I think that things that take you away from those things are what I call them steep stars, and you slip off the star and you're gonna fall through the void. So don't do that. Stay on the what I'm saying, chat, is don't go chasing waterfalls, okay? Stories are important. The Game of Thrones finale told me so. Yeah, stories. Oh my god, I gotta read this on chat over here. Yeah, I mean, I kind of think that we can share stories, and as long as we don't take them too seriously, I think we're okay. I kept away from 40K. The only content I consume is YouTube channel girls play reacting to it. Agnostic atheist with pantheistic tendencies. I don't think nature is necessarily conscious, but I like the idea that being the universe, of being the universe experience. That's something too. Yeah, I do kind of believe in I do feel like there is a unity to being. I'm not sure what that implies though. It's literally just apathy towards theism. Dr. Doom understood the assignment. Dethrone, attack and dethrone God. Yeah, that I learned that from Final Fantasy actually. Aleister Crowley claimed that every man and every woman is a star. Did you say stars? Nemesis is coming for us. Wait, what comic book is this? It was actually one of the Marvel's most insane storylines. It had Namor teaming up with Thanos. Please stick to the rivers and lakes that you're used to. Will this get you where you need to go? Will this help you when you get there? Will it help you when you get there?
Saying this to like ban all of those people that say the R word, or I'm not, because I have fucking used it in the past as well, at least slipped out. But like, I'm not saying enforce that on them as well. I'm simply stating that it's ridiculous to straight up fucking ban people for their usage of cracker in one chat because some staff members happen to be there versus other chats where you can fucking totally write it. And when I say consistency, when I say I want consistency, on top of that, don't want you to ban people for saying cracker or whatever, okay? Wow. There are chats who say the soft N-word and Twitch allows that. Yeah, but I don't want people to get fucking banned for that either unless they are like very clearly a white streamer saying it, okay? But there are chats with, what are you gonna do, fucking clap DJ Academics' chat, which is white as fuck already as is. Like, what do you want to like actively purge, black content creators from the platform? That sucks.
Oh, as
Don't
in Resident Evil.
Can we please stop talking about this, bro? People literally forget about it in 2 weeks. Nobody worth their mind was used to be offended by the word.
7 months
Dog,
of listening.
we've moved on from like people being offended at the word. Are you fucking too stupid to understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? This is now beyond that. This is more so not a fucking appropriate application of the TOS from my
Oh, no comic book cred. Get kept.
assessment.
Well,
And
next I need to get Girl Bossed and Gaslit too.
2, constantly putting my VODs under 1,
What
strict.
if I really like saltine crackers? Make a religion. You know, just find a good drink to pair it with. I think that's the key to you know, creating religions. You got to find a food and a drink, and then you're good.
Straight up fucking.
Or is that just how I was raised? I don't know. Talking about the Avenger story where Doctor Doom literally beat God. I just want to talk about saltine crackers. I feel it's Slay Queen. Yes. Oh my god.
Geolock hell, and then also yeeting them for the past 2 days. Just fucking ban me and get it over with if that's the case. You know what
Well, I mean, I could get Slay Queen. The problem is I'd come back as a, you know, in a stronger
I
form.
mean, it's really frustrating, and you're too much of a fucking idiot to understand that I'm no longer talking about people fake being mad about the usage of the term cracker, idiot. That's not what I'm talking about. I don't give a shit. Obviously, you know where I stand on this. You know where I've stood on that as well. I just want to know. I want to know what the fuck
Chat, you're like all interested in the same stuff that I am. What is up with that?
is going on. I've literally been
How did that happen?
a fucking advocate for the terms of service since day one. As much as I've been on the receiving end of like what I would
I
consider
always feel like nobody wants to talk about this stuff.
to be inappropriate.
Or if they do, they're gonna, you know, like give me some religion or some, you know what I mean? Something.
Fans. Okay, I've been an advocate for that same terms of service in the media. I've talked to other fucking media figures
YouTube
whenever they
rabbit
ask me about
holes,
Twitch,
yeah.
why I like Twitch. It's literally because they have a rigorous application of their terms of service. And as someone who has literally stood by that, despite the fact that like there is inconsistencies,
The
and
magic
despite
of
the
the
fact that I do
internet.
understand
The
that
sauce.
the moderation team's job is an incredibly difficult one.
Chat, can you help me find the sauce? Can you help me on my quest? My personal mythology.
It is deeply frustrating to do this. It's
I don't know
deeply
what I'm gonna do when
frustrating
I
to
get the
just, like,
sauce.
fucking leave me
Probably
hanging.
eat it.
Rigorous
Birds
application.
of a
Copium,
feather.
you know what I mean, Mr. Mooten. Rigorous application
Really,
in comparison
though?
to every other platform.
I mean, I'm a pretty strange bird, really?
Transphobia, homophobia, bigotry, anti-black racism. Okay.
Wait, Mr. Mooten's hanging out in Hasan's chat? When did that happen? Chat, that's weird. Is it? I thought Mr. Mooten was like a personal friend of Destiny's.
Shit like that is usually clapped off the platform, especially if it's a partner that's engaging in it. What happens to me at this level happens 20-fold to much smaller content creators, especially because if you want more people like myself,
What? Dr. Doom murdered his ex to turn her. Wait, so the Thanos thing, it sounds like it's not like it sounds like it almost has like a cuts of a clutter. That almost sounds like the Thanos, like, right, like that theme from the Thanos. Oh my god, chat, I've never seen the I've never seen the Avengers. Wait, I feel like maybe I've seen one Avengers movie, but I don't know about the everybody's into the Avengers, and all I know is Thanos snap and everybody gets disintegrated, or half of the people get disintegrated.
people who are progressive, who advocate for progressive values, who fight for fucking
Throtus?
working class people all around the world.
Should I get into? I feel like I should get into like American comics. I've never really read them though.
Who are anti-imperialist, who advocate for these sorts
Jocasta.
of
Wait,
things.
we're
If
talking
you
about the Oedipus thing here.
want those people to exist on this
Yeah,
platform,
like was Jocasta was like Oedipus's mom, right?
some of you may not, then
No, wait. Yeah, it was. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm so mixed up with my stories. That's the problem, chat, is I'm Scheherazade and I can't keep my story straight. And everybody keeps accusing me of lying and manipulating, and I literally am, because I'm a storyteller. I can't tell you the truth if I concentrate my being on doing so. All I can do is gesture towards the truth. That's all I could ever do.
not having a better understanding of like the intricacies and not having a decent
A clouder is a group of clats. Oh my god, I can't speak, chat. I'm getting choked up. I don't know what's nerd comic chick now. Yeah.
approach to
Hey,
like white
that's not a
supremacist
bad
back
idea.
movements,
That's not a bad
or
idea.
falling into antiquated white supremacist agitprop like white fragility.
Yeah, I kind of don't have a choice here.
That's terrible. It's like it's a silly thing to do. And it also most likely makes the space feel less open to black people existing in it and brown people existing in it. To play devil's advocate though, wouldn't the N-bomb be black for
Read Swamp Thing.
agility? No, because I think you understand.
Okay, here's the deal. If anybody's not in Discord already, I'm gonna grab the Discord link again. We should have like a poll or so. Wait, can I do polls in Discord? We should have like a poll. Maybe we could do polls with emotes or something. And like, I kind of want to see, what do people want me to get into first, right? That's my question. What should I get into first? So I'm gonna go over here. I have to go all the way over here to send you the link to Discord. Watch. Yeah, so if you wanna help push the if you want to help push the Ouija board, which used to be reserved for mods only, and now I'm letting everybody put their hands on it, because it turns out that, you know, we couldn't be trusted with it, right? So now I'm letting you have a chance to push that Ouija board, and I want you to push me in a good direction. I want you to help me get to the sauce, okay? And when I do, I'll share that sauce, and we'll all have delicious delicious nuggets of of A Killing Joke has good points. It's overrated, sexist, and disowned by more. And The Killing Joke was like an arc of Batman, right? I know about this one, right? Or I think I do. Alex Ross, like Kingdom Come, or Marvel. And the other thing that's really cool is that like if you ever watch like Curio's videos, I feel like Curio, when they Soph talks about video games and stuff like that, it's like they're not just talking about video games. Like they pull them into other stuff, and use them as a way of explaining you know, real life stuff, or dealing with real life stuff. It's the Batman story. The Killing Joke is where they crippled Batman and implied sexual. Oh, okay. I didn't say it. I didn't say it. Don't demonetize me.
And that the N-word and
Long
cracker are
Halloween.
not of similar magnitude. Now, the reason why you don't say the N-word out loud, I hope, versus the reason why you can easily type
The mob confronting the X-Men, Pitch Perfect. Oh yeah, the X-Men is like a story of like kind of the X-Men. I haven't watched that much X-Men, but from what I can tell so far, it's kind of like about like there's like a subtext of marginalization, right, in X-Men.
cracker in most circumstances
in-group,
is because
out-group
that
kind
is
of
a
stuff.
legitimate grievance. That has historical context associated with it. Whereas with
Sophie
cracker, the
from Mars.
historical context associated with it means race is white
Oh, did they change their YouTube name?
person at its most reductive capacity. Okay.
Khadijah's media analysis is great too. Yeah. Actually, I don't know if she is here today, but M Dragon 12, if I'm not mistaken, does a lot of analysis of this kind of stuff too, and I really liked I like what I've seen so far from M Dragon 12.
It's like calling someone a fucking Nazi. Do you understand? I don't, but I also think that the platform shouldn't be deciding that. You don't think the platform should be deciding that like one type of fucking conversation? They are deciding it. When the platform takes a stance on the word cracker,
On Twitch
they
and
are
Twitter.
deciding that. They're saying cracker is
Oh, that's
maybe
right,
not as
because
bad
somebody else has Curio on Twitch.
as the N-word, but still racially targeted. It's racially targeted, and it should not exist, and it doesn't matter. I'm probably
Yeah, Ziggy Stardust is an interesting what is it? It's like a concept album, right? That like it's one of those albums that tells a story.
To get banned, by the way, for the record. Like, I'm most likely going to get banned off the platform. I don't know for how long. I don't know what.
Yeah, Dragon is really based. You might see. So Dragon has pitched the idea of us playing Apex Legends together sometime, and I want to do that. I'm just not sure if my computer can handle it, because last time I tried to play Apex Legends on stream, it just killed my computer.
What happens, but there's 0% chance. Twitch watches LSF. Twitch sees what's going on in LSF. They have no way of like accurately assessing it. They have no way of recognizing that if I do get banned for fucking utilizing the term cracker or advocating that cracker is not as fucking severe as a sentiment or as a slur or a pejorative to the tune of
Storm is the shit. Oh yeah, Storm's really. Wait, Storm. Wait, do I? If she is who I think she is, I think she's based on a Loa, like a African deity.
the N-word that will most likely cause a fucking media outrage far greater than the LSF weirdos fucking freaking out over it. So this one's one that I am very adamant about, and no, I don't think I will garner the support of most people on a platform that is predominantly white, especially when it's like white fragility is the one fucking aspect that is impossible to shake.
Chat, I just wanted to tell you, I don't always cry, but I'm crying a lot lately, and I don't want anybody to worry about me. It's not for bad reasons. Like, in a lot of ways, it's because, when it's, a toad, when it's struck by lightning, does it become a lightning toad? The KKK and Storm, racial allegory of X-Men is a bit obvious. It's interesting to see how the stories have developed in time. Yeah, I mean, it's not like a bad thing. I mean, like, sometimes, like, I mean, a lot of times it's just because you say something that touches me, right? And a lot of streaming is not about, connecting. Like, the degree to which there is, connection is like artificial, and it's performative, and I'm okay. No, I'm better than okay, actually. I'm crying, it's like happy tears. I do a lot of happy tears.
And it's an important one, I think, to address, and it's an important one for people to shake. I already hate myself as a person. I guess I can hate myself for being white also. Dude, you should not hate yourself for being white. It's fucking mind-boggling that
it doesn't work as
this.
It doesn't work as a racial allegory. You can't enslave superpower. Oh yeah, true.
Like, that's your point of view on this, especially considering the fact that I myself am white. What do I always tell you? Like, a lot of the performative allyship that, like, white people engage in when they fucking clean black people's shoes and they, like, fucking recreate, like, slavery moments where they chain themselves, and a lot of that stuff is fucking psychotic and comes from...
Yeah, so Hasan's talking about something that was touched on in one of FD Signifier's videos about allies. And we watched that, and yeah, that it's when because of white guilt, like white people engage in the liberatory struggle of others in a way that like centers us, right? And that's what Hasan means. I feel like the and it also kind of like the right wing, when they see that stuff, they take it as proof that, like, that there's nothing really to intersectionality, that it's all performative, that it's all bullshit, and I don't think that's true, right? And that's obviously not where Hasan's going with this, but
place of like weirdo white guilt. You should not feel that at all. There's a difference between that and acting like you are traumatized by a fucking term that has...
Are you calling me Moe, though?
No historical context with like you being dehumanized.
I am kind of Moe.
It is in its essence no different than Karen It is in its essence no different than honky,
Nice.
redneck, hillbilly,
Happy 4
and
months,
numerous
my
other
wife
fucking
agrees.
terms that have been created to describe a certain type of behavior that white
Oh no, I didn't take that as like a.
people engage in. You're really gonna die on this hill that it's okay to be racist towards whites? It's not a real fucking
Still having to
concept. What you're
stamp my
describing is not a
jacket.
real concept, okay? This idea that like I'm being racist towards whites, especially as a fucking white person, especially as someone who advocates for the rights of everyone, which also includes white people, is a fucking ridiculous thing. Everyone disagrees with you, Keck W, is
14
also
months.
not true.
Love
For the most
ads.
part,
I'm sorry, that's funny.
this is one of those age-old fucking issues where it is the updated version of like, oh, you can't call someone a racist. That's worse than the fucking racism. Or
you in chat,
it's one
Hats.
of those fucking super old school internet arguments that are basically the continuation of like, why can't I say the N-word as a white person? This is a conviction that I have. Even if you're right, this just fosters division and toxicity. Everything I talk about fosters division and toxicity. You just happen to disagree with this one. I don't know why you can't recognize that. I talk about
But yeah, we'll try to get a poll up sometime, like just like to see what I should check out, and then I'll do like reviews and stuff of, or you should call it something different, because I feel like a review is somebody that like knows the genre, knows the series, knows the author. Like that's, you know, and mine would be like a first what do you call it, like a first there's like a name for that, right? A first Comics Hot Take. Valiant Universe is better than Marvel and DC.
about healthcare being a fucking human right and that fosters division and toxicity. I talk about racism without like actual
First glance, first look, something like that.
historical or contemporary oppression is just being fucking mean, okay? Discrimination without any sort of like systemic consequence.
First
is just
impression, there we
you're
go.
being mean.
There we
It's
go.
a pejorative. I don't want to hurt anyone's fucking feelings. I understand that people want to feel
2 months of
oppressed. People want to
brainwash.
feel like there are
Let's go.
systemic issues that hold them back, that it's outside of their control. And that is true. But if you're a white person, it's not on the virtue of your whiteness, okay? Like saying fat cats is a slur against rich people that fucking worked really hard to get there. You should call them people of means or people of wealth. Son, you could insult people for anything and you choose race. Dude, I'm not insulting people for race. Shut the fuck up.
Oh my God, I need an
dude.
energy
this
drink.
is the worst and
I'm
most
trying not to buy 'em,
idiotic
though. They're way
fucking
too
take
expensive.
I hear from so many people who
I
absolutely
only drink the energy drinks that are like seltzer water and caffeine, and like I just it's like $3 a fucking can. It's ridiculous. So I try to.
fucking refuse
try to drink
see
coffee or
any other
tea.
kind of argument other than you're insulting
It's
me.
neither DC nor Marvel, but if you can get your hands on the Jupiter's Legacy graphic novels, they're excellent. A smart variation of the Superman Justice League mythos. First impression, yeah.
For my race. There's a reason why the overwhelming majority of like normal fucking human beings who don't spend their every moment on Twitch or on fucking
Kwanzaa.
Reddit laugh whenever someone, including like Tom Segura and numerous other comedians that have made jokes about this. There's a reason why people laugh when you say cracker or honky or numerous other things, because making fun of the ultimate majority that is a constantly expanding concept. Like being white is conditional, okay? It is a made-up concept that was built
Yeah, sorry about crying, chat. I'm just really not used to people caring about the things that I care about.
around purity. It is a made-up concept built around fucking purity. Do you understand? When you're white, it means you're a part of the dominant group. That's why when Irish people were oppressed,
I guess I've gotten really used to feeling alone, and when you feel alone for a long time, this is what happens when you don't feel alone, I guess. Or at least for me. Whiteness exists as a social construct based on exclusion. Referring to someone in the group in power with a pejorative isn't discrimination, because there's no structural power behind it. Also, when you're getting like the way that I think of tone policing is this, like, right? We all have rules or ways that we want to be, ways that we want to come across, and you know, like we kind of hold each other to those standards, right? Um, I think those rules don't apply when you're getting overwhelmed, like the way that I was, when I got like dogpiled by all of Dylan's friends. Like it's you can't help but react. And I don't think that, and often the further punishment of that person is justified by their reaction. And so that's the danger in tone policing, right? Is that you take somebody who's been victimized and they do something in response and then you punish them for that. Like, right? That's
They were oppressed because they were not white, but then
Meow.
they became white. When Italian people
Virtual
were
hugs all
oppressed,
around.
they were oppressed on the virtue of being not white. And then they
oh my god, they're gonna call us a hug box. What does that even mean?
were considered white. Same with Polish people, same with Greek people, same with Jewish people. Whiteness as a concept is ever expanding. This is
Ooh, I mean, is it? I mean, it has expanded. It has shifted, that's for sure. But like, I would hate somebody to hear that and be like, don't worry, you'll all be white soon enough. You just have to wait a few generations. I don't know.
precisely why when you are countering the
And also, I think the real thing is for white people to deconstruct our whiteness, not for everybody else to, assimilate into it, right? That's kind of cringe.
dominant concept, when you say something about it, you're not actually fucking telling someone on the virtue of their fucking race that they are bad or wrong. You are criticizing the dominant in-group. And because of that, it is impossible for you to criticize the dominant in-group in a way that is anything beyond my feelings are hurt. Not only that, but cracker in its application is used towards, it's to imply whip cracker. Okay, so do you think it's
Dismantle white supremacy, dismantle white identity.
better if you said to a person, wow, that is a whip cracker right there, or a Nazi, or a slaver? Is that less directional towards white people? Is that what you would, because I assume you
must have balance.
would not consider that to be a bannable offense. No one is using for whip cracking person anymore though? No, of course not.
I think I might have accidentally taken my ADHD medicine twice today, so
Not. Just like Nazi is not a fucking member of the...
you know how like you take something and you're like and then you forgot that you take it and then you take it again, and so now you're on like 2 times. So you're kind and empathetic to each other. Gross.
National Socialist Workers Party, okay?
I mean, not like, I'm sorry, I read that as something that was, sarcastic, as being, I didn't put my /s on that when I was reading chat. We need to dismantle a tribal mindset, to be honest. Even if we get rid of racism, people will find something else to dislike each other for. Yeah. Oh my God. Actually, yeah. DCC. Like, I mean, it's like social hierarchy. I think if we were to be able to, snap ourselves into, you know, a world where all the hierarchies we think of as hierarchies were dismantled, we'd still have like social hierarchy to deal with. And right now we're unconscious of that. We don't think of it as, we don't think of it as a hierarchy. We don't even see it, half the time. But it is very much there, and it very much, affects our lives. And in some ways, all the other forms of marginalization are like, ride that social hierarchy, inform that social hierarchy, create that social hierarchy. But, even if it's just like, in group, out group dynamics, I think it's something that if you, the danger of eliminating, power centers is that it creates a vacuum. And if there's another power center that's in proximate, then that takes over, right? And so we don't want to be, to overthrow capitalism, to overthrow, we don't want to get to this place only to be ruled by the Mean Girls table at high school, right? And I mean, you know what I'm saying? You can't just get rid of racism. You have to break down all the hierarchies. Also, have a consciousness and understanding of these things fundamentally, so we can continue to work. I'm actually trying to write an article about tribalism and how deeply it affects us without being aware how deeply it affects us without being aware how severe it is.
You are currently making the, well, that person is not literally a Nazi because it's not 1938 argument to defend the fucking the utilization of the application of the word cracker. That's precisely what you're arguing right now. Well, actually, that person is not a Nazi.
Only social hierarchy that seems to cause harm and impede progress has been Europe's form of social hierarchy. Africans and Asians figured it out.
See, they're not literally Hitler. Yeah, I know. I feel I'm terrified. I feel as though we are back to the 2016, 2017 era of the internet almost. It's a little terrifying to see so many people not recognize this. And I get it, dude. I get it. Like, I have lost a lot of good favor. I've lost a lot of good standing within this community, not my own personal community, but within the Twitch community, for all of my horrible actions that slowly but surely chipped away at my brand, I guess, quote unquote. You know, bought a house, Twitch income leaked, and every single time, every single one of those controversies kept, you know, taking 1,000 people here, 1,000 people there. And there is a very diligent group of individuals who recognize that and continuously are playing a part in actively undermining me and saying that I'm wrong. Part of the reason why they do this is because they despise me. Part of the reason why they do this is because they don't like what I'm saying. Part of the reason is because they're like, well, fuck this guy. He's wealthy. You know, he's successful. I hate that. So now in this position, when we get to this position, opening up the can of worms that revolve around white fragility ultimately is not going to allow people to see what I'm saying in the most open-minded approach. This is worse than the Gusano debate. Yeah, because the Gusano thing was a totally made up, fabricated thing that most people had no fucking clue about. That's why it didn't have a lot of staying power. Whereas Cracker hits a lot of people directly at the fucking heart. They think, whoa, what the fuck? This person hates white people. The amount of people that I've seen on the internet that say I am literally racist towards white people is fucking insane. You genuinely have sometimes bad takes as spoiled white brat, and you take it way too personal when you get called out on it. I don't think it's a bad take. This is something I believe in. And not only that, but also people have to recognize that, like, yeah, I'm a hard-headed motherfucker for sure, but I always apologize. If there isn't, and I have a million times over, I apologize to black members of my community with the Nicki Minaj shit, even though what I said I don't think was that offensive or offensive at all. There have been many instances where I've apologized for hurting people's feelings, even if I think the other side is completely illogical. This is not one of those instances, okay? I want you to understand, if I am to take you seriously, white people in my community that genuinely and legitimately think that, like, Cracker is offensive or Cracker is attacking you personally, it's not, okay? I'm not. I do not have a problem with you at all. I am not an anti-white.
And Omar, you're right. I probably do need to find balance. I feel like I'm not finding balance in my content, right? And, like, I've been really hurt this year. And part of what the tears are is a sign of me healing. I mean, it's like how I heal. And but yeah, I think that, like, I mean, I can help with this. I could give my takes on this, and I want to continue doing that. But yeah, I think you're right. I do need to balance it with other stuff. Like, you know, I mean, like, not, I don't mean to, like, embrace, like, you know, comics in the sense of, like, you know, escapism or anything like that. I think that the best art is art that doesn't take you out of your world, but rather it's art that takes you through your world. And yes, I am plagiarizing my freshman English teacher from high school in saying so. Yes, I still remember what you said, Miss Hancock, okay?
Racist. I can't even believe that I have to specify this. It seems ridiculous to even, like, consider that framing as a serious type of framing. I don't understand why you think it's okay to shit on someone for just being white like Max. Someone wasn't shitting on Max for being white. They were shitting on him for being a fucking asshole. The framing non-personal argument can be said for the M-bomb too. No, it can't, because there is a difference between... Okay, I'm just going to ban him and move on because I have already described this a million times over. You're saying N-bomb, N-word, but you're saying Cracker, okay? So okay, automatically, no. And yeah. The reason for why...
I just don't want to only cry. Like, I don't want to Jordan Peterson you, okay?
No, not the same, is because historical context associated with dehumanizing and subjugating people and justifying that subjugation through...
Yeah, oh my god, art is very, very therapeutic for me, yeah. I think you could definitely use this format for different topics and the same conversational style and exploring ideas. I have to stop giving awful people my energy. Oh my god, yeah. I think you're right.
Things like saying the N-word, okay? That has not happened to white people while using the terminology cracker. Even the word cracker itself still comes from whip cracking, okay? I've described this a million times over. A lot of you don't want to hear this because you just want to feel like you're fucking oppressed. It's just the reality, okay? Sorry. And I know that sucks to hear, but if you want to fucking feel like you're oppressed, you are already being oppressed.
Sounds like Kermit
You're
the
not
Frog.
being oppressed because you're white, though. You're being oppressed because you're a worker. You're being oppressed because you were born into a poorer family than a fucking billionaire or a millionaire's family. That's why you're gonna eat your boss's shit for the rest of your fucking life, okay? And there's pretty much nothing you can do about it because every single person is going to tell you that this is the best design for a system. This is the best, most appropriate way to fucking survive. But if you're gonna fucking sit here and cry that like white people are being oppressed because people are using the term cracker, well then, you know, I'm sorry. I'm not gonna fucking tell you that that's the reality. Calling someone a whip cracker when they aren't is just weird, bro. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. It's like calling someone a Nazi when they're not literally a part of the fucking Nazi party
Adulting.
is weird, bro. Yeah, I know. It hurts your fucking feelings most likely, okay? And sometimes it can be misappropriated or misused, but ultimately it's not the same as a fucking hateful, bigoted slur. That's the whole point. Hateful, bigoted slurs without historic
Chad,
or contemporary.
I mean, like, understand that I'm not gonna debate Vaush. You know, I'm not gonna debate like Xander Hull or Destiny. You know, I do get that. I do get that, and you know, maybe I do still give, you know, people like that too much of my energy.
Oppression are just meanie bobini words, okay?
But I mean, like, I try to learn from my mistakes and the mistakes of others, and you know, that's one that I definitely learned from.
They're making you feel bad. Maybe.
Oh my god, we're gonna get NC-Ception yet. We're gonna get NC-Ception. Oh no, here it is. NC-Ception yet. Yeah, it's we're gonna get NC-Ception. Oh no, here it is. We got NC-Cepted. Yeah, we're gonna get NCC was right. Okay. So what do we have? What? What was that? For like a split second, the majority report turned red on Shinigami Eyes. That has to be a mistake. That 100% has to be a mistake. There's no way. What, like that just has to, yeah, that's got to be a script error or something.
He was going to unveil this information. And when he didn't, they were like, what is going on? And when instead, he ended the rap. But that's pretty stunning. It shows you the panic that is associated with these media people whose job it is to carry water for these people.
I'm not going to be able to spin this, basically.
Irene just cracked open the
We'll
multiverse.
get back to this, but at the moment, we're going to do our special new, we have a...
Shinigami Eyes is a extension for Firefox and for Chrome. And what it does is basically, you know, it takes reports, and if, you know, like J.K. Rowling, for instance, would be read, like, is it based around transphobia, or is it more than just that? I feel like basically if somebody's like been, you know, transphobic, you know, their names turn red, and if they've been an ally, you know, if they've been, you know, good, then they turn green, kind of, or if they're safe, I guess, is the idea. My Shinigami does that from time to time. an infinite scroll site. Oh yeah, yeah, and I think it is. I think that YouTube is an infinite scroll site.
New segment on this program. We don't have any special music for it, sadly. But why don't we just
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
It's this. It's our cracker and cheese segment.
Is everybody trying to make me hungry?
We got him.
Community
And
recorded.
our first guest on our new crackers and cheese segment is Hasan Piker. Hello, Hasan. Welcome. Congratulations.
What's going on? I just wanted to say hello from a fellow cracker. From one cracker to another.
We don't have any cheese today, but this is
Your eyes are
because we did
naturally
it, but,
green.
So we do have the crackers.
Mine too.
So, dude, you got banned from Twitch.
Dude.
I sure did. I got a fat 7-day ban from Twitch for
Magadar.
my usage of the.
I mean, it kind of it does sort of correspond.
Incendiary and absolutely unacceptable term.
You're gonna eat crackers and cheese?
I think we're getting your
You're sit there and mukbang
your
without me,
computer,
Sam?
audio, not your microphone.
It's transphobia. Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Let me change it up real quick. Wow. See, I get banned and I forget how to stream. See that?
Incidentally, today is Crunchmaster multi-seed, the original.
Ooh,
we don't.
damn,
get
Sam,
any
that looks
type of,
good.
promotional support
Those
from
are-
this at all. We
Oh,
just
hell yeah.
Those are fancy.
You're just doing it for this because you got skin in the game. You just love the crackers. Wait, how does this sound now? Does it sound good?
that sounds great. Now, listen, I am of the mind that terms of service are
Where were you when Vaush and Hasan got banned from Twitch for hating white people? I was
the
probably
business of
streaming.
these private companies. But there seems to me to be a difference between the N word and the C word as
Are we doing that? We're just gonna say the C word?
I mean, we don't know which C word we're talking about because there's other words to say with the C word. And the reason why we don't know really is because there is not a long history of the use of the term crackers that has been associated with subjugating an entire segment of the population.
But wait, remember that time when white people got subjugated and stuff? Remember?
Right? Like words have a meaning that is invested in them by experience. Words in and of themselves mean nothing. It really is like, you know, some type of established history. But what's your take on that?
Well, I have a lot of takes on that. As a matter of fact, part of the reason why I did get banned is because I would not stop with my takes on this issue. But I'll just say this. If you say the C word and there's like 8 other words that come to mind before cracker, then I'm pretty sure, even if it's a part of the, Webster's dictionary definition of slurs that target a race, it's probably not, bad enough that it's ban worthy, which was my point to begin with, because I think that it's capitulating to white
one S
fragility
in
and white
Hasan's
identity
name.
politics, which goes against solidarity and solidarity among classes. And I think that it's totally silly. And all of the people that freaked out on me on Reddit and on Twitter are now doing touchdown dances and also making fun of how silly this was. Like, oh man, I'm so glad we banned him for, we got him banned for
It
saying
was
the C
Saturday.
word. It's just classic old Gamergate era 4chan style, politics from edgelords.
Yeah.
All right. So,
And somebody did make this remark the other day. Edgelords, like, when they are in a drama, when they are in a, fight with you, like, they have no problem, like, weaponizing some form of ID poll, right? Even if they've criticized it in the past. they have no problem like emulating the supposedly disingenuous SJWs that they so hate. They have no problem, as I found out, using cancel culture to silence their critics. And I don't know how you call one thing cancel culture when it's happening to you, and you want to erase, the fact that you're doing the same thing to me. And it's really a long tradition, and it's a tradition that affects marginalized people disproportionately, right? Who gets canceled? Who gets silenced? It's marginalized people. It's scapegoating. It's just like repackaging, in a lot of ways. Like I talk about like witch hunts, and I'm not just like trying to be melodramatic. I'm not like melodramatically Trump posting here. I really do mean that there's like a connection to that kind of Gamergate shit and the actual burning times, like, right?
Yeah, give me your sense, like in terms of a term of service. Do you think,
And it scares me.
like the the N word should be allowed by Twitch or YouTube? I mean,
No, of course not. No, of course not. I believe that if a word is not associated with historical or contemporary systemic oppression and subjugation.
Yeah, that is a weird argument, Grey Knight. That's and I touched on that earlier, right? That like, you can find the word cracker being used as a slur in like the 1500s, right? Or starting in the 15, like Shakespearean times, really. Sorry, I'm like circa Shakespearean times. There we go. And yeah, it was the idea being that people who cracked corn were poor. So, that's a thing. But that died out. That died out. The word, that's being used as, and that word didn't have anything to do with race. The only reason they're able to kind of fold that in, it's the same thing as, it's kind of how they did with Gusano, that like they fold that into a slur by virtue of the fact that, because it was in England that, it was primarily white people being called like cracker, right? Or maybe almost exclusively, but it was other white people calling them that, just like Gusano is a word that was used, maybe largely against Hispanic people or I'm not using the right terminology, am I? Do I mean Latino when I'm saying Hispanic? Right, but that it doesn't really have to, it doesn't really concern race. Like when somebody's calling somebody a gusano, they're saying they are a rich imperialist bootlicker. That's what that means. It doesn't mean, it's not a dig at somebody for their race. So yeah, it's and they're so disingenuous. All they gotta do is ship of Theseus this shit, and they're like,
then it's just a slur that isn't as powerful and
Spook meant
therefore
something else before as a
is
racial
not
slur.
the same. Like you can apply the
Bad
blanket
take factories,
terminology
yeah, and they're
of
just
what a
bad
slur
faith is
right,
where that's coming.
to it,
There's like
and
incredibly
slur is a
bad
very
faith.
powerful word in and of itself. So immediately when you're like, well, that's a slur, that's a racial slur, you're like, whoa, what the fuck? That's crazy. Technically, it is. But given the
Like that was the last thing that tempted me to go on a debate panel, like, right? But it would have only been to simp for Vivian, so
the
I don't think she
loose
needs me to.
definition of what
I think
white
she's not a damsel in distress. Vivian's a tough girl.
is, given the etymology of the word cracker itself, and just like you mentioned, how it's devoid of any sort
Theseus
of like,
Dry Dock is
tangible
a great
and
business.
legitimate oppression, both historically and even in contemporary society. It's the same as redneck, hillbilly, Karen, and numerous other kinds of targeted targeted slurs, I guess, pejoratives.
I mean, this is sort of what what my point is when I got fired from.
MSNBC. Does everybody know about this? Sam used to get spicy on Twitter, and he wasn't spicy like, racist or anything, or, sexist, right? Or at least, like, I haven't seen those tweets if they exist, right? But, he was sardonic. I think sardonic is the right word for it, right? He was, kind of darkly sarcastic. And it was around Roman Polanski, who abused like a underage girl, and Roman Polanski's also apparently a great filmmaker. And there were Hollywood people talking about, you know, how it was just a shame that like Roman Polanski couldn't come back to the United States, even though, you know, he was wanted for that crime. And that, like, you know, maybe we should just you know, forget it all. Just let bygones be bygones, right? And Sam made the joke on Twitter that, like, well, if my daughter ever gets, you know, has that happen to her from a famous Hollywood director, I certainly hope it's one with a great sense of mise en scène, right? Which is, like, I guess one of the things that they say about Polanski, right? And, you know, so obviously he wasn't saying that he hopes his daughter has that happen to her. Obviously, that's not what he was saying. But Mike Cernovich, famous right-wing chud, author of Guerrilla Mindset, Mike Cernovich, who we have like never talked about. We like, I think Mike Cernovich was a little bit before I was a content creator. I'm aware of him, but you know, I don't think we've ever really talked about him. He hasn't been that relevant recently. He basically sent the tweet to MSNBC, you know, conducted a big campaign to get Sam fired, and he was successful. And it was only because people signal boosted a call to action to petition MSNBC to review their decision that Sam was rehired. Yeah, Mike Cernovich is a creep.
MSNBC.
A real creep. Yeah, it was a sick burn. It was
it was the term rape in a satirical tweet that I did years before. And people were like,
they don't want to be shown the truth. That's true.
You know,
yeah,
was,
it's inconvenient.
And I felt like
an inconvenient truth.
I mean, MSNBC has the right to fire me if they want to fire me. I mean, it's their company. I thought it was wrong. People came to me and were like, well, how come you're not defending, you know, Jeffrey Lord, who was a CNN guy at the time, who was, I don't know, making Nazi comments? And I'm like, because I don't think his comment...
No, but don't you see, Sam? It's all just cancel culture.
Was equivalent to mine. Like there can be a class of things that people can make a determination about, and there can be a difference within that class of language. It's not, I don't feel that people should be fired for language one way or another, or they should be banned for language one way or another. It's a function of the instance and the language in and of itself. And in this instance, there is a big difference between the N-word and the cracker word, as it were, because, like you say, of the history and the meaning behind. That's what meaning of words means. It doesn't just mean what there's context to it. And you know, anybody who could read my tweet understood the context in that joke. I wasn't actually saying that I get to choose who rapes my daughter.
Right,
I was making a
and I will leave you in
satirical
capable
point
hands,
about
as
people
always,
trying to
Chad,
apologize
as always.
essentially for a rapist. And
someone who should never be canceled because she did nothing wrong.
Yeah.
There's context. And, you know, I think Twitch has the ability and YouTube has the ability to decide what their terms of service are. But you can also sort of say, like, they're wrong on certain issues. And they're wrong in this case, as far as I can tell.
And by the way, for the record, I've long been an advocate for the Twitch terms of service. As a matter of fact, it's something that I believe is the reason why that platform is overall a lot better and a lot safer for content creators, even though there are hate raids and whatnot that goes on. And I've said this even though I've gotten, you know, unfairly banned numerous times. Like, for example, when I showed like gore, they considered it to be gore because I was showing Michael Moore's like Bowling for Columbine documentary, when I was describing American imperialism and, you know, all of the war crimes that America engaged in Latin American countries. So despite the fact that I've been on the receiving end of many bans, some worthy, some understandable, Dan Crenshaw, some not so understandable, like the thing I just mentioned, or Cracker, I think that their rigorous application of the terms of service, in comparison to other platforms, of course, that's still not like perfect, very difficult job, is the reason why there's a lot less hate speech that goes on Twitch than other platforms and other comparable platforms, like even YouTube, as a matter of fact. YouTube is working on it too. Don't get me wrong, but for the past 10 years, when I was working at the Young Turks, and even now, my number one issue with YouTube has always been white supremacist radicalization on the platform, and how much white supremacists and Nazis can literally use the platform itself. Twitch, not so much, because they do ban you, but they go too far. I do still prefer it though.
Yeah, and I think, like, you know, they can make these are situations where I think they could revisit and sort of get a better and more sophisticated understanding of what's going on. I mean, it's not like these are, you know, it's not like bots, right? I mean, these are human beings making these decisions, and human brains have a certain nimbleness that an algorithm theoretically does not have. And a human brain can say the term cracker just does not mean and have the same implications as the N-word in this country, even though they are both, you know, racial insults or slurs. And I would think that someone would have the, you know, the nimbleness of mind to make that distinction. But I
agree. The problem is that there is a lot of outrage that you can almost mathematically create on the internet, right? This is the age-old argument. This is something that people on the internet that love doing debates, a lot of the people that call into your show and say, Sam, I don't know, I'm a libertarian. Like, those are the same dudes who, on the one hand, love arguing about being able to say the N-word as a white guy, and then on the other hand, love talking about white fragility and how white people are actually oppressed. And white people are oppressed, just not on the virtue of being white. There's no historical oppression or contemporary oppression attached to being white. That doesn't mean you're not oppressed if you're not, you know, if you're gay, if you are, you know, a member of the LGBT community. You can be marginalized in different ways as a white man, right? But, and most importantly and most significantly, in my opinion, on the virtue of your class, if you're poor, you were born into a poorer family, if you're destined to be a worker for the rest of your life, then yes, you are going to experience a fuckload of alienation, a fuckload of oppression. But that's not because you're white.
Oh
and
my God.
I stress that regularly, but that's a really difficult concept for people who have, you know, who've grown up with liberal politics to comprehend. And unfortunately, oppressors and people who are in the dominant group regularly will use these sorts of liberal institutions
sorry,
and their
chat. I
liberal
didn't realize I didn't
understandings of
put
certain concepts to,
Hey, Eudaimonia, how's it going?
get their way.
Meow.
They can say cracker really offends me. I'm a white guy, and then actually get their way while simultaneously laughing about it and saying the N-word, even when they're, you know, attacking people for saying the word cracker.
What is your overall perspective on this idea of you know, the deplatforming and that type of stuff, just generally? I'm curious as to that, because that has been like an ongoing debate that we've had on this program, I think, for years. The idea of like nationalizing these platforms. I mean, or in my opinion, we should be breaking up these tech monopolies so that the implications of getting deplatformed from any given one are not so huge.
So we're fully in agreement that you know, destroying these tech monopolies is the best possible way to go. I hate the monopolization of every sector of the American economy. Shouts out to Ronald Reagan. But as far as deplatforming, I do think it's a very successful method of stopping harmful ideas from spreading. I understand that you know, when we start talking about like who gets to make that decision, and that's terrible. Yeah, these platforms demonstrably make bad decisions on a regular basis on these issues. So I guess you're right. Breaking up these tech monopolies would at the very least like kind of divvy up that power a little bit, so you could go somewhere else, and you're not just like relegated to BitChute or something, even though those are usually the Nazis and shit that go there. But no, deplatforming, I think, can be completely understandable, completely reasonable, and successful. Radicalization is a real thing. Stochastic terror is a real thing. These are real concepts. Is the FBI using like a loose terminology for it, or are they actually actively pursuing like some, you know, people that they declare white supremacists Certainly. Will it ever turn into, you know, the post-Patriot Act world in which like how Muslims were targeted? Most likely not. Spencer Ackerman talks about this extensively in Reign of Terror. So I think deplatforming works, and it can be viable, and it can be appropriate. And most people, unless they have like a Noam Chomsky style approach, or I guess Glenn Greenwald is, can't really consider him to be principled anymore, but like a Noam Chomsky style approach, if you're a free speech absolutist, that's one thing. But the overwhelming majority of people understand that you know, there are boundaries to free speech. There are boundaries to free speech in the sense that even in America, which has the most liberal free speech rules, right? There are still boundaries on what you can and can't say. And I think those boundaries are appropriate for society to function. And I think hate speech should be part of those boundaries. Absolutely.
And we should say, I mean, I think, I don't know that, and maybe again with Chomsky it may be different, but the absolutists, when it comes to free speech, I don't think would be in favor. I mean, certainly not Glenn, with his libertarian leanings, would be happy with the government essentially regulating that these private corporations should allow for no terms of service. I mean, starts getting
that has never happened, and that will never happen. Of course, when you have no terms of service, you turn into Gab or you turn into Parler, which ironically still do have a terms of service, and also those platforms become hotbeds for pedophiles, Nazis, and in a lot of instances, pedophile Nazis. So that's, you know, and also liberals don't want to frequent those platforms. So even Republicans and conservatives that want to own the libs.
Are we talking about like the, you know, which online communities could be, you know, absolutely considered cults? Like that, is that the, I'm sorry, I'm like, it seems like a conversation started like while I was
don't like going to those platforms anymore, because then there's no libs to own there. Exactly. Just a bunch of pedophile Nazis talking to one another about the white race, and that gets really boring after a while, right?
A cult of personality may not resemble a full out. Oh, a cult of personality. I see.
To be really invested in racism to enjoy those platforms.
That shows how people are the problem with free speech, right? Like, no, that thing about like nobody wants to go to Gab because like it's all Nazis. Like no normal person would go there. Like we think
the problem with that is though, I mean, like, okay, and here, like, I don't have a solution to this problem, okay? And it's something I guess we have to think about. But I was, there was a certain, ethno-nationalist VTuber who did content on me where she called me crazy and said that I was leading a cult. And I don't really pay enough attention to her content to know for sure, but the little bit that I do know about her is that she runs a cult of personality, and it is very parasocial, right? You know, her followers resemble Dream Stands, you know, much more than mine do. So I was literally getting called a cult leader by a cult leader, right? And there's nothing stopping them from doing that. There's nothing stopping you know, people harassing you like Zonia was doing to me from accusing you of harassing them like Zonia did to me, right? In a lot of ways to cover up for what she was doing, right? To make it look like anything that I said was clapback or something like that, right? When in actuality it's like, no, she was the one doing the harassment, right? And there's nothing to stop. So, and then you say that's Darvo. Okay, so accuse her of Darvo, like you know, that's victim blaming. So accuse her of victim blaming. Well, she literally said I was, you know, that any you know implication that there was anything untrue in here is victim blaming. Like she was able to activate like woke language within the confines of Twitch politics, a very unwoke place. But like it seems like they have a double standard. And here's how it works: if somebody like me is considered woke, then it's okay to use that stuff against me, right? But they don't believe that stuff, and they won't accept it used against them, right? So it's some nasty stuff, right? I try not to I try not to use the cult thing on other people. I mean, I guess unless it's just like just in my face, right? It's like undeniable. She has a cult of cats. No, that would be me. That has the cat. Yeah, they were saying like that meowing was like some kind of cult. Like, you know what I mean? Like that I induce you, I hypnotize you by meowing. I don't know. There was something like that, but like I don't know. It doesn't seem like. Look, like I've had members of my community like, you know, try to tear me down. Like I don't think I run a cult. I think if anything, like I encourage you know, dissent. I encourage disagreement. Are we a cat cult?
About going there just for like the confrontation, maybe.
Right.
But like, yeah, they're not. They aren't compatible.
It's the
for
cat
free
cult
speech,
way.
no
Yeah.
matter how much they cry about
That sounds like pure projection.
how much they're the real defenders of it, while they like are happy when you get banned from
Oh
Twitch.
my god, yeah, I wouldn't be good at I don't think I'm organized enough to. I don't know. I can't even imagine. I can barely take care of myself, chat, let alone a cult.
For instance.
Well, one of the problems is they're
reminiscent of the land back conversation. Follower thinks that they recognize game because they assume that's the only way.
there is no innovation
Cult of the Clouder. There we go. That's better. I like that better.
in the white
Clouder
supremacy sector these days. They are not coming up with new theories. It is just they
Oh yeah, good point. Cults are pretty complicated to define. They're always evolving.
just keep playing the hits over and over again. There's just no
Why fix it if it ain't broke, Sam?
exactly.
Manipulation and harm done.
Well, all right. So let's. I mean, I don't know. I mean, if there's you know, you're going to be back on Twitch in what, like a couple of days? How many days do they give you a timeout for?
7.
Oh yeah, so it is a week ban.
7 days. That's how long.
Which is
Like when Ghazi dressed up as
a lot
Joker.
longer than like most bans. It's like the second long. I mean, there's perma, there's 30-day ban, and then there's a 7-day ban. But most bans are usually around.
I mean, honestly, if I was the cult leader, I would be much better with calls to action, which I barely ever remember, but now since I'm remembering it, make sure to hit the like button and subscribe if you're not already. If you want to support the stream, you could do that by joining at, we've got 3 different levels. $2.99 makes you a weird champ. Even though this is not Twitch, you get to be a weird champ on YouTube, and gives you the emotes. $6.99 makes you a secret Halo Club member, meaning that you will be entitled to, as soon as we have enough of you, like members only streams that we're gonna start doing as soon as I've got like more than 4 people to do them for, and then the $24.99 is the NoCom level, and basically NoCom, if you remember, is the AI program that was derived by ganking my code and uploading it to 2B2T, giving them full control and full knowledge of what everybody on the server was doing, so you two can be omniscient. You can literally tell me what to do, and I will follow you on social media. And I think, oh yeah, you get wallpaper. You get wallpaper at that level. So yeah, that's what we got going right now. Yeah, you could also support me on Patreon. Yay. So who is, I don't know, for some reason call to actions, they're like boring or so. I don't know. Ghazi is a hotel. Oh, that Ghazi. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Who's the leader of this? Is it do they call themselves Landback? Because that's weird. I mean, like there is like a paper on Landback. There is like, you know, kind of an official position paper, right? And nobody ever consults that when they're debating about Landback. But yeah, Ghazi seemed pretty yikes. Is that the Black Hammer dude?
On like a 1-day or 3-day bans. You can appeal it, but I don't think they're gonna allow me to.
3-day ban. I'm just curious as to like the
oh my god! Thank you for subscribing, Alex
When I say
Schmidt.
cracker, I'm talking about crackers.
Oh my god! Thank you for becoming a secret Halo member, Sabrina. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
Crackers infringement. Where does that, like, what would you do to get a 2-day ban on Twitch, and what would you do to get a 30-day ban? I'm just curious as to where that falls in the spectrum.
The Black Hammer dude.
I can't say, because this is a part of the process that they basically keep a complete secret. I don't know who any of the moderators on that team specifically are. We never know. People at Twitch that work within the company, I think in some instances, don't even know. So it's like a group of people that, you know, are basically the gatekeepers.
I fucked with the land back energy. Yeah.
Usually they do a pretty good job. Like, don't get me wrong.
And there was something recently between Black Hammer and like a right wing group, right?
I am understanding of what they have to do. I do think that the Cracker discourse is,
they do get some donations and have funds.
Unique one, because it's one that you can very easily use against.
The only reason I haven't covered the Ghazi thing is because it's like, I feel like whenever that stuff comes out, like right wingers and some like kind of class reductionist lefties too will try to use that stuff as proof that, like, you know, to say fuck intersectionality basically. And so I didn't want to like lend any of my content to that energy. But you're right. I mean, not that it does seem fucked up. It does seem really fucked up. Yeah, partnering with that group of right-wing thugs.
Liberals, right? Especially, this is like BDS, right? Like
Ghazi is mostly harmless. Yeah.
White supremacists and people who are engaging in white
identity. Yeah, in terms of like, not having a lot of power.
Politics, whether they are white supremacists themselves or not, regularly utilize
over anti-vax stuff?
Marginalized groups and their rhetoric effectively to dominate the conversation and to create oppression for themselves, to create a victimhood narrative for themselves. That's why you got the All Lives Matter to the Black Lives Matter. That's why, you know, you have the pro-lifers to the pro-choicers, right? Like, they're not saying we're pro forcing your pregnancy to term. They're saying they're pro-life. That's why you have Blue Lives Matter. So they're very effective at using liberal academic language in a cynical capacity to kind of win over liberals in the margins who may or may not.
Yeah, so my take on hoteps in general is that I'm going to leave hoteps to the black community. All right? I don't think I have the I don't think I have the right like framework to be able to really meaningfully speak to stuff like that, right?
Not have been I don't know, captivated by, or at the very least like nurtured into believing certain white supremacist
I've seen a lot of white people post cringe about hoteps and, you know, talking about Yakubian this, Yakubian that, like, right? I don't want to join that, right? I don't want to. I don't want to be like that.
In a country like America, America is very racist, and all of our institutions churn out that information.
For real.
Whether it is white supremacists through omission, like not educating people on certain concepts, or overtly white supremacists by saying stuff like, you know, the Civil War was the war of northern aggression, you know,
but you got to pronounce it right when you say it, Hasan. It's the war of northern aggression. Them northern aggressors ruined our perfect little antebellum South, where everybody was happy sitting on the veranda sipping a mint julep and everything was fine.
These are all very profoundly important.
It's the only I'm actually from the South, and yet that's the only Southern accent that I have, and it's not a real one, obviously.
Ways in which people are educated to recognize white plight and white oppression as a unique struggle, whether they recognize it or not. And this impacts not just white people, but even black people, even you know, black and brown people that grow up within this education system are going to sympathize.
It's a pretty good Scarlett O'Hara,
because it's the dominant attitude.
I've never seen the movie,
to
though.
some extent, that's
I've never actually watched Gone with the Wind.
You know, anti-CRT.
But, you know, here, you want to know something interesting? The first two blockbusters in Hollywood were The Birth of a Nation, right? Not the second. Like, there's a more recent movie called that, right? But no, this is the original Birth of a Nation, celebrating the KKK, and Gone with the Wind, which seemed to me, I mean, I haven't seen it, but it almost seems like it's designed to arouse sympathy in northern whites for southern whites, right? And I kind of think if you look at for instance, like what was Disney doing in the 1950s, right? They were doing stuff about like Davy Crockett and like, you know what I mean? They were kind of like kissing that they were kind of doing the same thing of celebrating the the South and really kind of like playing to that market. If you say fuck intersectionality over Ghazi, oh, you never believed it in the first place.
In the classrooms thing.
Wait, they debated? Wait, they debated? Wait, what? I thought there was a Okay, maybe I don't know what they did. I haven't watched that stuff yet.
I mean, and it's starting to, it's an attempt to sort of, create this notion that white people.
Oh, black feminists warned us about.
People are being victimized by both mischaracterizing critical race theory and lying about where it's being taught, for that matter. Frankly, I would like to see it in the, I think you could probably develop a program that would
I didn't know there was a debate.
Appropriate for elementary school kids. It would be important. It's interesting, too. I think that there is what's fascinating is that you're starting to see now, coming out of this anti-CRT stuff, I think it was something in the American Conservative I read that was...
It's worth seeing for comedy? Wait, so it is like legit Ghazi versus like the black and yellow Fred Perry shirt wearing group? That group? That's what we're talking about?
Essentially trying to reestablish the Dunning School, which is the sort of prevalent... historical interpretation of Reconstruction, trying to reassert that, because they're now claiming that that it is wrong to reprint. I think Du Bois's Reconstruction, the book. They're complaining about this now. I mean, this is where it's traveling to, right? Like they.
Oh yeah, it's always going to expand because there's no. It's never going to end with Cracker. It's a ridiculous take, regardless.
Yeah.
As long as you continue recognizing this as like a unique form of oppression, and that's very real, as long as you make, in
a way, it's kind of like, the Cracker thing feels like sort of a push on boundaries, right? That, it's like it's the inch that if you give them that inch, they're going to take a mile, right? That it feels like a way to normalize that sort of that sort of disingenuous claim of oppression.
White identitarians feel valid about their plight, even if they are totally antagonizing and totally.
It's as much a waste of time as debating debate bros.
Deliberately and cynically, they will continue to make gains, and you see it. Like that's how Charlottesville. That's how we got to Charlottesville. Like you give them an inch, and they take a mile, and ultimately
they explicitly aligned themselves based on the Facebook post.
I suspect, calling someone a Nazi, for example, you could totally make the argument that this is a racially charged term. I mean, this is most of the time it's being used towards white people. It's, and I think it's oppressive. I wasn't a part of the, Nazi party in 1938. That's ridiculous that you're calling me, a white person, a Nazi. Yeah. I think you should be banned for it. This is, there's the endless opportunity there.
And again, the issue is just sort of, context matters. The most weaponized I remember Cracker ever being used in my lifetime was on episodes of, I think, the Jeffersons against the neighbors who would come by. But they were all actors, and it was a sitcom, and they were all paid, and it was just written in the dialogue.
Yeah.
Oh no,
I mean,
no.
I personally.
No, I mean the other way around. Like if they get away with claiming marginalization through bitching about like the term, then they're gonna, try to basically undo any progress by means of false equivalency, right?
I have never met, and I myself have been called Cracker many times, going after like different fandoms. Shouts out to the Barbs out there if you're watching, Sam. I've been called a Cracker many times, many times. Definitely more times than most of the people crying about being called a Cracker on the internet. Doesn't matter. It's
Wait, so fake oppression is okay? I think that was the opposite of what I was saying.
ridiculous thing. It's not dehumanizing.
Oh, you mean it in a different way?
It's not.
It's
not associated with any sort of like serious oppression.
All right. Well, I mean, I think, if we've covered all that, I'm curious on your perspective on some other things that are going on in the news today.
I mean, there's a segue there that we can engage in. Apparently, the libertarian brain, that Defense Project Veritas, doesn't actually end up defending a white guy getting banned for saying cracker. Glenn Greenwald came out with what goes around comes around.
That's it. That's it right there. That's what they'll use to like kind of like do that. That's how they're able to both, bitch about quote unquote identity politics and cynically use it against people against their critics.
Tweet where he is defending you against Twitch on this. Has he?
No, he did not. He said what
Greenwald. You thought Greenwald was gonna? Oh my god!
Comes around.
That's all this has been setting up for, in my opinion, is
Matt Lush
coming when the eventual purge comes. That's what I think.
I mean, that's like the functional equivalent of cheering on, saying that unvaccinated should not go to the hospitals, right? I mean, like his whole brand has been an unwavering, principled stance, regardless of who the players are.
Maybe. I mean, I don't know if Greenwald, but that principle was a bit shaky around the Nathan Robinson Guardian thing too.
What is going on with this? Wait, Sam almost sounds like he doesn't really understand what Glenn Greenwald has become. I get that Greenwald did good things in the past, but
among some other those substackers.
Substackers, right? So we were looking at Gray Zone the other day. We almost covered this for stream, but I feel like people don't know about this stuff yet, and that also means that like me doing content on it like helps spread their reach a little bit. But yeah, the Gray Zone is like a website. What is it? Glenn Greenwald's on there. I'm trying to think who all's on there. But there's a bunch of anti-vax stuff, like, right? It's soft anti-vax, but it's anti-vax. And it's funny because like in the past it was like stuff that people like that wouldn't really, fuck with. They do play this weird game of like, we're not like the rest of the left. They do play this weird like, sort of, I don't know if you want to call it pick me or whatever thing, but Glenn Greenwald showed his true colors. We should dismiss him yesterday. Oh my god, yeah, he's so toxic. He's so fucking toxic. Getting some belated proper spaced outness. I love spaced outness. I need some spaced outness in my. Oh, you got the booster. Oh, you not voluntary spaced outness. Yeah,
like taking a little bit of victory laps or look at a little bit gleeful at leftists getting banned.
Well, all right, let's.
Well, the thing about that is like Glenn is ridiculous in this issue because like he knows for a fucking fact that I have been a massive advocate for, BDS protesters and how much of a disgusting erosion of the First Amendment laws that we supposedly have in this country. Whenever you have to sign like that, you have to sign like loyalty to the state of Israel and that you've never actually said Palestinians are human to be a fucking teacher in Texas. Like I think that's insane. And that is a true restriction of freedom of speech.
I just want to be clear so that people understand what you're talking about. There are, I think, something like 20 states in the country, maybe there's more, where to get a contract from the state, whether you're a speech therapist helping kids in public school or whether you're, I don't know, supplying, toilet paper for the state house bathrooms, you need to sign a pledge to say that you will not engage in the constitutionally protected right to protest or boycott Israeli products.
Wait, CTG.
There are 20 some odd states that make you sign this. The Republicans tried to push this on a federal level. I think it was Marco Rubio a couple of years ago brought it up in the Senate. And yeah, it's obscene. It's absolutely obscene. And that is genuine First Amendment stuff because, of course, we're talking about the government. So I just wanted to, if people weren't aware of that.
Yeah, he basically said that Glenn basically said, you know, pro censorship, like liberals being pro censorship will lead to this, and he basically said banning people for the not basically I'm reading his tweet, banning people for using the term cracker is obviously demented and repressive, but the ultimate case for reaping and sowing. It is incredibly easy to predict, and many tried warning that banning people like Milo and Alex Jones would inevitably lead to this outcome. So this idea that like you know, people are getting banned for saying cracker was inevitably going to happen is a silly one, considering that like platforms were incredibly strict on anything that goes outside of like the liberal to reactionary you know, neat little ideological
so that CTG, yeah,
of conformity for a very long time. You never were able to.
Yeah, see, I'm not the only one with three you know, 3 letters, right?
You would get clapped as a defender of Palestine regularly, even before Alex Jones and Milo was yeeted off the platform.
Hill. I mean, you know, never mind platform, but I mean, and we should say that 30 years ago, 25 years ago, maybe it was about 30. Barry Crimmins was in front of Congress. The late Barry Crimmins was testifying about pedophiles on AOL. When there was a platform, and they had chat rooms, and they were allowing you know, child predators on there, and it got shut down. And you wouldn't hear any arguments at that time like this is a slippery slope. The fact of the matter is that people can make a difference between peddling you know, one type of stuff versus another. And those type of
I know Charlemagne is a weird word to spell.
Assessments are.
I always used to say Charlemagne, like, and I even know French, right? But for some reason with names, I
made all the time, and there's inevitably going to be mistakes, like I think Twitch made in your case, and that's part of the process, and that's part of like the way that these things develop, and the idea that they're all the same because you're deplatforming a person, and so it's necessarily all the same case is childish, and it really is less. And I think it's indicative of just his response to you, frankly. It is.
Yeah, I feel like the reason they shut down BDS is because it was so successful, right? It's an actual threat.
Less about a principled stance and more about like this
tactic that has effect.
Just the methodology he's using to advocate for a certain ideology that he obscures. And I mean,
I wonder if he thinks McCarthyism is a product of, you know, liberal identity politics as well.Maybe that's why it happened. Red Scare happened only because, you know, the left wanted too much censorship.
Of course. I mean, he will use it. I mean, and you know, it's been this is his methodology, and I think it's quite clear. And I will say this though, we're getting a lot of complaints about your fingernail polish. And,
oh my God!
I think it is very.
No, I want Sam to be like, actually, can you explain this? Look, I'm looking through this now. There's like 50 pages. Anti-Hasanabi manifesto. Hasan, were you a super meanie butt to your mods?
I think it was very big of us to allow you on.
Did you do all the harassment on Twitch over the summer?
Thank you.
And most importantly, Hasan, this VTuber, is this yours?
Me being weird. Weird guy.
A lot of people in the office totally freaked out right now, and that was really funny. And I have to say, also, I mean, I didn't actually think that we would go into this, but I guess we both couldn't help ourselves. The fact that he took offense that you were saying that he and Jimmy are old, and I will say
what? Oh my God!
Glenn is, as far as I know, probably about 6 months younger than I.
Oh,
and maybe
there is some offense to be taken. Yes,
I think he's
Hasan, you fucked
not
up.
Quite hit 55 yet. We are old. I want to make that clear. We're old. 55 is old.
You're a fox, Sam. You know that.
Well, that may or may not be the case. And Glenn is a strapping, young looking fellow.
Young.
Not young, but old fellow as well. And Jimmy, you know. But we're old. You're young. That's just a fact. And I think, you know, it's important for us to sort of just accept it and it's not pejorative. It just happens to be that, like, when you get to be our age, certain things look like you're on our lawn, and it's upsetting to us. But that's, you know,
it is like, it doesn't matter how old you are.
I feel like I legit need an energy drink now. I got so jealous because Hasan has this little like it looked like a tiny little fridge or something, and he had like, you know, 3 or 4 like energy drinks right in there, and it's like his little tiny streams fridge or something.
Out on someone
like,
because like a straight dude, straight male has like painted their nails a color, then that's boomer behavior.
Is it black though? Because that's kind of weak. If you got to paint your nails like pink or purple or something.
Boomerism is
Just
a
kidding.
mindset.
Unless you're a goth, then you can paint them black all day.
Those commercials, like the
Sam Cedar and Hasan Piker, 2 guys I don't particularly care for. I haven't seen Sam in a while.
couple is in like the Home Depot or whatever, and the guy with blue hair, and he's like, you don't have to say anything about the blue hair, and the dad can't.
I mean, I do have some problems with the Majority Report, but I mean, they're nowhere near as bad as like, right? They don't have like this track record of just like utter complete bullshit cringe, like attacking trans people, and like, I don't know. There's worse platforms out there. That's what I'm saying, right? There's definitely like some worse platforms out there.
Up himself. That's the same behavior.
It's pretty shocking. I mean, like, it's not. I gotta say, and I'm not a boomer. I don't think. Well, Glenn couldn't be because he is like 5 or 6 months younger than me. But you know, even boomers, we've had plenty of people in our generation, in Gen X, who wear nail polish.
Listen, Sam saw the best minds of his generations destroyed by madness, okay, Hasan, so have a little bit of respect, okay?
It just seems like, I mean, like a very odd thing to fixate on. But I guess that was what the reach is. Who do you think they're on now? I mean, do you think they just like basically are in competition with Steven Crowder in terms of their audience?
I think that there's a lot of look. There's a big audience in independent media always. That
like, I love how I can't even say that though. I like literally can't describe the network that I'm talking about. But yeah, they're like, I would love to see an apology.
Constantly looking for reactionary content and people to.
I'm not trying to cancel anybody, and I definitely can't cancel a giant ass like, you know, network like that. But holy shit.
Tell them that they agree with
it is amazing that they got away without like ever having to acknowledge like what they used to be.
It's I think even better if this is supposedly like a leftist person or a left adjacent person telling a reactionary person that they agree with them. Like, everyone wants to be comforted for their points of view. So you know, it's certainly it's certainly a viable way to make money.
Nothing much, just Irene calling out a 10 million plus account on YouTube.
I think it's an immoral way to do so, but that's probably what they're cashing in on. I mean, a lot of these guys, they get fat Substacks, you know, decent amount of money. I know Glenn loves talking about how much money I make whenever that comes up, but like, I'm one person. Like, we don't have a lot of incredibly successful leftist media operations.
Yeah, it's kind of a DILF
that are independent, you know?
We
don't even have a lot of leftist media operations in general in comparison to how.
Why is it always dad and mom? It's never like uncle or yeah, okay, because everybody. Yeah, why? Okay, here's what's weird. Okay, so when I say dad, you have a certain thing that comes to mind, but when I say uncle, you have a different thing that comes to mind, right? Why is that? why, and like I do it too, and I guess it's because I have some fucked up uncles, and I immediately think of them. I immediately think of those uncles, right? Like, you know, like it's just like, it's weird though, because like uncles and dads are brothers, right? They are part of the same litter, and they, you know, I don't see why one would be like, you know, disgusting, creepy, and horrible, and the other is like, you know, glorious, you know, um dignified and wise, right? What is up with that?
Broad the spectrum of like reactionary content that is readily available on YouTube, that is sometimes independent.
Why
and
can't I
other
be an
times actually
uncle?
backed by
Or
the very same institutions.
oh, that's right. That's
entities,
what they call
human
you if you
beings that would back
if you
mainstream
made up
media.
a yoink yoink. It'd be a yoink, UINK, or an ink ant. I
Yeah, outlets that
anyway
churn that
anyway.
kind of
But they
misinformation.
ostensibly like the same age, right? So it should work. But it's always
It's pretty stunning.
like, and also wait, no, it's still gross. It's still. I was gonna say you get out of the edible thing if you take the mother and the father out of it, right? But it's still kind of gross. It's like, oh no, it's okay. It's just your parent's sibling. Okay, no, nothing's okay about this conversation. This is a Vaush type of conversation, chat. This is not content I'm trying to cover here.
What you're talking? I mean, like we will.
Uncles are
every now-
creepy. Why is that? Why are uncles creepy and dads aren't? Because your dad is somebody else's uncle ostensibly, and you know, your uncle could be somebody else's dad.
And then hear about somebody that we've never heard about. The last one was this guy, JP Sears. I just had a.
Oh my god, this dude. Do you know about this shit? Chat, do you know about this? Do you know JP Sears? So if you saw way back in the day, there was like videos, and it was like things vegans say or something like that. Or like, you know, it was like basically Portlandia, but on YouTube, right? And like, you know, just pure parody. There's no like, you know, there's no empathy, like, you know, it's like, but yeah, it was just this dude that looks like a hippie, he looks like a vegan, he looks like a lib, and he does, you know, shit to make fun of that, right? Or it's like he exemplifies, like, you know, like, right, that. And yeah, his name is JP Sears, right? He's got like kind of red hair, mustache, always just looks like a hippie, but the dude is not a hippie. IRL, dude is a mega chud. Mega fucking chud. The DILF thing, lol. I thought the whole point of MILFs is most older women are not attractive. Yeah, right? But like, I'm just asking, why is it not Ant? Or like, you know, so yeah, like that's why it's surprising. It's like, oh yeah, older person but attractive, you know, you know, attractive and you know, worthy of consideration as a sexual object, I guess. Tommy Bahama, 5 million uncles, can't be wrong. Oh my god. Uncle makes me think about the Korean context where uncle is any old man you are close to, or just like a social title. Oh yeah.
I think. Have you ever heard of JP Sears?
No.
He is.
I bet Hasan has. And people just don't remember this guy, but yeah, his name was JP Sears. Like, I'm sure that everybody saw this video. I'm thinking like 2015, 2016 or something like that would be like, you know, when JP Sears started to get noticed on social media. It's the kind of thing that people would share on Facebook, right? It's the kind of thing that people, oh, you got to see this. Or like, you know, you say you're a vegan and your parents see this video and they send it to you. They're like, yeah, you know, kind of like you're just like this, right?
A conservative, anti-vaccine comic who gets like 2
Uncles are creepy, aunts are magic. My aunts are pretty cool, yeah.
million views.
In fact, I have one aunt that like I unironically wish that I wish that like my mom's younger sister like would have been such a good mom. Like, she's the mom I needed, honestly. Like, I wish I had gotten raised by that aunt. And then I have another, an uncle, my mom's brother married, like, you know, he's really conservative Christian and married another conservative Christian. And they're, like, scary. They're, oh, God, I don't want to say this. Like, I don't think my aunt and uncle watch me, right? I don't think so, right? And if you do, I'm not trying to say that you are, like, what is it, Tammy Faye and the televangelist and wait, who am I? Oh my God, Tammy Faye Baker and Jim Baker, right? Like I don't know, they got this vibe. I don't know. That's like, oh my God, if they see this, they're gonna hate me. They're gonna hate me. They're gonna hate me. Well, listen, you all should not have like tried to tell me that my magic 8-ball was satanic when I went to visit you, okay? I know you're just trying to save my soul from the devil and everything, but like you went a little too far. That book that you gave me, it literally said that I don't know, like the most innocuous shit in the world, if it possibly even jokingly has anything to do with divination or, you know, magic or any, oh yeah, they're the types that hate Harry Potter, right? Yeah, Harry Potter was like super evil. I had to be like, no, I don't like Harry Potter's bad. Like only women should be witches. And they're like, no one should be witches. Witches are bad. Okay, witches are bad. Whatever, guys, whatever.
Per video he puts out,
literal
about
criminals.
this, you know, with anti-vax conservative.
Well, no, I'm not worried about what they think about me. I'm worried about my aunt and uncle don't want to be compared to criminals, because although they are very conservative Christians, they well, they'd probably be pissed at me being trans too. Although they're very conservative Christians, they're not like they're not criminals to my knowledge, at least. I feel like Western culture is too obsessed with blood relatives. Cousins and uncles should be anyone who is treated. That's kind of cool. That's a base take, Blueberry Moore. That's a base take. Uncles and aunts can be totally awesome. Yeah, I have some good uncles and aunts. Wait, I'm trying to think. Do I have a good uncle? Why can I not think of a good uncle? Do I not have a good uncle? I don't think I have a good uncle. I think I only have good aunts. I didn't get one. I didn't get a good uncle. Sorry, uncles. Sorry, uncles. You could have been better. Witches are based at Antichrist build. Defense unclear. Ask again later.
Talking points.
Oh, I know. That dude looks hurt. Yo, that dude. Oh my God. He looks like such a fucking. That dude is the archetypical
Adopt a good uncle.
Los Angeles failed actor.
That's a good idea.
Who absolutely fucking was like, oh, there's a target-rich environment of suckers here that'll like watch anything I say.
You might be right, because the thing about JP Sears is that like when I saw him make those videos, I thought it was that he was a hippie, maybe a vegan, right? You know, he's like the guy that goes to he goes to the local food co-op to shop. Like he's got a membership at the co-op, right? Even though it's more expensive than Whole Foods now, he still shops there, right? Because he wants to support, you know, and you know, maybe they have a good health plan for their employees, right? You know, maybe there's some good reasons to do that, right? And if he's got the money, more power to him, right? Those places are fucking expensive though. But like, yeah, he's you know, he seemed like a hippie, like legit. And I thought what he was doing was kind of like a loving, like jab at his own, you know, kind of culture, right? So him being a chud is actually a little bit surprising.
As long as they agree with me. And like, it's such bottom of the
okay,
barrel
chat,
commentary. It's just like, liberals are so stupid. It's like what's that fucking SNL guy?
Yeah, it is pretty bad, you know, pretty poor parody, right? Oh no, this is getting worse. This is getting worse. 2.11 million. Okay, so I mean, this is what comes up first. We're not gonna watch the transphobia shit, right? Because what a dick. What is going on? Oh no, this is gonna be bad.
Man, I'm having some trouble.
What's wrong?
Well, you know how the world's been drastically changing the past 2 years?
No, I honestly haven't noticed.
Well, I'm finding it harder and harder to stay in denial about what's really going on.
Sounds tough.
Yeah, I want to stay more committed to being wrong rather than admitting that I was wrong. But I'm struggling because things are getting pretty obvious. So you're having trouble staying in denial? Yes. Well, that's where you're going wrong.
Wait, Alan the gym bald guy? Yeah, I mean, like, he seems to be, like,
Denial
going on that
isn't
track.
enough.
There's, like, a few people. There's a few people that do this, like, I'm thinking Hodge twins, and, like, with so many of them, I don't really know. Are you really conservative? Like, you could be conservative. I kind of believe it with the Hodge twins, but you could also just be grifting.
Enough anymore.
He's not a hippie, but an esoteric nut job. Oh, well, he's, like, anti-vax, right?
You need to be in denial that you're in denial. Oh, so like 2 layers of denial?
Yeah, like people loved his videos back in the day.
Exactly. So you're not in denial? No, not at all. Oh, I see.
I mean,
you're in denial that,
like, I can see, like, there could be a conservative bent to the videos, but it could also just be, fun.
you're in denial. Precisely.
Like, it's like Portlandia. Like, oh my god, yeah, wait, no. Actually, I've never seen Portlandia. But my sister, whenever she talks to me, she's like, hey, Portlandia? I always imagine you're like that. And I'm just like, I don't know what you mean by that. Like, right? I don't know if that's like, a loving, like, jab, or if that's like...
It's kind of like blissful intelligence, except it's numbness and not intelligent instead. That's inspirational. Oh, did you see the leader of the EU wants to get rid of the Nuremberg Code? Isn't the...
Oh, yeah, with the information silo and COVID, yeah.
Nuremberg Code, that thing that was put in place after the Nazis' genocide of the Jewish people under the guise...
Am I the only one who's disturbed by, like, the use of genocide as a verb? I don't know what it is. It bothers me.
Of medicine,
I don't know if it's linguistic or
and
stylistic.
In order to protect the population from that same thing ever happening again? Sure is. But I think now they're wanting to get rid of what protects people in order to better protect people.
Wait, what are they going to get rid of that protects people?
Wouldn't that open the door for the same thing to happen again? Probably, but I don't think that's the question they want us to ask. What question do they want us to ask? How many of those 3 scumbag white people that Kyle Rittenhouse shot in self-defense were in...
Oh my god. Okay, so yeah, that's JP Sears now. Like, if we can find, I want to see what he looked like back in the day. Is it possible to find a dude's, like, old videos?
This message is for the
advice for people running Biden?
The swell people running President Biden. Hi guys.
Oh, running
You're doing
him.
a phenomenal job.
Like he's an animatronic.
I mean, things are looking so good. I mean,
to be fair, he could be an animatronic.
Dominating. So great. Which means you guys are doing...
here's the thing where conservatives, like, fall down, okay? Humor is a fickle thing. Humor is a delicate thing. And it can grow in an environment that is balanced. But if that balance is disturbed, it withers. It withers on the vine, okay? And one of the things that withers comedy on the vine is anger. Like, when you're trying to be funny, and I can tell you're angry, you're not being funny. Like, part of humor is getting over anger. Like, right? That's the purpose of it. Like, right? You got some bullshit going on. You can't really do anything about it, but you can maybe make a joke about it and feel slightly better. But if your jokes aren't making you feel slightly better, you're doing it wrong. And this guy is definitely doing it wrong.
A great job. Now, after watching his performance at the recent press conference, I'd give him
also, is he trying? What's the weird affect that is he trying to sound gay? What is this? Who is he parodying?
Hey, great job. Or just so solid. But I wanted to sit down with you here today and watch the game film and offer you some advice on how he could get to an A.
Okay, so yeah, that's that. And can we sort it opposite? Like, date added oldest. Yes. What? What even is this?
Hey, MJP Sears. I'd like to talk with you today about how to
2013
in the world as an introvert. If you're an introvert, chances are you already know it. But what does it actually mean to be an introvert? I'd ask you to consider this. It means, if you're an introvert, you have to go inside to get in touch with your feelings.
I only make people laugh to stop weeping.
Your thinking, your sense of comfort.
Oh, he's a good example of what I'm talking about. Yeah, and actually Lewis Black plays angry. Lewis Black acts angry, right? But he's not. And that's why it's funny. There's separation. There's a level of separation, right? Trying to sound like like a California white mom.
Your sense of control, as well as your sense of grace.
His hair's pretty, yeah.
Contrary to extroverts, where they tend to be going outside of themselves and connecting with other people to connect with those virtues.
So wait a minute.
And when we look at it,
first of all, what is this ratio here? Is this like... What is this ratio? Is that a 5-to-4 ratio? What happened to 6? Did they not have 16-to-9 back in the day? Wait, chat, can you explain this ratio? Like, right? You know what I'm talking about? Sorry, the aspect ratio is what I'm talking about. The aspect ratio of the video that we're looking at, right? It's like, it looks to be like 3-to-2, 5-to-4, some whereabouts. I am pretty sure Lewis Black's anger comes from, well, his anger comes from a real place, right? But it's like he's, oh God, like he's not like pissed. Like, you know, if you said you mad, he'd be like, of course I'm, you know, right? But he wouldn't like, oh wait, no, I did it wrong because that one actually sounded mad. Like, I don't know, there's a way to do it with like, it's 4-to-3. Old ratio was 4-to-3 only. Is that a CRT thing? Is that what that is? Like, is that what like CRT was 4-to-3? God, why does CRT keep on coming up?
It's actually a beautiful gift to be an introvert. Our world today is set up as an extroverted
this
world,
is
which can
a serious video though, right?
An artificial sense that it's somehow wrong or dysfunctional to be an introvert. My truth is, it's beautiful.
Unless there's going to be a turn here, I don't think this is comedy.
An introvert, if we honor it. However,
he's angry. Yeah, he talks about stuff. You know, well, that's what I'm saying. You do talk about stuff that you're angry about, because, like, right, if you're pushing back on something, and anger is a great way to push back on something. You know, there's every chance that it upsets you, right? But it's kind of like through the humor, through the creation of the bit, you know, you deal with that, and so by the time that you're dealing, you know, doing the bit, like, yeah, your anger is performative, and it, you know, it's performative rage.
If you're an introvert,
and that's the thing, is that like when
you try to live as an extrovert, that's where we start to get ground down by the friction of life. Our world is set up,
oh my God, that transition,
by extroverts, basically.
Look, dude, you should have just switched to a close-up right there. That would have been a perfect place. Like, jump cut, close-up. There you go.
I mean, for example,
you're welcome.
You watch TV, especially reality television shows, and all you see is a bunch of extroverted activity, when in truth,
it's damn extroverts.
50% of the world's population.
Oh wait, chat. Am I an introvert or an extrovert? What do you think?
Are introverts. So extroverted activity makes for much better TV. So you have on the Kardashians or whatever.
I think he's 100% serious.
Extroverts acting manic and crazy with each other. That makes for better TV than a couple of introverts sitting on the couch, being contemplative and silent with each other. That makes a good life, just makes bad TV, unfortunately. So I don't
know, Penter made it work.
Ask you to consider, first off, a couple of these myths about introverts. One myth is introverts are
original ratio for TVs. Fun fact, so were movies were 4:3. They only went wide to compete with television. Then TV went wide to compete with movies. I see.
Introverts have
I'm an introvert
to say.
Who likes speaking
Another
in public.
Myth is you're somehow slower as an introvert. Absolutely not. Introverts tend to not know what they're going to say until they know what they're thinking. Whereas an extrovert, they tend not to know what they think.
Wait, does he have like a degree back there or something?
It's just simply a different way of connecting with.
Like, what is? I wonder what his
feelings. So,
like, was he
said, in our extroverted world,
I'm just like wondering, was he a therapist or something?
where a lot of facets of it are set up to reward extroverted activity. A lot of jobs rewards extroverted activity. Promotions, you got to think on the spot, speak on your feet, all that
Clients,
cool stuff.
Works with a lot of introverted
So
clients. Is he a personal, wait, what is he? He's a life coach. Is he a life coach?
In this extroverted world, if you are in fact an introvert.
What was he?
First,
What
you might
was
want
his
to
like?
consider, where are you on the spectrum? If you have introvert on one side, extrovert on the
Real,
other side,
like an incel self. It doesn't have that
not
energy.
black and white. It's where on the spectrum are you? There is a huge price to pay to violating your genuine introversion.
It's an L cut.
And that price is you primarily disconnect from yourself. Is there any heavier price to pay? I'd also ask you to consider.
Wow. Overcoming depression naturally. Vulnerability is the most extreme sport. Chat, he sounds like me. He seems like he was a completely different guy back in 2013. Anger management with JP Sears. Oh my god, what? Nurturing your inner child. Healing your insecurities. How to honor yourself. How to feed your soul. He's like a self-help guy. I didn't realize that. I had no idea that, like, I thought we were just going to go back and find his old videos, his old comedy videos. Oh, how to become a vegetarian. Wait, is this the one? Is this where it started? Ultra spiritual, wait. Ultra spiritual? Funny. Okay, so maybe this was his first, because like, right, when I put funny on my videos, it's because like not a lot of videos are like exclusive or are primarily like, you know, humor. Like we got the Amogus cut and just, you know, the Caleb Maupin meditation, the dating bro debate advice. Yes, the dating bro debate, the debate bro dating advice. Oh, this is it. Yeah, this is like one of the first ones I saw.
I'm JP Sears. I'm ultra spiritual, and I'm going to teach you how to be ultra spiritual today. First,
you're an introvert who is also a podcaster.
You need to understand is being ultra spiritual has nothing to do with actually being spiritual, because no one even knows what that actually is.
Oh wait, no, he's not doing a character.
Ultra spiritual means you look spiritual.
Oh,
so
he
let's
is.
get started. Practice competitive spirituality. Silently / passive aggressively, you're going to want to compare how spiritual other people are to yourself. Judging other people to be less spiritual.
A lot of people in entertainment are introverts. I think being an introvert lends itself to the type of work required in entertainment. Oh yeah, that's true. Especially like when you're talking about editing. Yeah, editing is very, I can't even like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I hang out in the Discord sometimes, like while I'm editing, but yeah, I'm not very talkative. Like I get really focused. Like it only really works when like, you know, other people are, you know, there's more than one person in there. Cause like, you know, otherwise you're just in there with me and I'm like, and do a little cut right here and take this over here. And it's like not very entertaining.
Than you makes you a better person than them. And that
Step 1, don't eat meat. Step 2, eat vegetables. The end.
That's exactly what makes you more spiritual than them. Hey, Kevin. Do you see how unconscious that guy is? Jerk. Claim to be using your intuition.
So maybe he's like calling out like, you know, kind of like hypocrisy that he sees among, you know, people that are like, you know, sort of intentional minded and they're like, oh yeah, I'm really spiritual. But then they're like kind of, yeah, using it to
when you're actually thinking about things. In fact, you're going to want to announce this to people every chance you get, because false intuition isn't true intuition until you get other people to believe that your false claims are actually true. Hey, Deanna, my intuition just told me to give you a call. No, I didn't see that you had called me. Talk about energy. You're going to want to integrate this into all your conversations. It'll seem meaningless to other people because it is, but don't let that stop you though. I love energy. I love chi. I love prana. I love life force. I love auras. I love chakras. It's all vibration. Rebel against dogmatic religious terminology by dogmatically using spiritual terminology. You'll want to keep your eyes closed extra tight on this one, so that you don't see that you're actually still subscribed to the exact same belief system that you're rebelling against. Because now you're expressing the same concepts just with new words. Jesus loves you. The universe supports you. I'll pray for you. I'll send you white light. God will provide for you. The universe is abundant. It's all about getting into heaven. It's all about getting back to oneness. Hallelujah. Om. Say the word.
Okay, so it was like this ultra spiritual life. This was where he started doing more parody.
Then becoming a vegetarian is your destiny. How can you become one of the chosen ones?
Well, I mean, this was okay. So understanding this is 2013, so this is like leading up. Well, actually, this might have been 2014 by this time, right? Or later, right? So we're leading up to, like, you know, we're you know, post Gamergate, pre-Trump, basically. So, you know, and the death of Irene hadn't happened yet. So, yeah, it's still
to dwell at the bottom of the food chain so that we can rise to the top of the spiritual depth chart. As someone who, as a baby,
but yeah, he's gone far right since then.
Refused to breastfeed in order to avoid the vile carnivorosity, I am well qualified to bless you with exactly what you need to do to become a vegetarian. You're probably asking, well,
these aren't as funny as I remember.
How does being a
I
vegetarian
thought he was actually kind of funny back in the day.
more spiritual? It gives me low levels of vitamin B12, which gives me a low sperm count, which protects me from having a kid, which allows me to be more devoted to my spiritual practice of having a selfish lifestyle.
A selfish lifestyle, huh? Interesting. Porn addiction, okay, I can't even find. Okay, maybe he just wasn't as funny as raw vegan cooking. Yeah. And the joke is that you don't cook because it's raw. Okay, okay. It's pretty funny. I don't know. I don't know, chat. Help for social justice warriors. Be offended all the time. Oh my god, this looks like really funny stuff.
That was on with Dave Chappelle in that movie, Jim Brewer or whatever. Like it's
about Brewer lately, actually.
Yeah, it's his
Oh,
style
the
of
Epic
comedy.
Times
Like,
guy. Oh my god, wait, are you still seeing those ads? I feel like that dude is what happens if you took the guy from Epic Times and told him he should make comedy. Oh my god. Yeah, that guy's oh my god, that guy. So you're still getting them. Okay, I stopped getting them after a while. I don't know, I feel like I talked shit about the Epic Times at some point and
like this. and then everyone's like,
no, they don't stop sending you ads because you talk shit.
yes, I agree with that. Thank you so much. It's just it's the reactionary version of Nanette, and it sucks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess my point was that
it's run by a Chinese cult.
That there's a ton of these guys out there. Now we here are swimming in drowning in Google money, as most people know, completely drowning in it. But for the most part, there's really a very limited number of people who do this on the left and can actually make a living at it. I was fortunate enough to come off of Air America, and I had an email list, and that was basically the only thing that basically saved me 10, 11 years ago. But for the most part, very difficult to build an audience on the left, whether it's
they're like it's like, okay, so it's a cult that like was from China, and if you know anything about China, the whole point of the Cultural Revolution was to attack and debase anything that, well, maybe I'm misspeaking, maybe somebody could correct me about this, but my understanding of the Cultural Revolution, there were a lot of institutions in China that held a kind of respect, held a kind of power, and maybe even use that power to reinforce part of what went on during that was like an attack on those institutions. That's why there's like a break in continuity, for instance, in martial arts schools. That's why certain martial arts, which used to be legitimate fighting arts, are now kind of dances, pretty beautiful dances that would get you clapped if you tried to use them as self-defense, right? And it's like there's even like a official Chinese version of Tai Chi now, right? So that they can have, they eventually decided they wanted the tradition, that like part of China's strength was its tradition, but that they had to take it away. So for instance, like Tai Chi was run by families. There were different families, the Yang, family, the Chen family, right? That would hold the the different forms of Tai Chi. And so China designed like I can't remember how many movements, but it's basically, my teacher calls it the kami, jokingly he calls it the kami Tai Chi, right? Because it's the government sponsored one that's not, it's somewhere in between all the different forms. So it's not, Chen, and it's not Yang. Actually, it's a lot like Yang though. It's inherently reactionary. So anyway, so the group is the group was practicing within China and started to get a following, and they were seen as a threat. Were they a threat? I don't know. I don't know anything about this, right? But for whatever reason, they were suppressed, right? And depending on what you read, maybe really victimized by the Chinese government. And I want to acknowledge at this point that there is difficulty knowing what is real and is not real in the news that comes from China, right? So anyway, the expatriates from this group, some of the, okay, let's not put this all on every Falun Gong member. Some expatriates from that group formed the Epoch Times, right? And it's a really like right-wing pro-Trump newspaper, and it's probably pro-Trump in order to be anti-China, because Trump is considered, they're pro-capital. Yeah, wait. That Falun Gong is anti-communist by being pro-capitalist is propaganda. The Chinese capitalist economy is heavily state-funded, but it's a capitalist market. The CCP just doesn't want competition. There's some story about the Falun Gong members like standing outside of a some kind of Communist Party building and doing qigong. I won't call it qigong. It's not qigong. It's something. It's the Falun Gong. Let's just call it Falun Gong, because it's not. I don't know how that. It's not like any other. China has a. as a whole is collective. China is not a capitalist country. You can call them whatever you want, but they are not capitalist. It's some kind of Tai Chi looking thing. Yeah, just it doesn't like I don't know. It doesn't look like Qigong to me, but they call it Qigong, and they technically though Qigong is any gong means work or practice, right? You know, something you do repetitively, right? And Qi is obviously this high this theoretical energy that traditional Chinese medicine talks about, right? And so it's like a practice with the energy would be a qigong. So yeah, technically, anything that falls into that rubric, you could call it qigong, I guess. But yeah, they were just like standing out there doing that stuff, and I guess that's when the suppression started. Being anti-China, anti-CCP, pro-capitalism, and reactionary is still a far-right position, even if you disagree with Chinese socialism. Yeah, and they're basically supporting Trump to get at China, from what I can tell, right?
Whether it's you're talking about liberals or you're talking about progressives or socialists, it's tough. It happens, but it's tough. And on the right, there's just a lot more money, and there's a lot more, frankly, funding that comes from places like the Koch brothers. Maybe it gets laundered a couple of times through different organizations, but there's a lot of money out there. There's a lot of lost leader attitude on the right that doesn't exist on the left, obviously, because.
Oh yeah, and they did a documentary, like an anti-vax documentary. They were one of the first people. I can't remember what it was called. It's a documentary that's like banned from YouTube now, right? But I think they did one of the first like or was it anti-vax, anti-COVID, like, right? It was, oh my God, what was it trying to say? What were they trying to say? Was it like that China had created the virus as a weapon or something? I think it was that thing.
Yeah, I don't know why someone who has been a beneficiary of wealth hoarding or the centralization of wealth would turn around and pay for someone to tell them.
It's, in my opinion, it's more useful to have critical support of Chinese socialism and make specific critiques in the context, because the West is by default anti-Chinese.
Like that's wrong. That entire system that allowed them to make billions of dollars and accumulate that kind of wealth, that system needs to be dismantled. They're not going to do that. People who benefit from that are not going to turn around and pay for people to advocate against that.
Even on Air America, the big money was afraid of giving money to Air America and supporting it, investing in it, because the big money, the liberal, centered to the left money, is afraid of populism, because the populism on the left is economic populism. The folks like the Koch brothers or the countless number of billionaires, frankly, that fund these things. Every day you hear about another person who's like $300 million for to invest in some type of seed thing for online right-wing content. They're not afraid of the right-wing populism because it doesn't threaten their dollars at the end of the day.
They don't criticize venture capitalism.
No. And even when you look at like what, the critique that Glenn has of big tech, he will pay some lip service to the idea of dismembering it, but it really becomes which flavor of big tech is evil, right? Google is evil. PayPal's not necessarily evil. Facebook's not necessarily evil. I mean,
the right wing.
And what's also fascinating to me is like, I remember interviewing him about his book, about the Manichean style of the Bush administration. Good, evil, how childish he thought that was at the time. But now it's effective because it's really deployed as a way of building a brand and these subsidiary brands, whether it's Substack or Rumble or whatever, Callin or whatever it is. And instead of saying there's a structural problem here that needs to be dealt with, And this is the point. It's not that Google is evil or Facebook is evil. It is anything of this size, any enterprise of this size is bad for society. It's not like these specific, individuals there are evil. Maybe they are, but that's irrelevant. It is the structure of these things that needs to be dealt with.
Absolutely. Just like the systemic problems will still persist. And there is a big difference that I always like to point to when we're looking at cultural hegemony, right? Bad behavior and like policing what you would consider to be like bad thoughts and bad attitudes in liberal media is something that a lot of liberals also like to engage in, rad libs. And I criticize that too, to a certain degree, when people are just like, why is there a bad character doing bad things in this movie? That's bullshit. They should always do, human beings should not be complex. They should be arbiters of morality and yada, yada. And I think that's a silly way. And I think that that's bad for art overall. And I don't like that. And I personally don't even think that like these cultural movements actually end up pushing for systemic change. I will admit that. Okay. They're the only time, however, though, that like any sort of cultural artifact, a movie, for example, like Birth of a Nation, can push for some kind of attitude shift is if the material realities already support that. America was already a deeply white supremacist nation. We already have a lot of white supremacist institutions, and then Birth of a Nation happens. That's how you start, that's how you start basically forming an active base for the Klan, right? That can't happen with the opposite. You can't combat material realities and material inequalities by making people watch a movie and then, feel a certain type of way. You can only do that if you are already in the dominant group and that your ideology is baked into all of the institutions and your attitude is reflected in like everyday lives, in our everyday lives, even if people don't recognize it's happening.
So
that's how nefarious it is.
You're saying that these cultural forces can be accelerants, but they cannot be, they can't flip, be catalysts and flip.
Yes. Yes.
I think that's true.
The revolutionary spark can only happen if there is a base of support within the material inequalities, and that there is like already organizing occurring alongside that. It can't do it on its own. No one's gonna watch a movie and be like, all right, I'm fucking Marxist now, and like, and then enough people watch it and then they all become Marxists, and then that's how you form the Vanguard Party. Like, that's not how it happens. It happens at workplaces. It happens through organizing.
And I think that that limitations is true for the type of stuff that we do, frankly, as well. Like there has been, because of the nature of, I think, the people who do this kind of stuff that we do, and the economic incentives to sort of inflate our influence in this sphere. I mean, I think you have a much bigger audience, obviously, than we do here. But even there, it is you can influence ideas, but I think ultimately there's no we're not catalysts for broad-based change. That has to happen with people in their real life relationships and interactions and workplace and their relationship to their own work. I the idea that that people are like, we don't have a certain policy because these 5 YouTubers are not behind it is I think a little bit problematic in terms of people's understanding of how this stuff works.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's funny to me whenever people greatly exaggerate like the influence that I have, even when they're like, oh, you're gonna get the Democratic Party to not vote for Joe Biden if you keep criticizing him. And I'm like, if I could get people to vote a certain way, Bernie Sanders would be fucking the president. You know, he would have won the primaries. Like, it's not, my influence is nothing in comparison to the trillions of dollars of earned media that mainstream media outlets can offer a particular candidate if they want to shift their weight towards them. You know, I don't just mean paid media. I don't mean, you know, I'm using the technical definition here. Earned media is when someone talks about your candidate, for those of you who don't know, in an organic capacity. Like, oh yeah, look how crazy it is that Joe Biden won Super Tuesday. That's wild. Like, or leading up to Super Tuesday. I'm talking about how great Joe Biden is. Like, that's earned media versus paid media would be buying ads. They work side by side, but earned media is incredibly powerful.
Yeah, I think the dynamic is very similar to what you were talking about. Just, you know, in terms of where the culture is. We can be accelerants. We can be the reinforcers. We can help a little bit, but there's nobody. It's not happening with any given or even a multitude of YouTubers. It's all just butterfly wings type of stuff.
Yeah. I mean, that doesn't mean that, like, what we're doing is not significant. Don't get me wrong. I think you guys are doing a great job. And I think, like, trying to break away from the capitalist dogma, or even like the center-right liberal attitude that Americans have on most economic issues, I think that's really good. But it can't be done individually by YouTubers and Twitch streamers and podcasters. It has to be also accompanied with, like, on the ground organizing.
And stuff like you know, Matt was just saying, you know, defense against, like, stuff like Project Veritas. I mean, I think we're most effective when we're just talking about media narratives and where they start. I mean, that's the interesting thing I think about Twitter on some level too, is that much of what's happening on Twitter is really a function of influencing the sense of reporters who are on Twitter as to what's going on in the narrative. I mean, that's the sort of interesting dynamic. You're almost like taking advantage of the myopia that most human beings have.
My, like, quads are,
which
like,
is like, oh, I heard a lot on Twitter. It must be going on out there. And then you have people who actually have the ability to write, like in the New York Times, and have a sense of what's happening. That very often cuts the other way, because it's all about, you know, somebody at Kenyon College said you can't say this word, and so that's our biggest problem in this country, or something to that effect. But
yeah, I hate that. I absolutely hate it, because it's like this idea that so many people who fancy themselves to be, like, you know, white working class whisperers exclusively hyper focus on the exact same kind of culture war bullshit that, like, reactionary outlets focus on, like Fox News, and think that that is the end all be all, when it's like a dude living in Western Pennsylvania, his life is not going to change if, like, a couple students who are maybe even a little you know, heated, maybe a little over the top, and we're yelling at a professor. You know what I mean? Like, it's not changing anybody's life. It's just simply a distraction, and they're doing it deliberately. They're distracting you from the main problems. They're distracting you from the reality that the Joe Biden administration hasn't done shit. But even Republicans aren't
where the right wing has found success
criticizing the Joe Biden administration.
We're talking about CRT, right?
On made-up narratives like CRT.
Yes.
And all this other shit. Why? Because if they were to hold Joe Biden,
not even actual CRT, just like
economic populist,
the right wing's bullshit straw man version.
Presented himself to be, but he wasn't actually, right? They would be hammering Joe Biden on student loan debt relief. Where is it?
Of course.
Where's the student loan debt relief?
Damn.
They would be
I'm so
talking
fucked,
more
I'm
about
so
how
fucked.
Joe Biden is currently utilizing Title 42 and trying to keep Title 42 in action to ensure that, you know, asylum seekers who are legally and morally, by the way, seeking asylum within our borders, purging them from the country.
Yeah, giving you your Hassanabi fix.
Donald
Yeah,
Trump era CDC restrictions and
that's right.
using
Since
this, like,
Hassan's not
COVID restrictions to purge them from the country without giving them their right to seek asylum. That's disgusting.
Same dynamic with Remain in Mexico. You had a court order that they needed to come to a deal with Mexico, but the idea that deals can be sewn up so quickly seems fascinating to me. I mean, I don't know. There's this just. I will say this, and this actually raises something I was going to talk about today. I didn't get to yet, but there was the Biden administration. They just held one of the biggest sales for auctions for oil and gas drilling leases in the Gulf of Mexico's history, and I think it was in November, and it happened literally just days after COP26.
Because they listen to the scientists, Sam. That's how it works.
And at the time, the administration said that we were compelled to by a court ruling that was in favor of a bunch of Republican-led states that sued to lift the blanket pause that the administration had put on the drilling permits. But apparently, this according to The Guardian, the DOJ, just before the lease, acknowledged that the judgment does not force the government to auction off the drilling rights in the Gulf. I'm not going to, I don't need to read what the DOJ says. That was just what it said. Now, here's the question I have. I wonder, and I'm looking at this, there's also a big fight at the FDIC right now, which, long story short, there's a Republican Trump-appointed chair of the FDIC, and there's a majority on the board of Democrats. And they're having a big sort of like bureaucratic fight because the Democrats want to regulate the banks harder and want to prevent consolidation. There is the Biden administration that deserves
communism.
Deserves credit for not quite communism, but for antitrust. They're pretty good on it in terms of the administration, in terms of the personnel. That story has sort of broken out into the open because it's pretty high profile. I wonder when I see stuff like this, whether the Department of the Interior is still staffed by a lot of Trump-appointed people who, when there's a court order, instead of dragging their feet, race to fulfill this thing before there's because this is a massive, our government has tens of thousands of people who come in with a new administration or they don't. And we're still a year out dealing with a lot of these agencies that are Trump staffed. And the Biden administration just doesn't have it's just a sheer, it's a difficult operation. I've been trying to get, frickin' pullover hoodies on our merch site for 7 months, and it takes me time to do it. I don't know the answer to this, but
Republicans want it more. And also not only that, but also,
wait, what are they talking about? Supply lines?
They don't go against the material interest of their benefactors, their corporate benefactors and their wealthy benefactors. Like, that's the reality. Whereas
Department of Interior,
Democrats
frictionless
Democrats campaign on systemic problems that they are seeking to solve that are diametrically opposed to the material interests of their benefactors, which is precisely why they have to be the party of incompetence, whereas Republicans can be the party of viciousness and immorality, and openly engage in like racial agitative propaganda, white anxieties, use that as a really effective deflection away from the real problems that American
I mean, I know that, but in terms of Sam saying that he can't get hoodies that he wants to sell as merch, right? Is that because of the supply chain? That's what it's called, supply chain disruption, right?
The American working class is facing, whereas Democrats just look like incompetent fools that can only focus on, making sure your favorite TV show doesn't have any hateful sentiment expressed in it, even if it's simply for parody. And I think that is just a really
just making it aside,
self-defeating way of running. And
I mean,
let alone the reality that Democrats only run every.
I guess I didn't know that I guess I don't really know that much about the Department of Interior.
4 years or every 2 years when they remember that they're, they need to win seats versus Republicans are running all the time because they have to activate certain key bases within their movement and are consistently hammering
way too
on
terrible. Well, I
their
mean,
narratives. Otherwise, how the hell are you going to get a bunch of random people to advocate for tort reform? You know what I mean? Or even school choice. Like these are ideas that they add on to other pre-existing movements that are organically growing, like QAnon. That's why when you see like a QAnon rally, you got like a Republican council member running for a fucking district in like Southern California, literally talking about school choice. But you're at a QAnon rally, and it's like, yeah, Democrats are pedophiles. Also, we should give more vouchers. We should allocate some of this communist public schooling system funds away from these, horrible communist teachers and give them to private schools, religious schools. It's like, well, you just bake that in there so perfectly. And they do this year round. They do this nonstop because they want it more. And also because that's what the benefactors want. And that's what the benefactors want, even if they're actually, giving money to the Democratic Party.
And I do think, there's just a lot less friction between school choice and QAnon than there is between, funding public schools more and wealthy benefactors. I mean, that's just the bottom line. There's just it's not as steep of a hill, I guess. All right, man. Well, listen, I guess enjoy your vacation.
We are finishing up Hasan's appearance on the Majority Report with Sam Cedar. How are you doing? This was yesterday. Right? In mainly talking about the ban. But then Sam just kind of asked him about a few of the things that they had been talking about recently.
I'm gonna keep making content. Like they're not gonna. It's really annoying because the ban is like really rigorous. Really, like you can't appear on anyone else's streams. You can't basically limits you from hanging out with your friends.
Like I don't think I could cover Hasan on YouTube if I wanted to. I don't think I could do this stream on YouTube. Or I am on YouTube. What am I talking about? On Twitch, yeah.
And your coworkers, which is understandable.
Sam is one, yeah.
Are you not allowed to see family members?
Yeah, it is weird. There's like a disconnect that we have, like where like, I think we all on the left know that Sam and like TYT, they're we're not talking about fellow travelers here, right? But sometimes people like act like I don't know.
No, I can see my family members. Yeah, my mom and dad are here right now. They're staying with me. But I'm still gonna keep trucking away.
Over when they heard about the ban?
Fellow travelers. Why did I use that word? TYT is the gateway. There we go. That's the pipeline. Yeah.
No, they loved it. They were like, "Oh, great."
I mean, I don't know. Back in the day, it was the gateway to like I'm gonna shut up right now. I have way too many friends that. Okay, I didn't say anything about TYT. I just said that their ideological position is decidedly non-leftist. So.
Like then we will be able to go and vacation. I was like,
and already I said too much. God damn it.
All right, well, hang in there. Thanks for coming on. It was good to.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
All right, we'll talk to you later. There it is, ladies and gentlemen.
Specifically trying not to subtweet people here. Yeah. So that was Hasan on the Majority Report. Interesting conversation. So what is this? Conservatives react to Vaush's Twitch ban. I don't know. Have we watched enough Vaush? Should we just go straight to this horse's mouth? We got Timpool. We got Dankula. Oh my god, let's start with Dankula. Since we're on let's start with Dankula. Everybody loves Dankula.
And now we return.
It's got to be the accent. Wait, when did Dankula talk about When did Dankula talk about Vaush and Crackergate? Mm-hmm. What is going on here? I actually don't know now. Wait, let's... Nope, nope, nope. It doesn't look like, 7 days ago is the last time Dankula uploaded. I don't know why. Maybe Vaush got the exclusive somehow. I don't know. Vaush, did you make a deal with these people?
Across Europe, riots are...
Tempool. Tempool. Okay. I don't...
Across Europe, riots are erupting. People are...
And only Tempool can save us. So a day ago... So he does this Timcasts. I guess this is like every night. It must have been on the Timcast. So yeah, we might actually have to watch more Vaush yet. Oh my god.
Across...
Yes, across Europe riots are happening. Quartering. And Sticks, Hex, and Hammer. Oh my god, chat. I don't know how to get to this other than through Irish Daddy here. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
We've got other stuff to talk about. We have to reflect on something very important. First of all, we have to reflect on our new segment. Cracker Watch.
Yeah, TYT's definitely a network that's run for a very long time, and they've said a lot of things,
Call me Polly.
Shut up there.
Because I've got a hankering for these crackerins.
Freudian slip? Oh my god, did I have a Freudian slip?
Glenn Greenwald. Here's...
Look, I already told you Vaush is coming for me.
One of the Twitch streamers, you know my name, you piece of shit, who got suspended yesterday for calling white people crackers, which Twitch regards as a racist slur, explaining how vital it is that free speech should be limited.
Oh, it's on Twitter. It's
shit.
Twitter
free
shit.
Speech...
It's Twitter bullshit. Okay, well, listen. If somebody's gonna go through Twitter bullshit, it might as well be you. I do not. Chat, do you like Twitter streams? Do you like it when I go through and like look for tweets and I'm like, oh look, here's Dankula coming in with the elbow from the sky.
Which can be saved only if there is censorship. And then...
Oh, from the beginning stream with Irish
To
Daddy.
his credit, it's just 2 minutes and 20 seconds of me being correct.
Am I also now coming for Vaush?
2 minutes and 20 seconds of me being just unrepentantly, objectively, inarguably, empirically correct.
I think I got really mad during that debate. I think I was really pissed at what Vaush did.
All the time, everything that I said, every word, every breath, perfectly correct. He could have clipped this out of context, but he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, there's like a few things. There was a few things that he was just like...
Presumably he's too stupid or arrogant.
I don't usually go at anybody with like hate though. It's like usually not about, it's generally not about the content creator themselves. It's more about their takes.
To assume that this presented in its full context would make me look quite good. Should I play it? Yeah, I'll play it. Free speech is only valuable socially if it is meaningful and if it helps us arrive at moral and truthful positions. If people use their right to free speech to spread misinformation, which leads demonstrably to harm of innocent people, that would be an element of our free speech, which we must excise in order to preserve the value of free speech itself. True! You can watch the rest of it if you want. Yeah, they pulled it from Coconut.
Yeah, I just wonder, like, you know, how much, because, like, okay, and this is Irene admittedly putting on my tinfoil hat for just a second, but don't worry, I will take it right off, okay? The cancellation that came down the way from Twitch Politics at me, it happened right after I got really critical of Vaush. And I always wonder if those two things are connected, because the person behind that cancellation, Zonia, actually recently interviewed Vaush on a right-wing YouTube stream, right? And I really wonder now, right? It could have just, I don't know, it could have been a lot of things, right?
An island, not even from my stream.
But
which I'd like to.
But I always wonder, like, if there was a connection, right? Because they had left me alone for a while, and then I started going hard on Vaush, and the hammer came down.
I believe means that, like,
but again, chat, tinfoil hat territory. I don't have anything to show that. I don't have any DMs between like Vaush and Sonia being like, go get the cat girl, make her pay, right?
Glenn actually follows my stuff. I know he knows enough about me because, again, as I've said many times before, one time I was making fun of him on Twitter. And
there's Vaush pointing at Spider-Man.
Responded by posting a YouTube
but it's something to think about.
Video posted by a Nazi account accusing me of being a pedophile. So he, you know, the funny thing was the video had...
May the universe give me the confidence and success of a mediocre white cis person. Hey, true, right?
Like 40 views, so it probably wasn't even the first one to come up. It was probably like... Yeah, he subbed to all the fan channels, you know, all the fan channels, the left fan channels, the right fan channels. Whatever. Anyway, phenomenal stuff there. Fantastic, absolutely fantastic stuff, you know. Glenn, very white, tragically. Difficult stuff to reconcile, but, you know. There we go. So that was fun. We're doing sort of the Twitter roundup right now. We've got so much to go through. First of all, Count Dankula 2, Electric Boogaloo. Hasan and Vaush, banned from Twitch. Let's go.
I personally am really happy that Twitch has finally decided to take a stand against racism. Racism is a plague in our society, and any examples of it should be absolutely stamped out and censored and banned and removed from every discourse, not just the online discourse, but from every single discourse.
True.
So I'm very, very happy.
I think just any time you even have a remotely racist thought, you should just die instantly. When you're born, the government should put a little chip in your brain and it causes your sin.
Everyone knows the de facto nature of how criticism of Vaush always precedes massive organized harassment, reporting, and existential hell. Well, like I said, I don't have anything to tie that together. It is interesting timing. And you know, there definitely is a connect. I mean, we got to say there's a connection there now, right? And it probably has to do with donations. Let's be real. That's kind of how this creator that I'm talking about tries to buy her way into relevance, right? And there's a weird correlation between the creators that she's donated to and the creators who have done hate content on me, the creators that have spread lies about me, right? It's a little strange, right? But again, tinfoil hat. It's it almost doesn't have to be like that. It almost doesn't have to be like a direct state, like they don't have to say this, right? It's kind of like if you're part of that clout network, you know who's giving, you know, who is the accursed priest that what is it, the king or something said, rid me of this accursed priest or something. I'm like thinking of the Canterbury Tales here or something, like the Archbishop of Canterbury or something got killed. I don't know. But yeah, they don't have to like actually say anything, right? Because the orbiters know, and the wannabe orbiters know, right? Who is giving headaches to the daddies, right? And they know that if they hit that person, that they can get a windfall potentially. And she's done it before. She got modded by Dylan for recording me, possibly in violation of dual party consent.
Abscess to misfire.
I'm pleased that these two racists have had their platforms taken from them. One of them...
I mean, you got a creator practicing pseudo-criminal behavior out in the open, right? Out in the open, in broad daylight, and nothing happens to her, right? And then you've got somebody that had a Discord that mods posted links in, and then somebody made a folder of the videos that were linked, right? So the videos on my Discord? Nope. Were the Were the folders on my Discord? Nope. Was any of that anything that I'd ever seen? Nope. And I wish it was, because everybody's always asking me, hey, you got the Anavar stuff? You got the Anavar stuff? Tell me about the Anavar stuff. I don't have shit on Anavar. That you saw a folder, but what was in that folder was a VOD of Anavar. This is my guess, right? Because it's the only time I've ever talked about Anavar. It's a VOD of Anavar talking to a former friend of mine, Drew Welty, right? And I was just curious. I was like, hey, what's Drew up to? And we watched it, right? That's the entire story, right? And everybody thinks that I've got, like, you know, the inside track on all these creators. I don't know, chat. Should I lean into the meme? Should I lean into the meme? Maybe they want me to be a big sussy baka.
Being extremely rich socialist Hasan, basically he has been...
This needs to get funny fast. We'll speed it up.
Banned from Twitch, saying yes, it is for exactly what you think it is. Anti-white racism. Don't know why you felt the need to change, you know, add that little caveat in there, the anti-white racism.
It's just a person who's been harassing me since like April, right? She thinks that it's morally wrong for me to criticize Dylan Burns, and she used that moral judgment as as a reason to record my mods, it possibly in violation of dual party consent, like, right? Possibly in violation of the law. She risked, you know, her I don't want to say freedom, because I don't think that the punishment for that stuff is jail, right? I think it's like a fine or something like that. It's probably, you know, you would probably never see like jail time for that sort of thing. But, you know, I don't know. Does she know? Did she know before she did it, like what she was risking? It seems a little bit weird. But yeah, and then getting rewarded by Dylan by being modded. I don't think she stayed modded, and I think that's because people who act as spies don't tend to be trusted by even the people that they spy for, right? And I learned that the hard way myself.
It's just racism.
That anybody that I've ever dealt with who does that kind of shit has burned me, right? Even just talking to people like that, right? You know, it's just like
I mean, it's just
somebody's sharing information that they get from like modding for another community. They're probably not somebody that you should have as a mod.
Racism, Hasan, for using the term cracker.
It was a lot of drama, and I'm so thankful that it's over now.
Not wealthy socialist, at least I don't know if he is. Is Vaush, our boy.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold on.
Wealthy socialist?
Okay. Wait, this can be to my advantage. He's right. I'm very poor. Please donate. There we go.
Vaush, the one where anyone else's jokes are serious statements, but anything that he says, so he's just joking. See, I can't use...
True. Oh my, he's still mad. It's been like 2 years and he's still mad. Yes. He's still mad, dude. Oh my God.
I'm just joking. Defense. He can though. He can. I mean.
What is he mad about? Wait, why is Dankula mad at Vaush?
All the rules he makes suit and empower all of his arguments. And Vaush has also been banned from Twitch for using hateful slurs or symbols, because it turns out that Vaush and Hasan, both of whom, I mean, I thought were against racism, were using racist slurs. And of course, Twitter has done its usual and perked up and said that, oh, you can't be racist.
Socialism is when no money.
Racist to white people, because according to the definition this week, racism is when people in power, power structures, blah blah blah. Let's just go with the classical version of racism, the one that is still in everyone's head, right? Where you pass judgment or
wait, it's my position that it is racism.
Derogatory claims or have prejudices against people based on their race.
I'm tempted to speed Vaush up, but then Dankula would be like a chipmunk.
To me, that's racism. That's the way I was raised. At least that
was the
definition of racism throughout my entire life. And what they do is they get that definition.
He's already Adderall speed
in everyone's head, and then change the definition slightly so that people can be lumped into that group of racists, but that type of thing, where it's like redefining words, but you're still making everyone on Twitter says cracker's not a racist term. Cracker's not a racist term. So let's.
Isn't this guy just vaguely gesturing at imagined hypocrisy, or am I wrong? It's the prerogative of so-called free speech warriors like Count Dankula to be silent whenever the right actually engages in any meaningful censorship. And their
I need to slow down mode for the
their only real
do
role is to cry foul every time a neo-Nazi is banned for being a neo-Nazi, and then every time a leftist is banned for breathing wrong, they'll say, I thought you were in favor of banning the neo-Nazi, but now you're not in favor of being banned for exhaling. Curious. You know, it really is. Again, like, I'm really glad these people aren't lawyers, you know? Like, You think a person should go in jail for killing a person? Well, then what's to stop you from going to jail? Hey, you're being arrested for thought crime.
Dankula and Vaush are both awful. Yeah, I just don't know what their drama is.
You were in favor of this guy
getting... Sargon and Vaush... Didn't Sargon... Yeah, Sargon and Vaush have, like, a drama.
Being arrested for raping and murdering a child. So do you like it when people are arrested or not, liberal? Like, that's always forever going to be the discourse at hand here. And they've been doing it for years, and the dialectic will never advance. The Quartering did the same thing. Oh, we'll watch all of these videos. Don't worry. This is the ARC, baby.
This is the ARC, baby.
From that extremely valid source of information, Wikipedia. Right?
Sure.
Now, let's have a look here. Now, as we know that Wikipedia is lefty dominated, right? Even the co-founder came out and said, yeah, leftists are coming on and fucking up all their articles, and all of our articles are presented through a left-wing lens. So,
well, that's why, like, if you ever looked at the article for communism, chat, have you ever seen the article for communism on Wikipedia? Have you seen it lately? It literally just says based, period, and that's the entire article. It's super biased. It's super biased in favor of leftism.
So Wikipedia can't be trusted. However,
what are we going on about?
Written by left-wing people. So let's just be fair. After all, it was you guys that wrote it. Cracker, sometimes white cracker or cracker, is a racial epithet directed towards
what
white
point
people,
is he trying
used especially with regard to...
Vaush uses the same logic against trans folks. True. People of color, indigenous people. Yeah, I tried to save you from Vaush and only expose you to the right-wing creators doing this, but like it seems like none of them have posted videos yet. It might be in VODs and stuff, but...
I don't think this really refers to me, because I am of the opinion that it's a racial slur. Yeah, this should be called Crackergate, I think.
Thank you. I agree, Vaush. That was an excellent idea by my mod team to call it Crackergate. That's who came up with it. My mods came up with Crackergate. No, I'm sure somebody else called it Crackergate first. Actually, no, we're not calling it Crackergate, and here's why. Crackergate's already a thing. Crackergate was when P.Z. Myers, noted atheist, went into a Catholic church, I believe, and stole a communion wafer, got given communion, and pocketed the communion. You're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to take the Jesus body outside of the church, right? And P.Z. Myers did that. And they were big mad. They were big mad. That's desecration. Yeah, that flesh has been, it's been transubstantiated. That's literally a piece of Jesus. Like, listen, if what we're really worried about, okay, is if P.Z. Myers leaves the church, cracker in pocket, or let's just say wafer in pocket, right? Transubstantiated wafer. This is now part of the Holy Corpse. Any JoJo fans in here know what I'm talking about? The Holy Corpse. So wait, then he goes to church next Sunday and he gets another one and he gets another one and he gets another one. And pretty soon he's got the entire Holy Corpse and he can activate Love Train. He can activate Love Train in order to push away all misfortune from him onto other people, right? Or he could sell it to, more likely he would sell it to President Valentine. I think that's what would happen. That's the real danger of P.Z. Myers' desecration of the body of Christ. But that was Crackergate. That is, I mean, there's already been a Crackergate, so that was why I didn't call it Crackergate in the title. But yeah, my mods did want me to call it Crackergate, and I would have. Micro celebrities taking your money is praxis.
And the Southern United States, those terms, but then again, I'm not.
Yankees a slur. The Northerners is most definitely a slur. There's nothing more odious and ignominious than a Northerner with a Northern aggression.
About it, and they will just roll over and take this from Twitch because
I have learned this week that this C word is actually a slur in the U.S. It is the biggest weird champ I've seen in a long time, Maria. It's the biggest weird champ. We've looked at the history of the word. We've looked at when it actually was a slur, and it wasn't a racial slur. It was an economic slur back in like the like 50 in Shakespearean times. And then it died out, right? So that, you know, and some really sussy baka tried to use the fact that there is that there was, like, I see them as separate words, right? You know, separate separate usages of the word, right? So like I don't connect those two, and there is no connection, right? That's a different word entirely, right? Yeah, I don't. Vaush says he thinks it's a slur, but it's just like, I think Vaush and Xander Hall's take is that, like, it's the C word, biscotti is a slur, but it's like a very mild slur, and I honestly just don't even see it as a slur. I feel like in the modern age, it's a shitpost, and that's it. And we're all getting our stockings in. Wait, what do you say? The stockings are getting twisted? I don't know. 100 years. Sussy baka will be the worst slur you could ever imagine. Oh my god. Oh my god. And it'll have a picture of me. When you look it up in the dictionary, sussy baka will be this face.
You have examples of two racists being banned. And I thought that's
They
what they
will
wanted.
roll
They
over?
want every single one of them will accept this and not be mad about it. And they will just roll over and take this from Twitch.
Oh,
Because
gotcha.
Here we have examples of two restricted and being banned from the major platforms, because after all, Twitch are a private company. and
See what I mean? Like to him, it's delightful, and he thinks he's quite. He thinks
I'm reclaiming sussy baka.
he's quite like. Oh, well, these lefties go.
Well, don't you know, Chad? I had a secret VTuber. That's super sus. That's super sus. I had a secret VTuber with like a bitingly sardonic sense of humor, like a dark sarcasm in the classroom, chat. In the classroom.
Banned, and even though this other left, there's another ban that happened. He's okay with that ban, but it's not his ban. It's like, this is like you know the game Pong. It's the two brain cells.
Yeah, but isn't like okay. Like, if I call somebody an asshole, it's kind of wrong, right? Like, oh yeah, like, asshole could be seen as a slur against contentious people. I don't know, chat. I'm just like, it's like, where do we draw the line here? I feel like I'm making a DGG argument against DGG.
He's got.
Maybe I'm not. Maybe I'm not using the. Maybe I'm just morally lucky, chat. Maybe I'm just morally lucky. That's all it is. Party pooper's also ableist, because that brings to mind.
What the fuck is this accent? Any effort I put into recreating Count Dankula's behavior would be wasted on a person.
Yeah, I just don't see Cracker being a slur, right?
Of his caliber.
They can do what they want, right? It's their platform. It's their rules.
Although, wait, like, I feel like maybe it has been a slur. Like, I mean, okay, I don't know if this is true, but somebody said that it was used by, like, rich whites against poor whites. Then it's a socioeconomic slur. Yeah? Yeah, because it basically was equivalent to, like, white trash, right? Is, oh god, I shouldn't say words that'll get me demonetized, haha. I meant, like, you know, when you are throwing away your garbage and there's two different trash cans and one of them is green and the other one's white, don't throw it in the green because that's compost, throw it in the white. The white trash can. Yes, that's what I'm trying to say, chat. That's what I'm trying to say.
It's not like you have a right to a platform.
Oh my god, like the algorithm cares.
Only bad when used against oppressed people. Vaush and Hasan have been banned.
Well, yeah, like oh god. No, actually, white trash is a really problematic term, right? Because here's what it is. Like, you're dunking on people. Well, I mean, I don't know. Like, if what you mean is chud, you should say chud. You know, if your problem with them is that they're MAGA, you should say MAGA. And understand that not all MAGA are poor. That's a lie. That's a distortion. The real, like, demographic data shows us that Trump voters are actually kind of a little bit more well off than the rest of us, right? So that's bullshit, right? But if you're using like, okay, so if you call somebody white trash, right? And your point is you are uncultured, uneducated, and poor, right? You see, we agree that that's fucked up, right? Like, you know, and then on top of that, what else is disturbing about it is that, why is white applied? Why is the word white there? Why don't you just call the people trash? If that's what you're trying to say, that people that are uneducated, lower class, and you know, uncultured, If you're saying that they're trash, why don't you just say trash, and it doesn't have to have a reference to race. Oh, but here's why. The expectation is that only black people would be uneducated, uncultured, and low income. So we need to make the demarcation of white. Do you see what's wrong with this term? Yeah, this term is like and I get that, like, it's normalized. So here's something else I'm going to talk about. Okay, so I talk to people in the disabled. I mean, I kind of am. I have disability, so but I talk to disability advocates, and I've heard them differentiate before between two different types of ableism. Right? There is what they call normie ableism, which is if I say that's dumb. Well, technically, dumb is also used to describe the hard at hearing community, right? So that's ableist. But yeah, if I say dumb versus if I say, I don't know, maybe we should look into eugenics for people with, XYZ, right? There's a difference. There's a big difference in that. We're not going to conflate those two. We're not going to confuse those two, right? That's very different, right? So the former is called normie ableism, and it's problematic, but maybe not something that we're going to concentrate on. Whereas the latter, yeah, if you fucking go on a platform and say that shit, you should probably not be platformed, right? If you're going to go on and argue that, people should, face eugenics based on their disability, then get the fuck out of here, right? And so they make that demarcation, and I think it makes sense for transphobia, it makes sense for classism, and it makes sense for classism. Does it make sense for I don't know, it makes sense for a lot of marginal identities, right? To think of it that way. Now, that's not to say that, like, it's not problematic, that it's not causing harm, because check it out. If the word that describes you is commonly used in language as a pejorative, it's going to hurt you. But that's, something you kind of have to address systematically, right? You're not going to get anywhere by, like, every time somebody says dumb, you're like, oh, excuse me, no, wait a minute, actually, I don't know. I mean, like, some people try, right? And if that's you, good luck. I think it sounds like your heart's in the right place. I don't think it's a very successful strategy, right? So it's like, it's a level of priority, and it's also, whether the thing can be addressed, like, individually or not. Like, if somebody comes on and says some outright racist shit, then yeah, deal with that individual, right? But if somebody's reflecting, like, white supremacy because of their white identity, and they are unconscious that there's, they're saying something that just gets said all the time, that's the distinction.
No, they should not. Should they be able to use the word cracker? Yes, they absolutely should.
Aww.
They can deny its meaning and deny that it's racist all they want.
Wait, but I didn't.
Okay. Can see that that's just bullshit. They're just making excuses,
Wait, okay, Count. If you take a look at my Twitter, you will literally find me referring to the term cracker as a racial slur. This is...
I don't think we should equate name calling and being rude to bigotry. You know what I mean? They are equatable, though. We should respect people enough to call them what they prefer, even if we don't like each other. Yeah, but what... Okay. Like, I hope we can agree that you're talking about... oh, God, what do debate pros call this? It's a prescriptive claim versus a... Chat, help me out here. Prescriptive versus normative, but there's, like, another term for this, right? Like, oughts... Oh my God, there's like a big brain word for this. Can somebody help me out? CJ, are you here? You would know this word, right? I need a big brain. You're gonna need big brains in chat. God damn it. It like slips every time I hear it. I'm like, oh yeah, like I'm gonna remember that, and I never do. okay, so murder's wrong, spitting's on people's wrong, and interrupting people is wrong, right? But we're gonna have description. Yeah, it's like that, but there's like another word for it. There's like there's seriously another word for it. A thought term. No, it's not thought determining question or cliche though. That's a useful concept. Yeah, it is ought versus is, but oh god, I can't remember. I'll hear it again at some point. But yeah, so right, so murdering, you know, we have a response of, you know, that person, like, you know, immediately is locked up, you know, out of the danger to that they pose, whereas somebody that spits, maybe they get a fine, right? Maybe they get, like, maybe they can't hang, maybe there's a social cost to spitting on somebody, and then interrupting somebody, I mean, you know, like, it might not even get noticed. It's only gonna blocked out most of the debate bro lexicon. Yeah. Oh my god, I'm trying to remember what they call this.
Like the guy that beats his wife. Look what you made me do. I mean, he just wants to be able to do horrible, evil things, but, you know, he doesn't want to have any blame for it. He doesn't want any responsibility for it, and that's what Vaush and Hasan are doing. So basically, you're going to get them. You're going to get their.
And that's what I'd say the cracker thing is. I mean, I guess I don't know. Like, you know, like, if I'm okay, let's say it's my birthday party and I invite a whole bunch of people over, and, like, you know, one person just for no reason just starts yelling cracker at the other person. Like, that's not great. I don't want that to happen, right? But you know what I mean? Like, it's like it can be like problematic, but it's not going to be problematic because of stochastic. It's not having a stochastic effect. In other words, that person getting called cracker isn't going to lead to, you know, okay, so now we don't consider them as human as the rest of us, and then somebody does something fucked up to them, right? And then maybe even after that, they don't get punished for it, or there isn't as much interest in solving the case, right? That is what, like, actual that's the difference, right? You know, can it be activated for stochastic effect, or is it like like kind of a dead meme? And I think it's a dead meme. I think it's a shit post, right? And can shit post be problematic? Sure, and, you know, depending on the context.
How's it racist? It's not even racist. Even like, clearly, factually fucking is, and no amount of gaslighting is going to change that. However, they should 100% still be able to say these phrases. As for Twitch banning them, well, I think they should have their accounts reinstated. Like, that's fine. They can keep streaming that on Twitch, and they can keep being racist on Twitch because they have freedom of speech just like everybody else. However, the fact that both of them have been hoisted by their own petard, I'm sorry, it's fucking funny, right? These are the rules you wanted. You wanted such things to be banned from the public discourse, right? And basically, now it's a case of your own rules are being used against you. But see, when it gets to the point, now this is just Twitch, this is just a private company. Now, see when it gets...
Yeah, but can we agree that they're bad for different reasons? Like, right? Like, the problem with, you know... Like, it's problematic to... Any kind of ad hom is problematic. How about that? But, and then you could also say that, like, I don't know. I feel like it's a shit post. And I feel like we've been talking about a shit post for, like, 4 days now or something. Like, however many days, like, since Saturday.
It's to the point where governments are starting to do that. And you go, wait, not like this. Oh, fucking hell, it's too late. It's fucking...
Yeah, see? First they brought criminal charges against the people who killed other people. Then they brought criminal charges against the rapists. Then they brought criminal charges against people who did assault and battery. But now you're angry when people are being arrested for being gay? Whew. Sounds like you've been hoisted by your own petard. Anyway, this...
Okay, no, the problem with the slippery slope, right, is not with the person that you're accusing of being the slippery slope. Blueberry Mar, I hate to say it, but that you're like, slippery slope argument is the problem, and you're the one making that right now. So yeah, the slippery slope is not a known. Hate to be the one to break this to you, but yeah.
This argument is like...
It's kind of a cell phone in this situation.
It's pretty old, and it's pretty stupid, and Dankula's also pretty old and pretty stupid. So let's not belabor the point. Moving on to the next video. Oh, actually, I feel like the logical sort of conclusion of this is kind of yeah, he's also a cracker, of course. There we go. We look at Glenn Greenwald earlier, but actually, if you look at the last tweet, it's perfect. Look, banning people for using the term crackers is obviously demented and repressive, but the ultimate case of reaping and sowing. It was incredibly easy to predict.
I hope I wasn't getting in between, like, was that, like, I might have responded to something that wasn't directed at me, and if so, I'm sorry. Maybe that was directed at somebody. You're talking to other people too, so maybe you weren't talking to me. Maybe I misinterpreted that. Oh wait, what are we talking about? The state's recent hate crime statute. Yeah, but okay, so here's the deal. Okay, so the slippery slope fallacy is when you say it's going to be, you know, if you let this happen, then this will happen, right? So here's an example. If you let gay people marry, and this was actually brought up during that discourse, right? If you let gay people marry, then somebody's going to want to marry a cow, right? And we all agree that bestiophilia is wrong, so maybe you don't let the gays marry, right? That's a slippery slope argument, right? And it's also an unsound argument, so it's like got a whole nother aspect to it. But the problem with the argument is that, like, the assumption being that, like, this leads to that, right? And I think what you're saying, if I'm not wrong, is that, like, you know, calling somebody, because why did you bring up slippery? Maybe were you talking to somebody else? I feel like I'm getting in somebody else's argument here. Maybe I don't know. Maybe I misunderstood you.
Warning that banning people like Milo Yiannopoulos and Alex Jones would inevitably lead this outcome. Yes, banning Alex Jones.
I think I missed part of
you liberals.
Chat's been moving
only
fast.
You hadn't banned
spicy
Alex Jones. Everything downstream of that, of course, a logical conclusion. But this is the argument they make. What they make is that all kinds of censorship are morally identical and indistinguishable, and there's no way of sort of categorically distinguishing between them. And they want that to be the case because it's their prerogative to defend people like neo-Nazis, far-right fascists, autocrats. So by equivocating the
Wait, Jink Uyghur seems to think they can?
removal of them from public platforms to anyone's removal from any public platform under any circumstances. You know, first they came for the neo-Nazis.
I mean, because, like, really what we're talking about is what deserves a ban, right? So let's keep that straight. We're not talking about what's bad, what's good, what's ideal, what's proper, right? You know, and so that's...
Nazis. And then by the time they came to the pit crew avatars, there was no one left.
There's two discussions. One is like, what's a slur? And the other is what should be bannable, what should be a bannable offense, like
to speak out.
The Grinch.
A reminder, of course.
Well, we can't get in the way of the Grinch.
That Cracker Watch continued.
Wait, so what happened with Jink? I didn't catch that. Oh my god, I'm missing out on so much of chat. I'm sorry, spicy chat. You're fast today, and I'm slow.
Just effortlessly ratioed. Thank you. You're welcome. All right, let's continue. Okay, the Rational National did a video, but the Rational National is cool, so I don't really see a need to go over that necessarily.
So that doesn't feed the algorithm. I get it. There's no conflict there.
Speaking of cool people, Tim. Oh, this is 21 minutes long. Oh, geez. Well, we'll see what we see, won't we?
Hasan Piker and Vaush, two of the most prominent progressive personalities on the internet, have been banned from Twitch for using racial...
Did Jink come up in the context of what Vaush was watching, or did I... How smug and wrong Vaush is constantly.
Slurs. That's literally it. Vaush used a racial and gender slur along with a racial slur, and thus they were both banned.
The slope is already slipped.
Now, banned doesn't mean a whole lot on Twitch. It's weird. It typically means suspended. However, it looks like...
So just to be sure we're on the same page here, you're not saying that that it's a slippery slope, therefore there's a slippery slope between X and Y, therefore what you're doing is wrong, right? That would be the misunderstanding of the the fallacy. The fallacy is saying, you know, if X, then X leads to X is like Y, therefore X leads to Y.
Is it Karen?
But
wait,
I don't think that's what you were saying. I'm still not understanding where that term, what context that term came up in.
Was it Karen? Okay.
Vaush may be indefinitely banned. We'll see. As for Hasan, he's received his 3rd ban. They'll probably unban him. We'll see. But this is not the same as
third
a
ban?
mistake.
Is it really his 3rd ban?
Or dancing on the line. This is quite literally.
Wow, Tim Pool's got better research than I do.
Hasan, Piker, and Vaush overtly using racial slurs.
True.
I do not agree in principle with these personalities being banned. However, Vaush explained to us that private companies, if they don't want you on the platform, you got to follow the rules. Maybe you should follow the rules. Hasan himself, in a video not even that long ago, he talks about how
it's got to be the same argument. It's got to be the same argument from all of them. I will say, okay, in case there are any conservatives watching, okay, I'm challenging you guys. To advance the dialectic. All right.
Okay, there's a TYT vid. Oh, where he said he would make bestiophilia illegal. Oh my God. Let's not say that word again. I'm sorry. That's my fault. It's okay for you to type it, chat. It's not okay for me to read it, right? And we're just talking about the YouTube algorithm here, and monetization and all that stuff. He said if you, oh my God, the animal would be. Oh my God, Jinx said that? Damn, when was this? I mean, like, they have been operating since, like, the early 2000s, though, right? So, I never, like, yeah.
So we can maybe move this conversation.
But I agree that there's some fucked up shit that I think has never been really addressed by TYT. And some of it has. Like, the stuff that Jink wrote while he was in college, first of all, that was prior to TYT, and but yeah, they did say something about that. The reason that he got clapped from being supported by Bernie, right? And I tried to explain that to him that victims can't. Oh shit! Oh my god! Oh my god! What a horrible discussion to be. I actually feel sorry for Anna there. That sounds awful.
One iota forward, so it's not the same thing over and over again. Okay, so here are two positions which are not contradictory. Are you ready for it? Okay, these are two positions that I hold, all right? I think that private companies do have a right to enforce TOS platform, or to enforce terms of service requirements on their platform. I do think that's a right they have. Whether you're in a capitalist, socialist society, whatever, I think institutions have a right to set rules for people who use their services on their platform. I think that's true. Here's a second thing that I believe. While acknowledging that, I think you can make moral arguments for or against some types of TOSs.
It's an old video.
So I'm okay with a terms of service agreement that bans people for being like harassing or for doxing people. I think that's cool. Or for racism, I think that's cool as well, But I don't think that TOSs are good if they ban Jews or people who express homosexual tendencies, or
that's such an antiquated phrase.
Or people who aren't French, maybe, possibly. So once you've established that companies,
yeah, that's the weird thing about TYT is they sometimes they're on the right side of things. Like there was like some kind of they're like on the right side of things. And their old shit comes back to bite them in the ass, like, right? With the Jimmy Dore thing, I think, right, Anna talked about some kind of problematic behavior that Jimmy Dore, was that she just hadn't mentioned, right? That, I can't remember what it was, but, right, he was being creepy, right? And then Jimmy Dore showed a segment of TYT where they were like looking at people's camel toe. They were like, oh, look who got caught with camel toe. Let's take, oh my God. It was like, yeah. And it was kind of like, so it's like the argument that they were making that they were probably right about got undermined by, their own, show circa, I don't know how long ago. And granted, it has been on for a long time and people do change. And I don't want to make it sound like, one, mistake during what is it, 2 hour, they did like 2 hour streams every day, right? So like during a 2 hour stream, God, what weaklings. No, just kidding. Like they don't even know what a stream is, right?
Have a right,
they have no poop sock
to enforce a TOS. That's not the end of the conversation. You then have to make an argument as to whether
I am not a fan of them. Yeah, Xerxes, I agree. I would not go on.
A good TOS, okay? Now, to be clear, cracker is a racial slur. Stay mad. Whiteys? Stay mad, whoever's mad at me. Stay mad, okay? I do think that. However, I also think that Karen and bitch are gendered slurs, and people use those pretty often. I think lots of things are slurs because they either explicitly or implicitly target people for demographic characteristics.
God, chat, is Karen a slur? I kind of think it's not. I could see it being used as a slur. I could see like it being used to shut up women, and I know it's happened. I know it's happened before, right? But I think the origin of that term is talking about somebody that uses, like, you know, the idea is somebody that's like trying to use police propensity for violence against black people to hurt somebody that they're mad at, right? So like the example I go to is the woman who was walking her dog in the park, and she was walking in an area that either like you're not allowed to walk dogs, or the dog pooped, or there was something, and a black dude comes up to her and is just like, hey, you know, you like, I don't want to step in your dog's poop, right? totally reasonable, you know, request, right? And she flips out and she gets on the phone and she calls and she's like, excuse me, officer, there is a black man here, you know. And like, she even said something about like, you're in for it now, like she even referenced the fact that, like, you know, he would have a harder time than a normal person dealing with the police. I think that was the original usage for Karen. Now it also means like somebody in the context of a customer service situation who can't get what they want, and they get mad at the employee, and in order to punish the employee, who in many cases is just enacting policy, literally cannot help you out, you know, with your, you know, to get what you want, right? They call the manager to try to get them fired or get them in trouble. And, you know, obviously, like, you know, these are problematic behaviors. Now, the fact that it's a woman's name means that it's generally observed in women. And then, which, oh my God, it's so complicated. It's so complicated. Like, there is a tradition of white women doing this shit to black men. There is an absolute tradition of, like, and it's ugly. It goes back to lynching, right? It goes back to lynching. And so, oh my God, it's a complicated thing. Yeah, it's one of these words that, like, if you called somebody a Karen who isn't a Karen, you know, you might be believed more if it's a woman, right? You know, if you randomly call some dude a Karen, people are going to be like, what? You know, they don't understand, right? But if you, yeah, so it kind of works better that way. There is also Darren, but like nobody talks about Darrens, right? It's only when a guy is acting like excessively like that he gets called it goes further back than that. Okay. That's not the original that's not the original usage of Karen. Gendered term in the current usage. Originally, it was AAVE slang. Okay, so that's right. So it was originally like that. That was, I thought that was that meaning preceded the, you know, I'm gonna go to your manager meaning. Emmett Till. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Their ethnicity, their nationality.
Yeah, Emmett Till, like, you know, killed over allegations that he like looked at a white woman, right?
Their gender, their sexuality. You understand?
Maybe I don't know the whole story though. Did the woman herself like instigate the attack on him? Whole TOIT Jimmy thing is weird. I remember Anna saying once that girls should have sex with their boyfriends even if the boyfriends are not in the mood.
So while
no, even if they're not in the mood.
Is true, I will acknowledge the racial slur element. I don't think Twitch should be banning people for saying bitch either, and they won't, because that would cut off a lot of their stuff, you know. Or everything else that I think could you know.
Okay, well, I mean, like, you're not gonna say that to somebody that just saw their dad dragged away by police, right? Like, you called her a Karen. Like, right? You're gonna prioritize the fact that that somebody used racist tendencies by the police to manipulate a situation over the fact that, like, maybe the victim's family said Karen, right? Even if Karen doesn't want to be called, she's actually my name is, Irene, or, I was gonna use another female name there, and I was like, I'm not gonna throw some random other woman. I'm just gonna use my own name, right? Yeah. Accuser of Emmett Till lied and didn't confess until her death. Oh my god, oh my god. I didn't know that aspect of it. Yeah.
Potentially fit within that purview, because not all slurs are created equally. I think the N-word's a lot worse than saying
if the girl is not
That's
in the
why
mood,
I say the N-word instead of the N-word. Some of you thought I was going to say it, didn't you? Because I'm on YouTube now, huh? Yeah, yes, you did.
Conservatives, they want to make an echo chamber, but they want to own the lib, so they want to be on Twitter and they want to be on these platforms. Maybe they shouldn't be violating the rules. Okay. In principle, I believe it is wrong that Hasan and Vaush have been banned from Twitch. They should be allowed to be on these platforms and engaging in public discourse the same as anybody else. I do believe there is a line in which we do ban content and that censorship is not inherently evil. What do I mean by that? Ian Crossland, you may have seen him on Timcast IRL. He's one of the co-hosts.
Wait, which Ian? Is that Moonlord? Is that Moonlord? Is Ian Crosslord? Is Ian Crossland Moonlord or Weedlord? Does anybody know? He's one of the lords, right?
And he is a co-founder of Minds.com.
Wait, is he social media platform.
Is
that
Moonlord? Moonlord!
He actually had to do for quite a long time content review. Why?
I'm a huge Moonlord fan.
People post graphic murder and child abuse.
Gonna mine the moon! Mine the moon! Make an elevator to the moon and mine it! Oh my god, it's so good, Chad. It's so good. He wants to make an elevator to the moon. I love this guy.
And this stuff is illegal.
Mine the moon!
Like overtly illegal content. And I don't mean like speech and expression. I mean videos of adults doing things to kids, like really messed up stuff. And that's what censors are there to do. So we can respect that. I can respect that. I could say, you know what? It's a good thing that there are people reviewing content.
Okay, saying that you're...
Yeah, okay. So you're still prioritizing that, but you still think that, like, well, ideally, like, maybe you could just say, you are a vicious and dishonest person. And that would be okay, because it's not an ad hom, and all you've done is describe what's wrong with the person's behavior. So that is the correct course of action.
In favor of terms of service censoring stuff, if it's literally illegal, isn't really a hot take. I think you
Wait, cops calling someone Karen?
Really have to do that. Let me close the window. No dog posting. Yeah, I'm pretty. You have to for liability purposes. So,
but you understand that in a situation where you or your loved ones are being hit with violence, right, or you're in dangerous way, you're being subject to harm in some way, that, like, you can't always be the ideal person, right? You can't always do. You know what I mean? You understand that, like, right? That's And generally, we give people a little bit more benefit of the doubt, or, like, we allow them a wider that's not name calling, but if I called them a liar, then that would be wrong. Just like it would be wrong to call them Karen. I mean, I don't know. Listen, I tried being my ideal self, okay, and it almost got me clapped.
I don't really think that, like, counts.
I mean, I would love to live in the world where, I could just do the perfect thing all the time. That would rock. That would rock. I'm not even taking the piss. I seriously, I wish we lived in a better world.
Like, what about harassment,
To make
it's
sure.
So weird, though. I just came from Twitch politics. Holy shit, that place, like, warped me.
Criminals aren't doing criminal things. But you see, the issue is when it comes to politics, when it comes to opinion, when it comes to political opinion, and you're not overtly committing a crime, or you're not even targeting someone specifically, or advocating for violence against someone, then you should be allowed to say things that are offensive or nasty. And that means, in my opinion, you should be allowed to say racial.
Wait, hold on.
Or you're not even targeting someone specifically or advocating for violence against someone, then you should be allowed to say things.
Wait, why should you ban people for targeting people specifically? Wait, you have to justify that.
Politics, when it comes to opinion, when it comes to political opinion, and you're not overtly committing a crime, or you're not even targeting someone specifically.
Wait, it's not illegal to target someone specifically. Why should TOS ban people for targeting people? What does that even mean?
You're advocating for. It's just like, you know, I mean, like, you know, when you're concentrating on the disambiguation between like what is wrong, even on a very small scale, even in a minuscule way, even if it's understandable, and what is right, you know, what is absolutely right, it sounds like, you know, we're talking about an ideal world there.
Can't insult people, like
it's just not a, like, you know, the bar you're setting is not one that I think a lot of people are gonna be able to jump over.
Named? What does that mean? You have to justify that. If you think non-criminal content should be sent,
just like I would rather not say like dumb and use it as a pejorative, right? Because it probably hurts somebody out there, especially if I'm doing it on stream, right? What I mean is, especially if I'm doing it in some kind of media, right?
Censored as part of a TOS,
and yeah, maybe eventually, you know,
then where do you draw that line?
Or advocating for violence against someone, then you should be allowed to say things that are offensive or nasty. And that means, in my opinion, you should be allowed to say racial slurs. I don't like it.
Oh no, he's saying you should be able to do that? Sorry, okay, hold on.
When it comes to opinion, when it comes to political opinion, and you're not overtly committing a crime, or you're not using content to make sure criminals aren't doing criminal things. But you see, the issue is when it comes to politics, when it comes to opinion, when it comes to political opinion, and you're not overtly committing a crime, or you're not even targeting someone specifically,
no,
or
he's saying that as an exception.
Someone, then you should be allowed to say things that are offensive or nasty. And that means, in my opinion, you should be allowed to say racial slurs. I don't like it. I won't like you for using them, but you have a right to express yourself in that way. And that being said, when these crackpot weirdo racists come out and say these awful racist things, my response is thank you. Now I know not to associate with you, not to support you, and generally to avoid you. Someone could come out and have a bunch of great politics, but if it turns out to me that this person is spewing racial slurs and is generally bigoted, then I'm going to say I don't believe I.
So a person says the N-word. Thank you.
Would like to work with you. I do not agree with those ideas, and those take precedent over many other ideas. I do not believe the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Just because you may believe in smaller government, but then the reason you do is because you want the right to discriminate or oppress people, I'm going to be like, that's not smaller government. That's just you wanting power. And you don't like the government as the power, and you want the power. So no, not a fan of that. When it comes to Hasan, he went on a stream and he basically said he was going to use the word cracker, and it is a racial slur. Now, my understanding is that, at least on YouTube, or I guess the rule is, like, don't call people a slur, but you can say the slur, I guess. I do not personally...
So I thought that was the rule, too. I thought Hasan was banned for calling people...
I mean, people could stop insulting strangers? Like, we're on the internet, aren't we?
Cracker. You know, I didn't think I would be banned because I was just saying cracker. Like, just saying the word, because I'm pretty sure everyone has said crack. Like,
I mean, I do agree with you. Like, I don't want to, and I don't want to insult strangers. I don't want to insult friends, right?
That's very ubiquitous. So I thought it was Hasan's behavior, the way he was doing it, that got him in trouble. But evidently, you know, I guess we're cracking down. It's a goddamn pogrom on cracker.
Okay,
sayers.
Motherfucker! Of all the fucking metaphors to use there.
That offensive to anyone. However, it's the left that actually got offended by this. And I have to say, I'm willing to bet it was the left that actually reported Hasan. Among his own fans, they were saying, this is an offensive slur, don't use it. Vaush apparently stepped up after the fact and then used the word Karen as well. Now, Karen is also a racial gender slur. It's a specific...
Wait, so... okay.
Slur referencing
I mean, do you
a
see
white
where we're going here
and
with
he
this
got indefinitely
discourse?
banned for that.
You see what Temple just, like, said that not only is the word Karen, like, misogynist, which, like, yeah, if you strictly apply it, like, to, if you can't see a guy as being a Karen, yeah, then it's, you know, misogynist, right? But that it's racist, too, because it's, like, the stereotypical Karen is white, and...
And I want to talk.
Black women get called Karens too. You know, they get up in somebody's face in a, you know, in a customer service situation and threaten to call the manager. They'll probably get called a Karen. Or somebody sees that on social media, sees that happen. They'll probably think, oh, Karen, right? I mean, it's not unheard of. Maybe it's not like the standard image.
Talk about why Hasan.
Oh, what I mean is that like all the internet is strangers insulting each other. Like, not all it is, but like, you know, like 90% of the internet. Okay, like, wait, no. 90% of the internet is porn. And then of the remaining 10%, like, 90% of that is strangers insulting each other.
And Vaush are wrong completely in their philosophy and their ideology.
Oh, does it? Huh.
And this exemplifies it.
Hey,
I say, on principle, they should not be banned.
However,
Thank you.
On their principles, they should be banned and never be allowed back out.
This is why, I've said this before, I said this with the DGG orbiters, this is why hypocrisy is a worthless standard by which to engage in political discourse. Because if you're stupid enough to use hypocrisy arguments, you're probably too stupid to understand the argument your opponent's making. So you don't even understand what you're accusing of being hypocritical. You know, you don't even know what they can or can't do within their own standard. Because again, while I do think companies have a right to a TOS, I still think you can bitch and moan about bad TOSs. The argument that conservatives make is that categorically there should be no TOS whatsoever outside of banning illegal content, because they know that if there was a TOS that banned non-illegal content, they would be first on the chopping block because they're racist, and that usually is the first thing to go. But so they're always going to argue in favor of effectively no terms of service at all. But so there's nothing hypocritical here at all. Well, actually, I don't really know Hasan's position on the whole TOS, right, censorship, tolerance, paradox, blah blah thing. So I don't know. I'm speaking for myself here mostly.
On the platform, period. So let me break that down real quick. The way I see it, I appreciate that they're allowed to voice their opinions. I think a lot of people have taken clips from Vaush and Hasan out of context. There was one recently where people were like, Hasan is supporting Assange's extradition.
Nice, Tim.
And it was an out of context clip.
Oh my God.
I don't play that game. The full clip was him saying, yeah, I don't think Assange should be imprisoned forever, and, you know, et cetera, et cetera. But man,
the fuck, Vice described Vaush as just a libertarian. Yeah, and when you click the libertarian, it just links to a Twitter thread calling me a pedophile. It's actually incredible. We'll do an email campaign of this later because it's really funny. But see, earlier this week, libertarians Vaush, and if you click it, it's the fucking
libertarians are known
VDS
for
hate
their
train
interesting
Twitter
take on age of consent.
100 likes or whatever.
Not all libertarians, Chad. Not all libertarians.
That's a fine opinion. If you want to claim that Hasan isn't supporting Assange, show me the full clip. Don't edit it. You know, recently some people that I know, good friends, were like, oh man, you know, I've seen these clips of Dave Rubin. They're kind of embarrassing. And I'm like, let me guess. Some guy on Twitter posted a clip, you saw it, you believed it. And they were like, yeah, you know,
I get it. Wait.
About, you know, this, that, or otherwise. And I was like,
I get it now. Vice was being spicy. So what they were doing is, I think they know he's a libertarian socialist. It sounds like the article is written from a point of view it's almost like the article's written, which doesn't make sense, assuming that people know who Vaush is and they know about Vaush's history, or like, no, they know that yeah, by libertarian, like realistically, yeah, in IRL he's a libertarian socialist, but like the joke would be, you know, that's pretty libertarian of you to have these viewpoints, and the joke is that like, because like that's not officially part of libertarian ideology. It's just a weird correlation between people who want to argue for more lax age of consent laws and libertarians.
All you know, be it Vaush, Hasan, Rubin, me, Crowder, anybody.
Rubin.
We could say something like...
Rubin?
You know,
is Rubin even... I haven't seen Rubin in a long time.
To an ice cream shop, and there was a man there who loudly proclaimed, I don't like vanilla ice cream. And I was shocked. You know, vanilla, that's like the flavor.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
So I'm not playing these stupid games. Now look, I like that they're on here expressing their opinions. I like being able to argue with them. I am not a fan of Hasan because I think he's an establishment player. Vaush is...
Hey! We gotta see. We broke bread together, Tim.
Oh my God, what the fuck, Vaush? Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Now.
I won't lie. By the way, Tim, very good host. I will not lie. I would be lying if I said he wasn't.
Stop.
See, gotta place your bets. How hard are we leaning? Let's go.
Not to be a Vaush orbiter. This shit would be get so tiring to defend, right?
a bit of an establishment.
Well, no, he had to go to the Libertarian College meetup. You know, it was like he's reaching out to the, trying to get de-radicalize those right-wingers. No, it's like, yeah, it's all right.
Player, but he still is a little.
No, he was just being nice to Tim Pool because he did content together, and he could still criticize Tim Pool's takes. That doesn't mean he's just being cordial. Both Tim and Hasan make mistakes. Make the mistake of changing the subject. It's not about whether or not whether he supports Assange. It's about that he called Assange supporters fascists. Wait, Vaush did? You can be against our existing government and still in favor of a new society that protects people and frees them.
Anti-establishment in many areas, and he was willing to concede a lot of points the left typically isn't. We've had him on the show a couple times. I can respect that. However, among both of
Love
their
you too,
opinions,
Tim.
they
Thank
believe
you.
these companies should have the right to enforce these TOS, and if they violate them, they should be banned. So what I tweeted in response to Vaush getting banned was, look, he knows they ban you for racial slurs. He outright says these are racial slurs, and he's going to use them. And then he got banned, and he's not crying about it. So I said, there's nothing wrong here. And what I mean by that is, both on the part of Vaush, he's not being hypocritical. He straight up said, yeah, they ban it. I'm going to use it. I'm going to own it and be a Chad. That's what he said. And then he got banned, and he was like, oh, there you go. Okay. If you
True. I'll say. Thank you. I appreciate being respected for my virtues. Yes, that is true. I saw the wall and I walked into it with my head held high. That's right. I see the tweet now. I didn't see it before. If you argue private companies can ban who they want, I didn't see anything wrong here. Vaush knew he used slurs, knew he banned slurs, he got banned. Yes, Karen is a heavily gendered term. Yeah, accept it. Be a Chad. Is Karen a slur? Yes, and I will use it. Yeah, go for it. Is Cracker a slur? Yeah, and I'll use it. Own that. Own that. Flex that. Don't run away from it.
No, you don't. That is some shit right there, dude. That is a copyright violation in progress. Let's cut it off before it gets to 4 seconds and skip right over here.
corporations don't care about you and will ban you when you advocate for this stuff. We also have this one from HITC or HITC.
Oh, hello.
Banned from Twitch indefinitely after Hasan.
What's this one? How many articles they write about me?
Do people know Moonlord and Weedlord? Do we need to review? Do we need to review the lords? The lords of Timpool of the Timcast? Yeah, the lords of the Timcast. These are the lords. So Tim is like the king, and they are the lords of his manor. The lordly, stately lords of his manor. Oh no, what? That was the relevant part of the clip. Wait, the part with the Curb Your Enthusiasm music? Wait, when you say better, okay, wait. Oh, yeah. Oh god, good question. I just said better. That is a very, that's a good point, Effer. That is a very ambiguous, yeah, better. What does that mean? More fun, more human. I guess more fun.
Suspension. So he basically came out and said he was going to say, you know, that he believed Cracker and Ken were both slurs. He was going to own it, and he was going to use it. I have tremendous respect for that. I think I completely disagree with it. I don't mind so much the idea of the word Karen, because that's more of a stereotypical statement than it is like a slur against a race. Cracker is a slur against a race, so I'm not a fan of that. I do not appreciate people using them, but I'm not going to cry about it. I mean, look, you know, Vaush is a white dude saying it, whatever, man. If people want to say stuff, I'm not gonna sit here and say I agree with the guy or like that he does this. No, I actually think it's kind of gross.
Wait, HITC reached out to me? When did that happen? Okay, journalists, journos.
White women are a specific piece of the race that's possible, so it needs to be named and addressed.
I have a public email. You can literally on my YouTube account. If you go to details on the right-hand tab,
yeah, I mean, I agree. Anybody can be a
to
horrible
videos
person.
playlist.
True.
There's
True.
a details section, and if you click on it, you can see my email.
Weedlord,
it's right there.
But
oh yeah, have a good night, Xerxes.
He said, update, I was banned after the stream ended, LMAO. Oh, well, he accepts it. I can respect that. Here's the problem, ultimately, across the board, with this policy, with these ideas, the ideology of people like Hasan and people like Vaush saying massive multinational private corporations
actually killed your battery. I'm sorry.
Can privatize the commons and then ban people from them. Sorry, I'm actually, when it comes to academic policy and, you know,
let me know if we need to like look at Moonlord and Weedlord's greatest hits.
When it comes to human rights,
it might be more entertaining than
unlike Hasan.
Right. So critical point here. Okay. The issue. So there are a couple of arguments to make here, okay? The privatization of the commons is a real problem. Not going to argue against that. However, it is important to keep in mind that there are forms of non-illegal behavior that, if expressed broadly, would make many places utterly unusable. If you're in a bar and you start shouting really, really loud and won't shut up, they can remove you from that bar. You guys realize that, right? It's not just tech companies that do this. Every physical establishment has the right to remove you if you're operating in a disruptive way.
I'm not the problem.
Private or public. If you're in a library and you're being an asshole.
Unfortunately, very early in my streaming career, one of the only ways that I could get traction was to cover this dude's debates with Tim Pool, and part of that, like, I don't know, like, was like not being, well, no, I'm sure I said something. I hope I said this. Should I review my chat? I have like old, like, you know what, I have old videos up here that I'm like, I think I've taken a lot of it down too. Like, if I do something that's just like not, you know, me at some point, I generally take it down. But yeah, it'd be fun to like look at my old stuff and like review. Oh no, because then I'd be doing a debate review on a debate, or a review on a debate. It would be weird. It would be a little bit weird. But I'm curious, like, how much like shrimping I did back in the day.
They can remove
how much water I carried for these dudes.
You don't have to break the law for them to remove you. They have the right to remove you.
How fucking naive I was
from being there if they want to, and that is good. Sometimes that has been used for bad. Historically, this has been used in a racist way, you know?
It would be good. Moonlord's YouTube is... Yeah, Moonlord's YouTube is good. Moonlord's... Yeah, I don't know. Like, this is kind of... Does Vaush have any... Okay, Count Dankula, Temple... Quartering? I don't like the quartering. I'm bored. I'm so bored with the quartering. Okay, what are we doing? We're doing, don't type in Moonlord. What's his name? Ian Crossland.
What's up, everybody? Ian Crossland, resident alien, coming at you live.
Ooh.
Saying hey.
Resident alien.
We're back. What's up, everyone? I hope you're all having an amazing day. Thank you so much for joining me. All right, I get the funniest video clip to play for you guys. Now,
I don't know who this is, Mike versus everyone.
I'm gonna give you a quick backstory up to this video.
Anybody know Mike versus everyone?
That I'm gonna play you. It's the point where Tim Pool just about jumped over the table and desk, whatever, and ended Ian Crossland's
his wife is hot
distance. So stick with me here. Before I get into it, guys, if you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, go ahead and hit the subscribe button. Join me on this journey. We have an amazing community here. The channel's starting to grow. We're having some fun. So hit the subscribe button. Leave me a thumbs up if you like my videos. My favorite thing, I say it every time, about the community, this channel, doing these videos, is the comments. So leave me a comment. Let me know what you guys think. All right.
Hey, I'm the comment.
I don't want to drag this out and make this too long. Short, sweet video.
All the comments are mine.
So I've made a couple of videos. They're cut. You know, it's a small channel.
I just realized I fed into some copy pasta right there. Yes, all the comments are mine because all the accounts are... Oh no, shut up. This is such a bad meme. This is such a bad meme. I can't believe they actually fucking put that forward.
Okay, these videos have gotten, you know, more view. These videos have got more views than any of my other videos, so you guys must like them. The comments are great. So I had to do.
People like Moonlord. What can I say?
I absolutely had to do this one because this
is get to the Moonlord.
The cherry on top of the whole Tim Pool and Ian Crossland.
His name is Moonlord.
Whatever the dynamic is they have going on there. So I did 2 videos so far. The first one I did, Tim Pool versus Ian Crossland, was like, does Ian add any value to the show? It was a month.
I mean, he adds all the value to the show.
Ago,
what are you talking
I
about?
was just getting
He's
so
the only reason to watch the
frustrated
show.
with the way he was, just the things Ian was doing, and I was thinking, why is this guy there?
Wait, are you a Tim Pool fan? Is this a Tim Pool fan?
Tim does is just shut him down every time he tries to say something. He just blurts the most bizarre things.
I mean, you're not wrong.
But he's got his place on the show, I guess. The comments were from one end of the spectrum to the other. People hate him. They can't stand when he opens his mouth. He shouldn't be on the show. Some people love him. They think he's great. They think he's a great dynamic to the show. So the second video I did, Ian dropped a bomb on one of the episodes where he said, yeah, this is all an act. This is just all a big act I'm putting on. And everyone was like, what?
Oh my God. Wait.
$5 and said, here's for Ian's contribution to Ian's rehabilitation.
Thank you, sir.
And Chris Bell says, Ian, the things you say rip out pieces of my soul. Tim, how...
Wait, we gotta look at this. Okay. Like, how do people take this? I'm wondering if I should have deleted this tweet. I can see now that, like, it could feed into some very toxic rumors that should be ridiculous, shit that I should be able to shitpost about, but shit that people actually fucking believe on Twitch, right? And I'm talking about content creators. I'm talking about some people that you would be surprised by if I were to say their names, which I won't because I'm not trying to start drama. And you know, they can support who they want to support. They can believe who they want to believe. I just, like, I don't know. I think a lot less of people who believe that I am literally responsible for the entirety of the harassment this summer on Twitch, in terms of the big ass, like, raids, transphobic hate raids. Yeah, that was all me, I guess. I feel kind of bad for having lied to you all. The truth of the matter is that I am Irene Geller, and I couldn't disappear even if I wanted to. I was just bored, and having you try to cancel me was actually quite fun. I am sorry I have played with your heart, Baka. Like, I don't know, chat. I feel like that's gonna get a screenshot and, like, see, she admits it. No, I admitted that the truth of the matter is that I'm Irene Geller, and I couldn't disappear even if I wanted to, right? And no, it wasn't really that fun being canceled. This is just kind of a shit post, right? It should be obvious from the, like, ninja cat girl devil that this is not, like, TLDR, I was, am, and will always be the uncancelable cat queen, equal to heaven and fireproof. Your hatred only makes my eyes burn brighter. My only crime was being true to myself in the kingdom of liars that is Twitch politics. For this, you tried to burn me at the stake. You failed. So, yeah, this is, I don't know. This was my Moonlord moment, I guess. No, and you don't... What? Okay, it's backwards. Fuck me.
How do you deal with it? Lydia, love your face. Hit your button more so we can see that smile. Thanks, guy.
I think I know how Tim deals with it. He puts me on his show.
Yeah, because I think for the most part, me and Ian agree. You know, but when we have our disagreements, we voice those disagreements.
We're like really kind of logical and straight edge, but I play like a really wild character on this show intentionally because I think it's good to bring that crazy to the table.
I didn't realize you were playing a character, Ian.
Well, I'm just saying some of the most out there stuff because who else is going to say it? And people need to hear this because they need to question themselves.
From his wife.
We're not.
I didn't know that.
I think we are.
Really you.
All right, so I made a video about that. Like, is Ian really playing a character? Is he just this guy that just does not...
Is Irene really playing a character? Was she really happy to be canceled?
...fit in? Is he... I mean, listen, we all know Adam...
Did she really lie to all of you, meaning that she did everything that anyone's ever accused her of doing? Because that is definitely how that post is going to be taken in some quarters.
Was there. Tim kind of used Adam as his punching bag until Adam found who he was, found his place, found his, you know, his political spot in the world, and he wasn't backing down. So I made a video about that as well. Now, Tim obviously had to replace Adam with somebody. Ian, the perfect punching bag. Ian very rarely.
So I think Adam is Weed Lord, right? Is Adam Weed Lord?
Get a quick video clip. This isn't the good one. Stick this. I'm gonna put the good one on in just a minute. This video clip, Ian kind of talks back to Tim, which was a little shocking in a recent episode. So check this out.
Big debate. This is it. This is a big debate of our times. They're private companies right now, and we don't have the right to seize their means of production as a company. That's very communist. If we were to say, okay, Facebook, now you're government controlled. We're taking the country. We're not going to do that.
We're not seizing the means of production.
So we're not going to make them create their own terms of service. We can't do that. That's a communistic takeover. We can't do that. No. Listen to me.
Listen to me. Communist invading radicals. Okay,
the problem is
communist invading radicals.
These companies have a right to create their own terms, as does a restaurant. They don't want you talking about certain things in the restaurant. Get out of the restaurant. That's the restaurant owner's.
Get the fuck out.
Right. My concern is how do we...
Can you imagine that, though? You're like talking about, like, you know, you're like talking about the new Spider-Man movie or something, and the restaurant owner is like, excuse me, I haven't seen that yet. Get the fuck out of my restaurant right now.
Move forward in the society with that still being the case. And I can only find... Tim, please, let me finish this thought. That we need to free the software code. It's the only way to allow other people to create software as powerful as Facebook with their own terms of service.
So you made several points there, and the premise of your final conclusion is in...
No, it's not oh my god, this is such a... it's a harebrained... Like, I mean, I don't know.
Correct, which is what I'm trying to address.
Once again, Ian, you're incorrect.
You just left a Maoist group you've been a part of for 2 years?
Bro. The whole time Ian was just talking, Tim was going, no, yeah, they can. No, they can. Tim, can you please let me finish my thought? All right. Okay, so you guys get it. I'm sure you guys know that there's that dynamic between them. Ian says he's playing this outlandish character that just blurts out the most nonsensical horse shit. Anyway, so this isn't about whether I like Ian or don't like Ian or think he should be on the show or don't think he should be on the show. I'm going to do a deep dive Ian video coming up. I'm going to have a lot more clips. I'm going to show some old clips of Ian that's going to blow your mind. Anyway, let's get into the meat and potatoes of this video.
Yeah, get the meat and potatoes.
All right. I made a video. Potatoes. I'll put on an episode missing, and I thought it was a glowing day. It just, the episode was taking it down. Didn't see him with the clip. So Derek, how every comment, Ian is angry.
This is what it's like to watch Irene when she talks too much.
Let me know in the comments. I think that's what...
And everybody's just like, play the video.
No. There, for is cleaning.
Dangerous. And
he could have just said, yeah, 2 household chemicals. Let me show you the clip. This is hysterical.
Not even putting this in the supply. Like, household chemicals are reactive and dangerous. And he doesn't need to put it in a supply. He can literally just put it in a room and the gas will.
Chlorine and bleach will make toxic gas.
No, stop, dude. Seriously.
You should know that. Don't ever mix chlorine and bleach, ever. It's little kids can go into a cabinet and they're both there for as cleaning supplies.
Oh no! Chlorine and bleach. Chlorine and bleach, chat. Chlorine and bleach. Never mix these two things. Chlorine must never get into the bleach. Okay, that's important.
Toxic gas.
But we'll leave it at that.
No.
Bleach is chlorine.
Oh,
ammonia. It's true, right?
Ammonia and bleach. Thank you for pointing that out. Don't ever mix those. They don't teach kids that in school.
They don't teach. They should. That's what school should be. Like, you go to school and they're like, by the way, never mix chlorine and bleach.
Yeah. Well, it should be common knowledge that's dangerous. Tim's very cautious.
Tim is very cautious. I mean, like, that would be the opposite of cautious, but whatever.
Yeah. So on that note,
especially not indoors.
but you don't ban the stuff. That's my point. Is you have to produce.
I get what you're saying. I mean, I remember.
How about if we just don't let people... Okay, so what's the other dude's name? Adam? Other guy's name is Adam, right? So I'll type in Tim, Cool, Adam. There's Tim and Adam clash over where current unrest will cause a civil war. Adam Kriegler. This is Weed Lord. Okay, so this is Weed Lord.
Yeah, man. What do you think?
Kriegler?
You think
Kriegler?
you think the Civil War boogaloo chaos?
No.
Dude,
riots in the streets. You don't
No,
think?
Tim Pool wants a fucking Civil War boogaloo chaos riots in the street.
It's because they're gonna finally meet the armed Americans that are like, you're not coming to our town.
Just waiting.
You come into my house, I'm gonna kill you, straight up. They're gonna hit that wall, and then all of a sudden they're gonna start seeing others getting killed, and they're like, oh whoa.
Wait, who is they? The cops? Who's he talking about? Who's gonna see?
But dude,
we were just playing a game.
No, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about
What are you talking about them?
The Army MP, active duty, who killed a cop, and said, you know, and then he wrote like in blood boogaloo or something, some ridiculous thing.
Yeah.
Wait,
and
does
then,
he?
And then
wait. No,
two...
if you're gonna talk about this, you gotta be like, you gotta know what actually happened. Like this sounds like a scene from the Tale of Two Cities. Is Tim like misremembering like his like high school like English class?
Two guys who drove up to New York with a bunch of weapons, and like these people are saying like, we're here to make this happen or whatever, and these are lefty.
Oh wait, except it was wine
guys. Like they're the ones posting in support of Black Lives Matter, and maybe they're not really lefty. Maybe they're just, you know, they want some kind of revolution or something.
Some kind of revolution. Well, you know.
Yeah. But they're
a couple guys here in
revolution.
There.
Active duty.
I don't see it happening, man.
So you've got these generals coming out and defying the president
funny.
now and standing opposed to him.
Who's saying that?
So we had what did we have?
Millie?
No, we had
no,
three.
Millie
former...
just said I shouldn't have gone with him to the church. That's all he said.
Yeah. Oh, this is about the Trumps. When was this? That Trump went to the church and he held the Bible and all that stuff. Yeah.
Or Joint Chiefs.
I barely remember this.
President.
Was this like before or after the election?
Yeah. That he was a Nazi and that he was a tyrant and that
how people who want the Civil War at the most have zero military experience, are out of shape, and but somebody else is going to do the Civil War for them.
He was abusing the rule of law and things like that.
Counting heads.
But how? What,
it doesn't.
It
doesn't. They wrote a huge thing up, and they gave a huge, and then they all started chiming in, and yeah, they wrote a ton of stuff about it.
Okay.
And it doesn't. The issue isn't so much whether or not. I guess now they're saying they could be recalled to active duty and then prosecuted or something.
Okay.
The issue isn't so much whether or not they're justified in saying it, but counting heads started a long time ago.
Man, they prosecute or they fired the Navy captain who said, "Hey, our ship is infected with COVID. We're sick."
Well,
and
yeah,
they came down on him.
Yeah.
And,
but the argument for that is he basically revealed a major secret of
an entire aircraft carrier.
Was out. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's 5 to 6% of our
1/11 of our aircraft carriers.
And that makes us as Americans seem weak, right?
Right.
That he came out and said.
Isn't that the reason he got in trouble?
Yeah, that's kind of funny because I think oh god, I don't want to even think about it, but I think maybe what makes them so emboldened is that if you look on a map and you turn everything red where Trump gets votes and everything blue where Biden got votes, where Biden's got votes, then you got a very small part of the country blue and a very large part of the country red, and they're like, we're winning. We're the majority. We're, right? And it's like, yes, you are winning in places where nobody lives. That is true. There's a lot of territory, right? Oh, we got all this territory. What? We're going to win, right? I was like, wait a minute. Dude, you got all this territory. Do you know what you don't have? Ports. Industries. All the things you need to win a war, right? You know what I mean? You're landlocked. You're landlocked, like, right?
Trouble.
Yeah.
And also, like, the fact that you have so much land means you have a lot of land to defend, right? So where are you gonna put those? Where are you gonna send those troops? Because you got miles and miles. to defend.
Trouble for
How is that
exposing
not
a
any
vulnerability.
Anyway, let's not talk
these
about the
guys
fucking
that are
the Civil War. Oh my God, shut up, Irene. Let's not talk about a hypothetical Civil War like it's gonna happen.
Supposedly part of the military saying
Because
that.
especially in this environment, chat, just making something a rumor can somehow bring it into it can make it like real, right? I found that out the hard way, right? That like I ignored those. I wasn't gonna talk to you about those fucking rumors, right? But they have gotten way too fucking much. Like it's just, I think it's because it's interesting. Like you want to, like the idea that I am some secret like spy girl, like with dossiers on everybody. That's really exciting. That's maybe even more exciting that she talks about dominance paradigm and cries, right? That's a lot less exciting than, and then like, you know, the idea that I'm like, you know, behind every account harassing me and anybody else on Twitch. That's exciting.
That kind of stuff.
That's amazing. That strains credibility. It's almost like a movie. It's almost like something that couldn't happen. And people never make that connection to like, yeah, it is literally something that could never happen. It is literally something that you should know better about. And that you believing that shit tells me more about you than it does about me, right? That is some QAnon level bullshit right there. That is some fucking...
What do you mean?
Tinfoil hat territory.
How does that not make America look weak?
That they're coming out and saying Trump is bad and all that stuff?
Well, I mean, they're not like a media company that just is.
What are we even talking about? What are we even talking about? I don't know.
It's like actually military members that are saying it.
Right. It's bad.
Yeah, it is.
Exactly. So that's the point I'm making. What happens if Trump wins?
Mm-hmm.
And
this is before the election. This is before the election.
And then what happens when Bill Barr starts saying, here's the indictments, and he actually names...
God, I forgot about this. He was thirsting for a fucking civil war.
Some people.
Hard.
And then the left claims Trump...
Right before the election.
Stole the election and cheated or something. You already have, you know, riots across the country. You have this weird scenario where the media...
Oh my God, I wish you were right, DCC. I wish you were right. And I can't tell you who, but...
Establishment is simultaneously... Right now...
You would be massively disappointed if I did.
Now, you've got the Chaz, where people are all sitting around each other watching movies, and what does CNN say? Oh, it's peaceful. There's no Antifa here. The New York Times says they've liberated the streets.
We're not even talking about debate bros.
Announces, I want to have a rally, and they say he's violating CDC guidelines. They're burning. They're digitally burning books.
I'm so sick of these
digitally burning books.
Double
what
standards, man? That all I see is them trying to apply rules, saying, whoa. If Trump breaks these rules,
like, honestly,
we're going to change it.
You know what's funny is it feels like it's more content creators than it is like, you know, like my community doesn't believe this. I haven't had people be like, NCC, I'm sick of you and you're blah, blah, blah. You know, you're disgusting and I hate you, you know, fuck you, you know, and that happens. That if you piss your community off, that shit will happen. I you know, had some of that happen during the Dylan thing, right? But that didn't happen, you know, and it doesn't even feel like it's like much of other people's communities. I know there are communities that hate me, but like for the most part, people put that shit in the proper perspective. People saw that as an impossible claim, backed with zero evidence. But I don't know if it's opportunism, if it's... I don't know.
And he's bad.
That's all that matters. That's all that matters. In the end of the day, it is about you, not about me, not about any other content creators, right? That we place our hopes in, that we believe in, right? It's about you.
What do you think happens if Trump wins, and then the Democrats file a suit in the courts, and it goes to the Supreme Court, arguing that the suppression of mail-in voting was Trump rigging the election, and the Supreme Court sides with the Democrats and kicks Trump.
He just wants that shit. He wants that.
Do you think people in America are going to be like, well, they're burning books, they're banning movies, they're banning art, and that's
what movie got?
Oh, okay.
What is he talking about?
I don't think the general like public thinks that. And that's actually what's happening right now. But it's these little
Where are they?
They're not on Twitter. They're not on. They're in their little bubbles. You know, rooting for Trump, just talking to their friends. Yeah, I'm going to vote for Trump.
And in the 4 years that Trump has been president, all this has gotten worse.
Yeah, because they hate him.
But so these people who are sitting in their homes, not speaking up, saying, yeah, I'm going to go vote for Trump. Okay. And then Trump gets elected, and 4 years later, everything's worse. Are they just going to go vote for Trump again? Then it gets worse in another 4 years?
I have no idea.
That's the point I'm bringing up.
I don't know.
When you combine all these things together, it looks like the powder keg is popping off.
Yeah.
Like I don't, you know. I've seen we've already seen Boogaloo Boys. I don't even know if that's a real thing, but people, like, there's 3 dudes who got caught with a bunch of weapons recently. And their only objective, it was not necessarily political, it was just to spark things. Then you had 2 guys from Ohio who went to New York, got caught. Then you had the active duty MP who went off and killed the deputy. You had the van pull up in Oakland and shoot the cop.
Yeah.
Like, all of these things are happening.
Weren't those lawyers also handing out Molotov cocktails?
Supposedly, yes, they're saying they're handing out Molotovs.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, so when you see lawyers and regular people jumping to the front lines,
anybody can be brought past the edge to go crazy. Anybody.
Yeah.
But just because there is a lawyer that went crazy doesn't mean all lawyers are going to go crazy.
Who said that?
Oh, right, yeah.
No, I'm not saying anyone did say it. I'm just making a point. It's like, just because we're seeing it happen, there's military people.
Oh my god, they actually clashed? They clashed. The Lords clashed.
Are proudly saying, we're doing our own thing. Don't F with us.
Oh wow, Lance. That's wow, did I rip off the serfs? The April 11th, 2021. Yeah, they were doing the fall and bounce before I did. Maybe I got it from them. Maybe I just like accidentally saw that, and I didn't mean to, Chad. I swear to God, I wasn't like trying to rip off Lance, but maybe I did a little bit.
And they're like underground. They're an underground nation. Exactly.
There's something wholesome
I'm sorry,
about
Lance.
the summary of all these
I'm sorry.
incredibly intricate and complicated geopolitical like conflicts, and then it always just goes down to basically what they're doing here is they're saying we don't fucking know, and then Taiwan all be like, don't fuck with us. Know what I'm saying? And then China in there being like, yo, we're gonna fuck with you. And then Hong Kong comes in and be like, we don't know. Are we British? Are we Taiwanese? We haven't decided yet. Weed Lord versus Moon Lord.
Oh my god.
You know what's funny? If you want some
half
lore,
of you
I saw the other day.
don't know who these people are.
He does say terrible, awful things. And then I always end up feeling bad for Weed Lord because he tweeted out, he's like, I'm going to ask to be put back on the Timcast IRL, which I assume obviously will be in vain and not successful because, Moon Lord has secured that one. But anyways, it's the battle of the bees.
Moonlord took it from.
Here we go.
I want to at least talk to you about
Moonlord edges
this
out Weed
World
Lord.
War stuff.
Oh yeah,
this is nuts.
This is crazy.
So the reason why I called it World War III because, I mean, for a year,
wins.
Tim and I were arguing like, no,
Moonlord wins.
It's not going to go to World War, and he's like, man, I don't know. And then it's like, is it going to be Civil War? And I'm like, nah, man, it's not going to go to Civil War. But then I was constantly like, well, China is actually kind of poised to potentially. I don't know what's going on. Like, they're taking over the South China Sea, and actually that's happening right now. They have over 200 fishing vessels. They're called fishing vessels, but they're outfitted with military personnel, with guns, and they're fully armed.
South China Sea. Do you want me to tell you something even scarier? I heard that the United States is trying to take control of the Gulf of Mexico.
Armed. So they're not fishing vessels.
They got ships in there. They're not fishing vessels. They're military ships.
But they're
in the Gulf of Mexico. Gulf of Mexico. Look, South China Sea. Gulf of Mexico. What are they doing in Mexico's Gulf?
Preface something with like, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm just
good night,
going to
Shaky.
go off here and talk about it.
Oh, Shaky.
So
wait, what?
In the South
How
China.
the fuck was I saying your name? Oh my god, I'm so confused. I swear to God, I saw Skakey. Oh my god, was I what? I don't know what is wrong with my eyes?
Sea pushing on, I believe, the Philippines. I'm not sure exactly what country they're pushing on, but it's one of the shoals they're trying to take over. And it's like, you don't just send 200 military vessels fishing vessels. That's what China claims that they're just
fishing for drama.
Fishing vessels. But if you look at the pictures,
that's it. China's a big drama baiter, right?
They're lined up like in a row with armed personnel on them. It's like, okay, they're not.
They don't look like they're doing some special kind of fishing there with those guns, right?
The original
They're not
troops
fishing.
the United States sent into
How did I see Skakey?
Vietnam were called advisors.
I'm so confused.
Oh, really?
For many years, they were advisors under Kennedy.
Sure.
That's
They had
Moon Lord.
weapons.
Advisor.
Wait, yeah, but like, no, here's the thing. I thought your name was the Shaky Project, okay? And then I looked at it today and I was like, oh, it's actually Skakey. Well, I've been mispronouncing that. Let me fix that, right? I legit thought I was fixing it. And the truth is, I think I was pronouncing your name correctly first. I distinctly remember seeing 2 Ks, but I didn't, I guess. That wasn't there.
Yeah. So this
I
is
gaslit myself.
nuts. And there's lots of stuff going on. All right, so that's the first thing. All right, China's pushing into the South China Sea. This has been happening. All right, they've been doing this, and now they're sending those fishing boats. You know, to
I say that Weed Lord has a better voice. Weed Lord probably has a better voice. He's you know, slightly more attractive.
push further and further into the sea, and then I got all sorts of different things that's going on. Check this out. Taiwan reveals it's producing long-range missiles. So
why does he pronounce that like he's auditioning for Street Fighter 2 or something? Taiwan.
Producing, look at this. They've begun mass production of long-range missiles and is developing 3 other models. A senior official said Thursday in a rare admission of efforts to develop strike capacity amid growing Chinese.
It was like milkshake, but when you said that, I swear to God, I was like looking. Maybe the background somehow confused me. Like maybe there was something red in the background. I don't know. That's weird. That's super weird, chat.
Pressure. China.
Was I weird at the beginning?
Which claims democratic Taiwan is its own territory, has stepped up military activity near the island as it tries to force the government in Taipei to accept Beijing's claim of sovereignty. Taiwan's armed forces, dwarfed by China's, are in the midst of modernization programs to offer a more efficient deterrent, including the ability to hit back at bases deep within China in the event of a conflict. So they're basically saying, try us, China. We're making these. We will strike. That's crazy. Look, I mean, this is happening right now.
This is like the Republic of China.
But multiple times, like over and over again, I was like seeing that K where there's an H.
Okay, so he's stated like a couple things that are completely factually correct, right? Like there is conflict right now in the South China Sea where China is basically doing things like building artificial islands to take claim to areas. It is moving, you know, vessels into different areas, staking claim on that as well. There's no question about that. And Taiwan is obviously building or purchasing long-range ballistic missiles. In no way are they doing that and saying, try us, China. Like, pretty clear who would win that battle.
Which is their old government before the communists took over and they fled to Taiwan.
Yeah, have a good night.
So this is, I mentioned on Timcast show a couple nights ago that I thought, and it was really kind of weird to come out of my mouth, that the thing to do, if justice would be served, Hong Kong would go back to the Chinese because that was the deal. And if the British renege on that deal, then they're in the wrong. The Chinese have been slighted. The deal is to give the country back.
Therefore, China can just go ahead and take the UK, right?
Back to the Chinese.
No.
And I said that stuff, and people were like, no, Taiwan is real China. The Republic of China is China. The Communist Party took over that country.
That's such a weird take. It's like, you have to honor the deal, the British deal. I was like, the situation is complicated because it's now the people themselves who are asking for democracy. Well, certain factions of them, they're of course Chinese loyalists, and much of the younger generation, such as the students, are the one asking to have pure separation between the two nations and have their own democratic control and autonomy. But that is an odd thing.
It is not China. It does not deserve Hong Kong. And that I started thinking they're right.
Yeah.
The Chinese Communist Party is not China.
Correct. I agree with that.
And Taiwan is the right.
The real China.
Probably, I think, the righteous Chinese government.
Yeah.
If we gave Hong Kong to Taiwan, China would 100% invade.
Absolutely.
100%. And it would be so
100%.
fast from all sides.
Absolutely.
It would be a siege.
Wait, if we gave what to?
Anyone suggested before that Hong Kong should go to Taiwan? This is the first I've heard of it, but
that's such a weird champ. That is such a weird champ.
Maybe. I don't know what to say about this strange hypothetical that Moonlord has invented.
Probably,
but probably spark a world war.
Well, oh my gosh, I'm not even done.
Oh my gosh.
That was two examples of what's going
Oh my god, you got interrupted by Bad Faith Moonlord.
on right now militarily. Check this out. It gets crazier.
Both of them need Tim Pool in the room as the buffer. I have now realized that. Like, left to their own devices, you need Tim Pool in there to just every now and then, like, call one of them out. Be like, no, it does not. And then move on to the next topic.
Inter-Korean missile race may leave North Korea with tactical nuclear weapons. All right, North Korea has surged ahead during recent years in an inter-Korean arms race that has led to a proliferation of short-range
That's what you're trying to say.
missiles on the peninsula and left Pyongyang closer than ever to deploying tactical
Oh my god, okay, yeah.
nuclear weapons. This was written on March 2 days ago. Okay, so
He's got an interesting way of
working
pronouncing
and
things.
pushing forward.
Nothing wrong with that,
And
though. Nothing wrong with that.
That's frightening. All right, because North Korea, I don't know. I have no idea. North Korea is basically a wild card.
Weird lords.
Nobody can control
Oh,
them.
that's
They're
so
doing their own
good.
thing.
That's so
they
good.
are proudly saying, we're doing our own thing. Don't F with us.
And they're like underground. They're an underground nation.
Exactly.
There's something wholesome about the summary of all these incredibly intricate and complicated geopolitical like conflicts, and then it always just goes down to basically what they're doing here is they're saying we don't fucking know, and then Taiwan all be like, you know, don't fuck with us. Know what I'm saying? And then China in there being like,
it feels like a bunch of like middle schoolers like getting in a fight, and they're trying to be tough and shit, and they're like, don't fuck with me.
yo, we're gonna fuck with you.
Yo,
and then you know, Hong Kong comes in and be like, we don't know. Are we British? Are we Taiwanese? We haven't decided yet.
I mean, they definitely don't want anyone coming in and finding out what's going on there.
And they can handle nuclear strikes like probably like a lot of other countries can't.
What do you mean they can handle it?
They can tank it. They can tank it. What? No, that's not what Moonlord's saying, is it?
They realized they couldn't defeat the United States in an open conflict during the Vietnam War. I mean, during the Korean War, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And after the Korean War, they started building underground civilization.
Oh, really?
That's why when you look at
fucking Strangelove,
Korea looks barren.
Oh, North Korea. Okay.
We don't know much about it.
Not freaking China.
Except that there's a lot of evidence to show that they have a huge kingdom underground.
A kingdom.
Interesting.
Ready for nuclear war.
Wow, I had no idea about that. That's interesting.
Is it like dwarfs? What's down there? Is there fucking dwarfs down there? Tell me there's dwarfs.
Cannot hear someone say that and then just be like,
There's
interesting with the facts you just spit
There's
that
a
they have a
kingdom.
secret underground civilization.
A
like
secret underground kingdom.
The Martians
They
do.
didn't say, yeah.
And then be like, oh.
It's like a separate government down there. I don't know. The Dwarven
Wow,
King
now
is
this
in
is
charge.
in the ether.
Kim Jong has to, bow to bend the knee when he goes down there.
And we all know
Kim Un.
these things. Interesting.
And now, so that's that. Okay, they've been planning, they've been prepping since the Korean War, which was what, 40 years ago? I don't know.
It was 1950s.
Yeah, they've been breeding those dwarfs hard.
50s,
70 years
There's
ago?
a lot of dwarfs down there now.
60, 70 years? Jeez. Long time
man.
ago.
Is this what
now this is even crazier.
Is this what the kids talk about?
All right. Russia's moving tanks upon tanks. I don't know if you've seen this. Look.
Don't you dare. Okay, chat, that's enough. Okay, listen, we're going to continue this over on Twitch, okay? So I'll watch the rest of this, and then we're going to watch a few other React things over on Twitch, and then we're going to play some video games, because video games are based, as Umar said, I need to find balance. I've watched too much debate bro shit this week, because the debate bros have been just, like, dropping content on me, and I don't want to always like have to cover them, so we're gonna be covering some other stuff over on Twitch. We will definitely not be talking about any kind of saltines over there, so don't even get me started on the saltine discourse, okay? I'm not gonna talk about that on Twitch. It's too dangerous. If I say that word, we are in trouble. They will come for me, chat. They will come for me, right? So I will see you over there. Make sure if you haven't already hit like to hit like. If you haven't subscribed, you might want to do that. Keep track of me because I will be back on here either tomorrow or the next day. I do have to. I'm going to try to take a few days off streaming per week just so that I can work on some prepared content for you all. And then that prepared content will be coming out on the days that I'm not you'll have a video to watch even when I'm not streaming. So don't worry, the content's not going anywhere. I'm just shifting a little bit to do videos so that I can do those J cuts and L cuts and all those magical cuts. Anyway, it's been a lot of fun. Let's get the VOD in the tank before it actually turns into a 6-hour, because the 6-hour VOD, I don't know if you know this, but I'm not allowed to edit that. Any VOD that's longer than 6 hours, you can't edit it. You can only re-upload basically, or copy it or whatever. But thank you so much for being here, and I will let's try that again. Let's try that again. Sorry, I'm taking too long. I wanted to do this really cool, but now I'm taking entirely too long. I had this all set up at the beginning, but now it's gone. Okay, we'll just do this. I will see you over on Twitch in just a few minutes. All right, see you there.